Hey friends! Glad you're here at Arise Harry. We've cooked up something special. What if Harry could turn invisible without a cloak at age 8 and became the ultimate spy? Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Vanished. The thing about the cupboard under the stairs was that it got very dark very fast. Not the kind of dark you get in a bedroom with the curtains drawn, where light still creeps under the door and the street lamp outside paints orange lines on the ceiling. This was a thick dark, a woolen dark, the kind that pressed against your eyeballs and made you forget what your own hand looked like. Harry had lived in this dark for as long as he could remember, and he'd stopped being afraid of it around the time he turned 5. By 6, he'd started thinking of it as a friend. The dark didn't hit him. The dark didn't call him a freak. The dark just sat with him, quiet and patient, while the Dursleys thumped around overhead and pretended he didn't exist. He was 8 years old on the night everything changed, and it was a Tuesday, which mattered only because Tuesdays were the days Aunt Petunia made pork chops, and pork chop Tuesdays were the days Uncle Vernon was most likely to be in a good mood, which meant Harry was least likely to get walloped for something Dudley had done. But Dudley had broken the television that afternoon, kicked it clean off the stand during a tantrum about the wrong flavor of crisps, and when Aunt Petunia had shrieked, Dudley had pointed one fat finger at Harry and said, he did it with his freakishness. Harry hadn't done anything. He'd been in the garden pulling weeds, dirt under his fingernails and sweat stinging a cut on his palm where he'd grabbed a thorn wrong. But it didn't matter. It never mattered. Vernon had gone purple in the face, the vein on his temple pulsing like something alive, and he'd grabbed Harry by the collar and thrown him into the cupboard so hard Harry's shoulder cracked against the back wall. No meals, Vernon had snarled through the slats. Not tonight. Not tomorrow. You'll learn, boy. The lock clicked. The footsteps retreated. The dark settled in. Harry sat with his back against the wall, knees drawn to his chest, shoulder throbbing. He could hear them in the kitchen, the clatter of plates, Dudley's whining, Petunia's cooing. The smell of pork chop seeped through the cracks in the door, rich and warm, and Harry's stomach clenched so hard he nearly gasped. He pressed his forehead to his knees and thought, very clearly, I wish I wasn't here. I wish I could just disappear. I wish nobody could see me ever again. And his hands vanished. He didn't notice at first. The cupboard was dark enough that the absence of his hands was just more darkness. But there was a feeling, a cool, liquid feeling, like being lowered into a bath of silk, that rippled up from his fingertips, through his wrists, over his arms. It climbed his shoulders, slid down his chest, pooled in his stomach, and then rushed to the very top of his head and the very tips of his toes, and between one heartbeat and the next, Harry Potter was gone. Not moved. Not transported. Just gone. He held his hand up in front of his face. He couldn't see it. He turned it, flexed his fingers, felt the air move across his knuckles, but there was nothing there. Nothing visible. He touched his own arm with his other hand, solid, warm, real, but invisible. His breath came fast. His heart hammered. And just like that, the feeling receded like a wave pulling back from shore, and his hand flickered into view. Pale. Thin. Shaking. Harry stared at it for a long time. Then he closed his eyes, steadied his breathing the way he'd taught himself during Vernon's worst rages, in through the nose, out through the mouth, count the seconds, slow everything down, and he thought again, disappear. The Silkwater feeling came back. Slower this time, because he wasn't panicking, and he could feel it moving like something he was doing rather than something happening to him. It started in his chest, right behind his sternum, and radiated outward. He held his hand up again and watched his fingers dissolve into nothing, knuckle by knuckle, like ink dropped in water running backward. He flexed his hand. Invisible. He made a fist. Still invisible. He thought, come back, and his hand shimmered and returned, solid and visible. Harry sat in the dark cupboard and practiced for 3 hours. Vanish. Return. Vanish. Return. He learned that it was easier when he was calm, harder when he was excited. He learned that his clothes went with him, whatever he was touching, wearing, holding became invisible too. He learned that it didn't make a sound. No pop, no shimmer, no ripple. One moment he was there and the next he simply wasn't. By midnight, he could hold the invisibility steady for 10 minutes at a stretch. By 2 in the morning, cramped and exhausted and grinning so hard his cheeks ached, he could toggle it like a switch. On. Off. On. Off. He lay down on his thin mattress and stared at the ceiling he couldn't see. For the first time since he could remember, the cupboard didn't feel like a prison. It felt like a launch pad. The first thing he did with it was steal food. Not immediately, he waited 2 days, until the hunger was a living thing gnawing at his ribs, because Vernon had meant what he said about no meals. On Thursday night, when the house was sleeping and Vernon's snores rattled the floorboards overhead, Harry let himself vanish and carefully opened the cupboard door. He'd learned to pick the lock months ago with a bent paperclip, another skill born of necessity, practiced in the dark, but he'd never dared leave the cupboard at night. There was always the risk of a floorboard creaking, of Petunia's light sleeping, of Dudley staggering to the loo and spotting him. But now he was invisible, and the realization of what that meant was still catching up with him in slow, dizzying waves. He padded into the kitchen in bare feet. The linoleum was cold. The refrigerator hummed. He opened it slowly, a centimeter at a time, and the light that spilled out illuminated absolutely nothing, because there was nothing to illuminate. He ate leftover chicken standing in front of the open fridge, tearing it apart with his fingers, and the chicken hung in midair for the brief moment between leaving the plate and touching his skin, and then it vanished too once it entered his mouth. He drank milk straight from the carton, something Dudley did every morning while Petunia pretended not to notice. He cleaned up perfectly. Put everything back. Wiped his fingerprints off the carton out of habit, he'd been blamed for smudges before. Then he padded back to the cupboard, climbed inside, locked the door from within, and let himself become visible again. He lay in the dark, stomach full for the first time in days, and began to plan. The rules of the thing, he didn't call it magic, not yet, didn't have a word for it, revealed themselves over the next few weeks through careful experimentation. He could turn invisible at will, and stay that way as long as he could maintain a certain mental state. It wasn't exactly concentration, more like balance. Like riding a bicycle, which Harry had never done but had watched Dudley fail at. You didn't think about balancing, you just were balanced, and if you thought about it too hard you wobbled. Invisibility was the same. Once he was in it, he could walk, run, eat, even whisper without breaking it. But a sudden shock, pain, a loud noise, a burst of emotion, could knock him visible again. So he practiced control. He pinched himself while invisible and stayed vanished. He dropped a book on his foot and flickered but held it. He practiced in the garden while doing his chores, going invisible for 30 seconds at a time while Vernon watched television inside, daring himself to stretch it longer each time. By October, 3 months after that first night, he could hold invisibility for 2 hours without effort. By Christmas, he could sleep invisible. He'd woken up unseen one morning and nearly frightened himself before realizing what had happened. The other rules, his clothes and anything he carried turned invisible with him, but only up to a certain mass. He could carry a bag, books, food, but he suspected a person would be too much, though he had no one to test that with. The invisibility was total, no shimmer, no outline, no shadow. He cast no shadow when invisible, which he discovered on a bright afternoon in March and which thrilled him in a way he couldn't articulate. He made no more or less noise than usual, so he had to learn to move quietly on his own, which he practiced until his footsteps were barely audible even to himself. He also discovered, through an unpleasant accident involving Dudley's gang and a chase through the park, that he could go invisible while running at full sprint if the fear was sharp enough. That was useful but dangerous. He'd flickered visible for half a second mid-stride and one of Dudley's friends had screamed bloody murder about a ghost. Harry had taken a different route home and been more careful after that. By his 9th birthday, uncelebrated, unmentioned, unmarked by anything except a cobweb he named Gerald in a fit of dark humor, Harry could turn invisible as naturally as breathing. It was part of him. And he began to use it. The little whinging public library was a squat brick building on Magnolia Road, 11 minutes walk from Privet Drive. Harry had been there exactly once in his life, on a school trip when he was 7, and he'd spent the entire hour hiding behind a shelf while Dudley's gang looked for him. He'd read half a book about pirates before the teacher rounded everyone up. It was the best hour of his life to that point. Now he went every day. He left the house invisible at 6:30 each morning, before the Dursleys woke, and walked to the library. He discovered that the side window in the children's section didn't latch properly, a firm push and it swung inward. He climbed through, invisible, and spent 2 hours reading before the library opened. Then he'd slip out when the first patrons arrived, walk home visible, and start his chores as if he'd been in the cupboard all morning. He read everything. That was the thing people would have been most surprised by, if anyone had been paying attention, not the invisibility, but the reading. Harry devoured books the way Dudley devoured food, indiscriminately, voraciously, with no regard for category or difficulty. He read children's novels and adult thrillers. He read encyclopedias, dictionaries, history books. He read a battered copy of The Art of War that someone had left in the donation bin and understood about a third of it, which was enough. He read books on lockpicking, on surveillance, on body language. He read books on psychology and manipulation, not because he wanted to manipulate people but because he wanted to understand why Vernon hated him and whether it was something he could fix. It wasn't. The psychology books made that clear. Vernon's hatred was about Vernon, not about Harry. That was simultaneously the most liberating and the most painful thing Harry had ever learned. He also read spy novels. Lots of them. Le Carre, Fleming, Dayton, most of it went over his head at 9, but the principles stuck. The importance of observation. Of patience. Of understanding what people wanted before they said it. Of remembering that the most powerful position in any room was the one no one knew you occupied. Harry had been occupying that position his entire life. Now he had the tools to use it. Mrs. Arabella Figg lived at number 7, 2 doors down. She smelled like cabbage and cats and kept trying to show Harry photographs of every kitten she'd ever owned. The Dursleys left Harry with her when they went on outings, and Harry had always assumed she was simply a mad old neighbor pressed into babysitting duty. He found out otherwise on a rainy evening in November, 2 weeks after his 9th birthday. He'd been practicing long-range invisible excursions, seeing how far from the house he could go, mapping the neighborhood, and he was passing Mrs. Figg's front garden when he saw something that stopped him cold. Through her front window, visible between a gap in the curtains, Mrs. Figg was kneeling on her living room floor with her head stuck inside her fireplace. Not in it. There was no fire. But she was in it, head and shoulders into the grate, and she was talking to someone. Harry crept closer. The front window was cracked open an inch. Mrs. Figg liked fresh air despite the cold, and her voice carried. Perfectly fine, Albus. Thin, yes, but the boy's always been thin. He went to school this morning with a bruise on his arm but I couldn't tell if it was the cousin or the uncle. A pause. Then a man's voice, distant and crackly, like a bad phone connection, and his temperament. Quiet. He's always quiet. Keeps to himself. I had him over for tea last week and he barely said 3 words, but he watched everything. Clever eyes, that one. You don't think he suspects anything? Suspects what? He's 9, Albus. He thinks I'm a batty old woman who likes cats. Which, to be fair, I am. The man chuckled, dry and warm. And there's been no sign of accidental magic. Not that I've seen. Though the Dursleys keep him locked up tight enough he'd have to be Merlin himself to manage anything under their watch. The word hit Harry like a physical blow. Magic. She'd said magic. And the man, Albus, had said it like it was real. Continue watching him, Arabella. Report anything unusual. He's safe there, for now. The blood wards hold. Blood wards, Mrs. Fig muttered. Blood wards won't keep the boy fed, Albus. Petunia will. Petunia is a miserable cow and you know it. That boy deserves, what he deserves and what protects him are, regrettably, not the same thing. You know what's at stake. Mrs. Fig let out a sound that was half sigh, half growl. I know. Doesn't mean I have to like it. None of us like it. But while the wards hold, Harry is safer at Privet Drive than anywhere else in the world. When he turns 11, he'll come to Hogwarts, and then what? He'll find out he's famous. He'll find out his parents were murdered and the whole wizarding world's been watching him grow up in a cupboard under the stairs. There was a long silence. When the man spoke again, his voice was gentle and very tired. He'll find out what he needs to know, when he needs to know it. I'll ensure that. The fire made a soft whomp sound, like a log settling, and Mrs. Fig pulled her head out of the grate. Her face was flushed, her eyes bright. She muttered something that included the words, manipulative old, and a word Harry hadn't encountered in his reading yet, and then she stood up, brushed soot off her knees, and went to the kitchen to feed her cats. Harry stood in her garden in the rain, invisible, and his world rearranged itself around him. Wizard. He was a wizard. His parents had been wizards. No, they'd been murdered, the man had said that plainly. He was famous. There was a whole world out there that knew his name. Someone named Albus had put him here, deliberately, knowing the Dursleys were awful, because of something called blood wards. And when he turned 11, 2 years from now, he'd go to a place called Hogwarts. He stood there for a very long time, rain soaking through his clothes, invisible, thinking. Then he went home. Over the next 6 months, Harry conducted what the spy novels would call an intelligence-gathering operation. He returned to Mrs. Fig's house every few days, invisible, and listened. The conversations through the fireplace were infrequent, once or twice a month, but Mrs. Fig talked to her cats constantly, and she talked about Harry and the wizarding world as if the cats understood and cared. Perhaps they did. One of them, a grey-mottled beast called Mr. Tibbles, had an uncanny habit of staring directly at where Harry was standing despite his invisibility. Harry made a note to research whether cats could see invisible things and then realized he had no idea where to research wizarding information. From Mrs. Fig's ramblings and Flook conversations, he pieced together the following: his parents, James and Lily Potter, had been killed by a dark wizard named Voldemort on October 31, 1981. Harry had somehow survived a killing curse. She used those exact words, killing curse, and Harry had gone cold, and Voldemort had been destroyed. Or at least vanquished. The wizarding world considered Harry a hero, the boy who lived. He was famous. There were books about him, for God's sake. Albus Dumbledore, the man in the fire, was the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and apparently one of the most powerful wizards alive. He'd placed Harry with the Dursleys because Lily Potter's sacrifice had created a protection tied to her blood, Petunia's blood, and as long as Harry called this place home, that protection held. It was brilliant, in a cold way. It was also monstrous. Harry processed this the way he processed everything, quietly, methodically, late at night in his cupboard. He didn't cry. He'd stopped crying years ago, it never helped and it gave Dudley ammunition. Instead, he made lists in his head, organized what he knew, identified what he didn't, and planned how to fill the gaps. The biggest gap was the wizarding world itself. Mrs. Fig was what she called a squib, born to magical parents but without magic herself, and her knowledge was limited. She knew names and places but not specifics. She mentioned Diagon Alley, the Ministry of Magic, Gringotts, a bank run by goblins, which Harry filed under, things that sound insane but are apparently real, the Hogwarts houses, and the general structure of wizarding society. But she didn't know spells, didn't know how magic worked, and couldn't tell Harry anything practical. He needed more. The answer came in February, on a bitterly cold Wednesday, when Mrs. Fig had a visitor. Harry was in his usual spot, behind the hedge under her front window, when the doorbell rang and he heard a voice that was not the fire voice of Dumbledore but someone new. A woman, clipped and precise. "Arabella, I'm making my annual check on the wards. Dumbledore asked me to look in." "Minerva." Come in, come in." T. Minerva. Another name for Harry's mental file. He moved to the side window, which had better acoustics. They talked for an hour. Minerva, Professor McGonagall, Mrs. Fig called her, was the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and taught something called Transfiguration. She was Scottish, sharp-tongued, and clearly had opinions about Dumbledore's choices that she was too loyal to voice fully. But she let things slip. She mentioned that Harry's parents had been in Gryffindor House. She mentioned that his father had been a gifted Quidditch player, whatever that was. She mentioned, in a low voice, that Severus Snape was now teaching at Hogwarts, and Mrs. Fig had hissed, "That man." After what he, and McGonagall had cut her off with, "Dumbledore trusts him." That's enough. The way she said it suggested it wasn't quite enough for her either. But the most valuable piece of intelligence came near the end of the visit, when McGonagall was putting on her coat. "The Hogwarts letter will go out on his 11th birthday," she said. "I'll hand-deliver it myself if I have to. Merlin knows Petunia won't let an owl through the door." "She wouldn't," Mrs. Fig agreed. "She threw a shoe at the last one Dumbledore sent. There's a list of supplies, of course. Books, robes, a wand. He'll need to go to Diagon Alley. I believe Dumbledore is planning to send Hagrid. The gamekeeper. He's very fond of Harry. Well, fond of the idea of Harry. He's never actually met the boy. But he carried him out of the ruins that night, and I think he feels a connection." Mrs. Fig made a small, sad sound. "Everyone feels a connection to that boy except the people raising him." McGonagall's silence was agreement enough. The front door opened and closed, and Harry heard a sharp crack from the front step, like a car backfiring, but singular and clean, and when he rounded the hedge, McGonagall was gone. Harry walked home in the dark, invisible, his mind racing. He had a timeline now. His birthday was July 31st. He'd turn 11 in a year and a half. A letter would come, a man named Hagrid would take him shopping in a magical street, and then he'd go to school. He had a year and a half to prepare. He intended to use every day of it. The question was how to learn more, and the answer turned out to be Mrs. Fig's bookshelf. She had a small collection of wizarding books, old and battered and mostly useless, a Squib's Guide to Surviving the Muggle World, Magical Household Pests and How to Endure Them, a subscription's worth of back issues of something called the Daily Prophet. But there was one book that changed Harry's life, Hogwarts, a history, a thick, leather-bound volume wedged between a cat care manual and a romance novel. He couldn't steal it. Mrs. Fig would notice. But he could read it in her house while she slept, and over the course of 3 weeks in March, sitting invisible on her sitting-room floor while Mr. Tibble stared at him with unsettling accuracy, Harry read it cover to cover. The castle had 142 staircases. The ceiling in the great hall was enchanted to look like the sky. There were ghosts. There was a giant squid in the lake. The school was divided into 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. The headmaster was Dumbledore. The school was hidden from non-magical people and was located somewhere in Scotland. All of that was interesting. But what fascinated Harry were the security details. Hogwarts, a history was essentially a castle blueprint if you read it right, and Harry had been reading spy novels long enough to know how to read things right. The book mentioned secret passages, 7 of them, without specifying where they all were. It mentioned the Forbidden Forest, the Black Lake, the grounds. It mentioned that the castle's defenses included ancient wards, enchantments, and the loyalty of its ghosts. It mentioned that the headmaster's office was protected by a password-activated gargoyle. Harry memorized all of it. Dates, names, locations, details. He'd always had a good memory, one of the few advantages of having nothing else to occupy his mind, and now he trained it deliberately, using techniques from a library book on mnemonics. He built a mental palace, which the book said was a technique used by memory champions, an imaginary building in which you placed information in specific rooms. Harry's mental palace was, naturally, a cupboard under the stairs. But it was the most organized cupboard in the world. He also read the back issues of the Daily Prophet. Most were dull, ministry politics, Quidditch results, advertisements for cauldrons, but some painted a picture of the wizarding world that set Harry's teeth on edge. The pureblood families wielded enormous influence. The Ministry of Magic seemed inefficient and corrupt. Voldemort's followers, the Death Eaters, had largely escaped punishment by claiming they'd been under mind control, the Imperious Curse, the paper called it. Names kept recurring: Malfoy, Nott, Crabbe, Goyle, Lestrange. And everywhere, woven through everything, was the story of Harry Potter. The baby who survived. The boy who vanquished the Dark Lord. The orphan hidden away in the Muggle world for his own protection. There were editorials speculating about where he was, what he was like, whether he'd come to Hogwarts. One opinion piece suggested he might be the next Dumbledore. Another worried he might be the next Voldemort. Harry read all of it with the strange, dissociated calm of someone reading their own obituary. These people didn't know him. They knew a story, a symbol, a scar. The real Harry, thin, quiet, invisible, bore no resemblance to the legend they'd built. Good. He could work with that. A gap between expectation and reality was a spy's best friend. Spring turned to summer, and Harry expanded his operations. He'd discovered something in April that widened his world considerably: he could take the bus. Invisible, he didn't need a ticket. He simply walked on behind another passenger, stood in the aisle or sat in an empty seat, and rode wherever the route took him. It felt wrong, theft, technically, or at least fair evasion, but he rationalized it the way he rationalized the midnight kitchen raids. Survival first, ethics second. The number 7 bus went from Little Whinging to Guildford. The number 23 went to London, if you transferred twice. Harry took it one Saturday morning in May, riding invisible for 2 hours through the sprawling outskirts of Greater London, and arrived at King's Cross station at 10:30. He wasn't sure why he'd come to King's Cross specifically. Something Mrs. Figg had said to one of her cats, platform 9 3/4, can you imagine, had lodged in his brain, and he wanted to see the place where, in a year, he'd catch a train to a new life. King's Cross was enormous. Crowded. Loud. Harry walked through it invisible, marveling at the scale. He'd never been anywhere larger than the Little Whinging shopping center, and made his way to platforms 9 and 10. There was no platform 9 3/4. Obviously. It was a train station, not a fairy tale. Between platforms 9 and 10 there was a brick barrier, solid and unremarkable. Harry leaned against it. He fell through. One moment he was in King's Cross, surrounded by commuters and pigeons and the smell of coffee, and the next he stumbled forward onto a different platform entirely. The sign overhead read platform 9 3/4 in ornate gold lettering. The platform was empty, school was in session, no train due for months, but the space was unmistakably magical. The architecture was Victorian but wrong somehow, the proportions slightly off, the ceiling too high, the light too warm. An empty track stretched away into a tunnel that shouldn't have existed given the station's layout. Harry stood there, invisible, breathing hard, and felt the wizarding world settle around him like a coat. He explored the platform for 20 minutes, memorizing everything. Entrance and exit points. Sight lines. Potential hiding spots. The architecture of the barrier, it seemed to work both ways. He could push back through to the Muggle side without difficulty. He noted the lack of security, the absence of any monitoring he could detect, and the small waiting room off to one side with a fireplace that had a pot of greenish powder on the mantel. Floo powder. He'd heard Mrs. Fig mention it. You threw it in the fire, said a destination, and traveled. Harry looked at it for a long time, then decided not to risk it. He didn't know the rules, didn't know the destinations, and didn't know if the network could be tracked. Better to wait. Better to learn more first. He went home on the bus, arriving back at Privet Drive before the Dursleys finished their Saturday shopping, and spent the evening in his cupboard adding new rooms to his mental palace. The months between his 10th birthday and his 11th were the most productive of his life. He visited platform 9 3/4 3 more times, always on days when it was deserted. On his second visit, in August, he found a discarded copy of the Daily Prophet wedged behind a bench, only a week old, and learned that Hogwarts was gearing up for a new academic year. On his third visit, in October, he encountered his first actual wizard. The man was old, bearded, wearing a patched traveling cloak, and he appeared on the platform with a sharp crack, apparition, Harry guessed, from his reading, carrying a trunk and muttering about ticket prices. Harry, invisible, pressed himself against the wall and watched. The man crossed to the fireplace, took a pinch of Floo powder, threw it into the flames, which turned brilliant green, and said clearly, "The leaky cauldron." He stepped into the fire and vanished. The leaky cauldron. Harry added it to his mental palace. A destination. A starting point. He didn't go there. Not yet. The leaky cauldron was a pub, from what he'd gathered, the gateway to Diagon Alley. Walking into the heart of the wizarding world at 10 years old, even invisibly, felt premature. He didn't know enough about magical detection. Could wizards sense invisible people? Were there spells that revealed hidden things? He couldn't risk exposure before he'd even begun. But he did something else that autumn that proved equally valuable. He returned to Mrs. Fig's house during one of her Floo conversations and heard something that made his blood go cold. "Albus, there's something I need to tell you. The Dursley boy and his friends, they've been chasing Harry again. I saw it from my window. 5 of them, chasing him through the park. Did they catch him?" Dumbledore's voice was carefully neutral. "No. That's the thing. One moment Harry was running, clear as day, and the next he was just, gone. They ran right past where he'd been standing. It was the strangest thing. Long silence. Very long." "You're certain, Arabella?" "As certain as I can be. It might have been accidental magic, turning invisible under stress, a child's panic response. It's not unheard of, is it?" "No," Dumbledore said slowly. "Not unheard of. Nymphadora Tonks could manage it as a child, though she's a metamorphmagus, which is quite different. True invisibility as accidental magic is, exceedingly rare. But not impossible. It would be consistent with the Potter family's magical affinity. Should I be worried?" "No. No, I think not. If the boy has found a way to protect himself from his cousin's bullying, so much the better. It will fade, most likely, as his magic stabilizes. Accidental magic rarely persists." But there was something in his voice, a thread of interest, a sharpening of attention, that Harry didn't like. He went home that night and practiced turning invisible faster than he ever had before. In, out. In, out. 1 second. Half a second. The speed of a blink. If Dumbledore was paying attention, if anyone was paying attention, Harry needed to be better than good. He needed to be perfect. The year turned. January, February, March. Harry was 10 and a half, and he was ready for the long game. He'd established a routine that the Dursleys never questioned because they never noticed. Vernon and Petunia had a remarkable capacity for not seeing Harry even when he was visible, which made disappearing entirely almost redundant around the house. He did his chores, stayed out of Dudley's way, ate what was offered and supplemented the rest invisibly, and spent every free moment reading, practicing, or conducting reconnaissance. His physical conditioning improved too. Not through any structured program, the Dursleys would never have allowed him to join a sports club, but through the sheer amount of walking and running he did on his invisible excursions. He was lean, quick, and light on his feet. He practiced moving silently, first on the carpeted hallway, then on the creaky stairs, then on gravel and leaves and every surface he could find. He read about how ninjas reportedly trained, stepping on rice paper without tearing it, and while he didn't go that far, he did practice on a sheet of newspaper until he could walk across it without crinkling. He was not a normal 10-year-old. He knew this. Normal 10-year-olds didn't have mental palaces or practice silent movement or eavesdrop on secret fireplace conversations. Normal 10-year-olds had friends and played football and watched television and didn't know the word reconnaissance. But normal 10-year-olds hadn't been raised in a cupboard by people who hated them, and normal 10-year-olds couldn't turn invisible. Harry worked with what he had. In April, something happened that almost derailed everything. He was at the library, visible, during opening hours, using his school card to check out books like a normal child, when Dudley and his gang found him. Piers Polkiss spotted him first, let out a whoop, and suddenly there were 5 of them bearing down on him between the history shelves, grinning, fists clenched. "Oi, Potter," Dudley said. "Hiding in the library." What a surprise. Harry calculated angles. The emergency exit was 6 meters behind him. The front door was 10 meters to his left, past the circulation desk. Going invisible was an option, but there were people around, Mrs. Carmichael at the desk, 2 other patrons browsing, and the last thing he needed was witnesses to a vanishing act. "Just reading, Dudley," Harry said, keeping his voice flat and bored. He'd learned that matching Dudley's aggression was pointless. The boy outweighed him by 60 pounds, but showing fear was worse. Bored worked best. It confused Dudley, who expected terror and didn't know what to do with indifference. "Readings for freaks," said Malcolm, one of Dudley's satellites. "That would explain why you never do it," Harry said, and immediately regretted it, because Malcolm's face darkened and Piers took a step forward. The beating was quick and efficient. They'd gotten better at it, or Harry had gotten slower. He'd been so focused on invisible operations that he'd neglected the visible world, and that was a mistake. Piers grabbed his arms, Malcolm and Dennis held his legs, and Dudley punched him in the stomach 4 times before Mrs. Carmichael came around the shelf screaming about calling the police. The boys scattered. Harry stayed on the floor, arms wrapped around his middle, breathing through the pain. Mrs. Carmichael knelt beside him, asking if he was all right, asking if he wanted to call his parents. "I'm fine," Harry said. "And I don't have parents." That shut her up. Harry got to his feet, put his book back on the shelf, and walked home. That night, in the cupboard, he made a decision. He'd been thinking of his invisibility as a tool for information gathering, for exploration, for survival in the passive sense. But he'd been neglecting the most basic principle of any operative: don't get caught. And that meant he needed to think about the visible world too, the world where he was just a small, skinny boy with bad glasses and a bullseye on his back. He started exercising in earnest. Push-ups in the cupboard, as many as his arms could manage. Sit-ups. He ran invisible laps around the neighborhood at 5 in the morning. He found a book on basic self-defense at the library and practiced the movements in the Dursleys' back garden while invisible. He couldn't become strong, not at 10, not with his frame, but he could become fast, and he could learn to take a hit and keep moving. He also started paying more attention to the social dynamics at school. He'd been a ghost there even without the invisibility, the weird Potter kid, the one with the baggy clothes and the cousin who'd pummel anyone caught talking to him. But there were cracks in Dudley's network. Dennis was scared of Dudley more than loyal to him. Malcolm's mother was threatening to pull him out of the school if his grades didn't improve. And Piers Polkiss, for all his weaselly cruelty, was deeply insecure and responded to anyone who showed him attention that Dudley didn't. Harry didn't exploit any of this. He filed it away. Information was more valuable stored than spent, and these were small-time dynamics that wouldn't matter in a year when he left for Hogwarts. But the habit of analyzing social structures, who held power, who was vulnerable, who could be turned, became as natural as breathing. June arrived. Then July. The air thickened with heat and the Dursleys' lawn burned brown despite Harry's twice-daily watering. Dudley's birthday came and went, 38 presents, one fewer than the previous year, a tantrum that shook the house, and then it was July 31st, Harry's 11th birthday. He woke before dawn, as usual, and lay in the cupboard listening to the silence. This was the day. The letter would come, or someone would come to deliver it. A year and a half of preparation, of gathering intelligence, of training his body and his mind in his impossible gift, came down to today. He was ready. He was terrified. He was vibrating with a tension that threatened to knock him invisible if he didn't control it. Breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Steady. The morning passed in excruciating normalcy. Breakfast, half a grapefruit and a piece of dry toast, Petunia's idea of a meal. Chores, weeding the garden, cleaning the kitchen, scrubbing the bathroom. No one mentioned his birthday. They never did. Dudley watched cartoons and ate ice lollies and took up the entire sofa with his bulk. The doorbell rang at 3 in the afternoon. Vernon opened it. Harry, washing dishes in the kitchen, heard his uncle's sharp intake of breath and then a booming voice that rattled the windows. Mr. Dursley. Name's Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I've come about Harry. The silence that followed was so dense Harry could have walked on it. He dried his hands. Checked his reflection in the kitchen window, thin, messy-haired, glasses slightly crooked, absolutely nothing like a boy who could vanish at will or who knew more about the wizarding world than anyone suspected. Perfect. He arranged his expression into one of cautious curiosity and walked into the hallway. The man standing in the doorway was the largest human being Harry had ever seen. Twice the height of Vernon and 3 times as wide, with a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that obscured most of his face. His eyes, small and bright as beetles in all that hair, were fixed on Harry with an expression of such overwhelming tenderness that Harry almost faltered. Harry, the man breathed. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes. Harry let his eyes widen. Let his mouth open slightly. Channeled every scrap of acting ability he'd developed over years of pretending to be smaller, quieter, more ignorant than he was. I'm sorry, he said. Who are you? Hagrid beamed. Vernon sputtered. Petunia went white. And Harry stepped into his role. The performance required over the next 2 hours was the most demanding of Harry's life. Hagrid, bless his enormous heart, was a terrible intelligence operative. He leaked information like a sieve, answered questions Harry hadn't asked, and wore every emotion on his broad, hairy face. He also genuinely loved Harry, or loved the idea of Harry, in a way that was so raw and unguarded it made something ache behind Harry's ribs. Harry had to pretend he didn't know he was a wizard. Had to pretend the word Hogwarts was new to him. Had to feign shock when Hagrid told him about his parents, about Voldemort, about the killing curse. He widened his eyes at the right moments, asked the right questions, let his voice wobble when Hagrid described the night his parents died. It wasn't entirely an act. Hearing it from Hagrid, hearing the grief in his voice, the way it cracked when he talked about James and Lily, was different from reading it in old newspapers or overhearing it through windows. Hagrid had been there. Hagrid had pulled baby Harry from the ruins. And the pain in his retelling was so genuine that Harry's eyes stung despite himself. Vernon tried to intervene, of course. Bellowed about not paying for some crackpot old fool to teach Harry magic tricks. Hagrid's response was to give Dudley a pig's tail, which was simultaneously the funniest and most alarming thing Harry had ever witnessed. Magic was real. He'd known it intellectually, but seeing a curly pink tail sprout from his cousin's backside made it visceral. Petunia screamed. Dudley screamed louder. Vernon went beyond purple into a shade Harry didn't think human faces were supposed to achieve. "Shouldn't have lost me temper," Hagrid muttered, looking sheepish. "Don't tell anyone at Hogwarts I did that. Strictly speaking, I'm not supposed to do magic." Harry stored this away. Hagrid had been expelled from Hogwarts, he mentioned it later, obliquely, but could still do magic. Interesting. And the fact that he wasn't supposed to meant there were rules, enforcement, consequences. The wizarding world had laws, and Hagrid was already breaking them. They left that evening. Hagrid had a motorbike, a flying motorbike, Harry later realized, though they took the train. Petunia didn't say goodbye. Vernon didn't either, though he clutched Dudley's tail end and glared with a hatred so concentrated it could have peeled paint. Harry looked back at number 4, Privet Drive, as they walked away, and felt nothing. Not relief, not anger, not sadness. Just the cold, clean clarity of an operation entering its next phase. On the train to London, Hagrid fell asleep and began to snore. Harry sat beside him, watching the countryside scroll past, and allowed himself 5 minutes of honest emotion. He was leaving. He was actually leaving. He was going to a world where magic was real, where he was famous, where he might find answers to questions he didn't yet know how to ask. He was 11 years old and he could turn invisible, and he'd spent 2 years teaching himself to be a spy, and he was terrified and exhilarated, and his parents were dead and a man named Voldemort had killed them, and none of the books or the planning or the practice had prepared him for how big this all felt. He pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the train window and let one tear fall. Just one. Then he wiped it away, straightened his glasses, and began reviewing his mental files on Diagon Alley. The 5 minutes were up. Back to work. The leaky cauldron was exactly what Harry expected, dark, shabby, full of people in strange clothes, and exactly what he pretended it wasn't. "Wow," he said to Hagrid, eyes wide, head swiveling. "This is a pub." "The Leaky Cauldron," Hagrid said proudly. "Famous place." Every head in the room turned when Hagrid said his name. Tom the bartender dropped a glass. A woman in a purple hat burst into tears. An old man shook Harry's hand so many times Harry lost feeling in his fingers. And Professor Quirrel was a pale, twitchy man in an absurd turban who stammered when he introduced himself and couldn't seem to make eye contact. "Defense against the dark arts teacher," he said. Harry shook his hand, said it was nice to meet him, and felt a sharp, sudden pain lance through his scar. He didn't flinch. He'd been practicing pain tolerance for a year. But he filed the scar pain away urgently, because it was new, it was connected to Quirrel, and it was wrong in a way he couldn't articulate. Bit of a tosser, that one, Harry didn't say. What he said was, "He seems nice." Hagrid grunted. "Good man, Quirrel. Bit nervous. Took a year off to get some hands-on experience with vampires and hags and such. Never been the same since." They passed through the pub and into a small courtyard. Hagrid tapped a pattern on the bricks, Harry counted, 3 up, 2 across from the dustbin, and the wall opened. Diagon Alley. Harry let his mask slip slightly, because the genuine wonder he felt was useful. The cobbled street stretched before him, crooked and alive, lined with shops that defied every law of architecture and physics he'd ever read about. Cauldrons stacked outside an apothecary. Owls hooting in gilded cages. A shop window full of broomsticks with a sign reading Nimbus 2000, the fastest yet. Witches and wizards in robes of every color, carrying packages, arguing, laughing, living. It was magnificent. It was overwhelming. And Harry catalogued every detail with the precision of a cartographer mapping new territory. Gringotts first. The Goblin Bank was a towering white marble building, impressive and intimidating, and the goblins themselves were exactly as unsettling as Harry had imagined, short, sharp-featured, with long fingers and knowing eyes. The one at the front desk looked at Harry's key, produced by Hagrid from one of his many pockets, and then looked at Harry, and Harry had the uncomfortable feeling of being assessed by something ancient and utterly unsentimental. They took a cart deep underground. Harry's vault, his parents' vault, contained a small fortune in gold, silver, and bronze coins. Galleons, sickles, and nuts. Hagrid explained the exchange rate while Harry scooped coins into a bag and tried not to think about the fact that his parents had left him money and a legacy and a death, and the Dursleys had given him a cupboard. Then they stopped at another vault, Vault 713, and Hagrid retrieved a small, grubby package wrapped in brown paper. He stuffed it into his enormous coat with the urgency of a man handling something explosive. "Hogwarts business," Hagrid said when Harry looked at him. "Top secret." "Dumbledore's orders." Harry didn't press. He didn't need to. A secret package in a high-security vault, retrieved on the same day Harry was brought to Diagon Alley so Hagrid could do both errands at once. Efficient. Also sloppy, combining a covert retrieval with a highly public, attention-drawing appearance by the boy who lived. Either Dumbledore had a reason for the combined trip, or he'd underestimated how much attention Harry would attract. Harry suspected it was the former. Everything he'd learned about Dumbledore suggested the man didn't do anything without multiple reasons. The shopping took most of the day. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where a pale, pointed boy with slick back hair talked about racing brooms and sorting houses and his father's opinions on Muggleborns with the casual arrogance of someone who'd never been punched in the face. Harry was polite, non-committal, and memorized every word. The boy was clearly from a wealthy pure-blood family. The contempt for Muggleborns suggested dark leanings. Harry would learn his name later. Books at Flourish and Blots. Harry wanted to buy the entire shop. He settled for the required textbooks plus 3 additional volumes he slipped into his cauldron when Hagrid wasn't looking, Common Magical Ailments and Afflictions, A Beginner's Guide to Occlumency. The cover promised to teach the reader to shield your mind from magical intrusion, which seemed critically important for someone with secrets, and notable magical names of our time. Potions ingredients at the apothecary. A telescope, brass scales, a set of crystal phials. Each purchase was another piece of the world clicking into place, another tool in Harry's growing kit. And then, at last, Ollivander's. The wand shop was narrow and dusty, and the old man who emerged from the shelves had pale, silvery eyes that made Harry think of moonlight on still water. He looked at Harry and smiled, and the smile had too many layers in it. "Ah, yes," Ollivander said softly. "Harry Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you." He remembered selling wands to Harry's parents. Holly and Phoenix Feather for James. No, Willow for Lily. Harry listened, cataloguing, as Ollivander described each wand with the reverence of a man discussing sacred objects. Then the fitting began. Wand after wand, picked up and discarded. Harry felt nothing from most of them, and Ollivander's excitement grew with each failure, which seemed backward until the man pulled a box from a high shelf with the careful deliberation of someone who'd been waiting for this moment. "I wonder," Ollivander murmured. Holly and Phoenix Feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand. Warmth flooded his hand, rushed up his arm, filled his chest like sunlight after a long winter. The wand sparked gold and red, and Harry felt, for the first time in his life, complete, as if he'd been walking around with a missing limb and only just realized it. "Oh, bravo!" Ollivander cried, clapping. "Yes, yes, very good. But curious. Very curious." Harry waited. "The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." The air in the shop went cold. Harry looked at Ollivander and saw the old man watching him with those silver eyes, waiting for a reaction. Harry had known this was possible. The twin-core concept existed in his reading, echoes of magic, resonance between wands. But hearing it confirmed, knowing that his wand was brother to Voldemort's, that was new. That was significant. "He did great things," Ollivander said. Terrible, yes. But great. Harry bought the wand for 7 galleons and walked out of the shop with his thoughts racing so fast he nearly forgot to maintain his wide-eyed act for Hagrid. Voldemort's wand core and his were twins. Connected. Resonant. That was either a coincidence, a prophecy, or a weapon, and Harry didn't believe in coincidences. The rest of the day wound down at the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid bought him a snowy owl, beautiful, imperious, clearly smarter than most people, and Harry named her Hedwig from a name he'd found in a history of magic. Hagrid ate 3 steaks and drank 4 pints and told stories about Hogwarts that Harry pretended were revelations. When Hagrid put Harry on the train back to Little Whinging, pressing a ticket for the Hogwarts Express into his hand, September 1st, King's Cross, platform 9¾ the big man's eyes were wet. "You're gonna love Hogwarts, Harry," he said. "Everyone does." "I'm sure I will," Harry said, and meant it, though probably not in the way Hagrid intended. On the train home, with Hedwig dozing in her cage on the seat beside him, Harry allowed himself to take stock. Assets, invisibility, 2 years of intelligence training, a thorough understanding of the wizarding world's recent history, a wand he hadn't yet learned to use, a vault full of gold, and the unwitting cover of the entire wizarding world's expectation that he was a naive, orphaned innocent. Liabilities: he was 11, physically small, magically untrained in the formal sense, and entering an environment where powerful people had plans for him that he didn't fully understand. Known threats: Voldemort was not dead, Mrs. Figg's conversations made that clear, and the scar pain in Quirrell's presence suggested something actively sinister. Dumbledore was manipulative, however well-intentioned. The pureblood power structure was hostile to outsiders. And the secret package from Vault 713 was connected to something Dumbledore considered dangerous enough to store at Hogwarts. Objectives: learn magic. Build alliances. Uncover the truth about his parents' murder. Discover what Dumbledore was really planning. Identify and assess the threat that Voldemort still posed. And survive, always, first and foremost, survive. The train pulled into Little Whinging Station. Harry gathered his things, tucked the ticket into his pocket, and stepped onto the platform. He had 1 month until September 1st. 1 month to read his textbooks, practice what he could, and prepare for the most important infiltration of his life. Walking home to Privet Drive with an owl on his shoulder and a wand in his pocket, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy who vanished, the boy nobody had ever really seen, allowed himself a small, private smile. Hogwarts, he thought. Here I come. The Dursleys didn't look up when he walked through the door. They hadn't even noticed he'd been gone. That was fine. Harry carried his trunk up to Dudley's second bedroom. Somehow, without anyone discussing it, that was where he'd be sleeping now. Hagrid's visit had rearranged the household's fear hierarchy, and began unpacking. His textbooks went on the desk. His robes went in the wardrobe. His wand went under his pillow, within arm's reach, where it hummed faintly with a warmth he was already beginning to think of as friendship. Hedwig hooted softly from her cage. Harry opened it, and she flew to the windowsill, spreading her wings in the late evening light. "We've got a lot of work to do," Harry told her. She looked at him with amber eyes full of ancient, avian intelligence, and Harry had the distinct impression she already knew. He opened the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, and began to read. Outside, the sun set over Little Whinging, painting the identical houses of Privet Drive in shades of gold and shadow. Inside, invisible to the world and perfectly content to be so, the boy who lived prepared for war. Chapter 2, The Sorting Shadow. The month of August passed in a blur of wand movements and whispered incantations. Harry couldn't practice magic properly, he didn't dare, not with the Dursleys in the house and the possibility of magical detection hanging over him like a sword. But he could study theory, and theory was what he'd always been best at. He read the Standard Book of Spells 3 times, memorizing the wand movements for every first-year charm until his wrist ached from practicing the motions without actually casting. He read a history of magic and cross-referenced it with Hogwarts, a history, building a timeline of the wizarding world that stretched back 1,000 years. He read magical drafts and potions and was surprised to find he enjoyed it. Potions was essentially cooking with bizarre ingredients, and Harry had been cooking for the Dursleys since he could reach the stove. But the book that consumed most of his attention was the one he'd slipped into his cauldron at Flourish and Blots, A Beginner's Guide to Occlumency. The book was dense, poorly written, and clearly intended for adult witches and wizards, not 11-year-olds. But the core concept was simple enough to terrify him. Legilimency, the magical art of reading minds, was real. Skilled practitioners could extract thoughts, memories, and emotions from an unprotected mind with a glance. And occlumency, the defense against it, required years of disciplined practice to master. Dumbledore was, according to notable magical names of our time, a known legilimens. Severus Snape, who the same book listed as Potions Master at Hogwarts, formerly associated with dark wizarding circles before his rehabilitation under Dumbledore's sponsorship, was rumored to be one as well. Harry was walking into a school run by people who could potentially read his mind. He sat on the edge of his bed in Dudley's second bedroom. Dudley had not taken the room reassignment well, but the pigtail had instilled a useful residual fear, and considered the implications. If Dumbledore could simply look into his eyes and see everything, the invisibility, the years of spying, the overheard conversations, the planning, then Harry's entire advantage evaporated. All of it. Everything he'd built. The occlumency book offered exercises. Meditation. Emotional control. Visualization techniques, building mental walls, compartmentalizing memories, creating surface thoughts that obscured deeper ones. Harry had been doing some of this instinctively for years. The emotional control, the careful mask he wore around the Dursleys, the ability to shut down his feelings and operate on pure logic, these were survival skills that aligned perfectly with occlumency's foundations. But instinct wasn't enough. He needed practice. Real practice. He started that night. Sat cross-legged on the floor, closed his eyes, and began building walls. The book said to visualize a barrier, any image that felt strong and personal. Most people chose castle walls, stone fortifications, iron shields. Harry chose the cupboard door. Thin, wooden, with slats that let in slivers of light. Not imposing. Not grand. But familiar, the most familiar thing in his life. He visualized it in exacting detail, the grain of the wood, the small crack near the bottom hinge, the lock that clicked shut from the outside. And then he placed it between his thoughts and the world, and he pushed. The feeling was strange. Like flexing a muscle he'd never used, uncomfortable, awkward, exhausting. He held the visualization for 30 seconds before his concentration shattered and he slumped forward, breathing hard. 30 seconds. Pathetic. He tried again. And again. And again, every night for the rest of August, until he could hold the door steady for 10 minutes without wavering. He couldn't test it against an actual legilimens, he didn't know any, but the book said that even basic occlumency could blur surface thoughts enough to give a practitioner plausible deniability. Not perfect protection. But a start. It would have to be enough. September 1st arrived with the aggressive normality that characterized everything about the Dursleys. Vernon drove him to King's Cross. This was not an act of kindness. Harry had mentioned, casually, that he could always ask Hagrid to come pick him up on the flying motorbike, and Vernon had gone the color of an eggplant and offered to drive so fast the words nearly collided with each other. The drive was silent except for Vernon's muttered commentary on other drivers and Dudley's whimpering from the back seat, where he sat clutching his backside as if the pigtail might spontaneously return. At King's Cross, Vernon hauled Harry's trunk onto a trolley with unnecessary force and left him on the pavement between platforms 9 and 10. "There's no platform 9 3/4, Vernon sneered. "The freaks didn't even give you a proper platform. Good luck." He laughed, a mean, wet sound, and drove away without looking back. Harry watched the car disappear into traffic. Then he turned to the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, where he'd fallen through once before on a scouting mission, and considered his options. He could walk through now. He knew exactly how it worked. But that would mean arriving on the platform alone, early, without witnesses, and this was supposed to be the moment the naive, bewildered Harry Potter arrived in the wizarding world for the first time. He needed the right entrance. He needed to look lost. So he waited. Leaned against his trolley, pretending to study his ticket. Watched the crowds flow around him. It took 12 minutes. A large family came through the station, red-haired, loud, chaotic, and the woman at the center of it was saying, quite clearly, packed with muggles, of course. Harry nearly smiled. Subtlety, it seemed, was not a universal wizarding virtue. He approached her with his best Lost Boy expression. "Excuse me. Could you tell me how to get onto the platform?" The woman turned. She was plump, kind-faced, and wearing a coat that was slightly wrong for September, too heavy, too oddly cut, as if she'd dressed from a description of Muggle clothes rather than actual experience. Around her swarmed children, a tall boy with an air of self-importance, twin boys who radiated mischief like heat from a furnace, a younger boy about Harry's age with a long nose and a smudge of something on his cheek, and a small girl clutching the woman's hand with the forlorn desperation of someone being left behind. "First time at Hogwarts, dear?" the woman asked warmly. "Ron's new too." She nodded at the younger boy, who went pink. "Just walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, she said. "Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous." Harry thanked her, positioned his trolley, and ran at the barrier with convincing trepidation. The transition was seamless, one step in the Muggle world, the next on platform 9 3/4, and the Scarlet Hogwarts Express was even more impressive than Harry had imagined from his empty platform reconnaissance. It gleamed. Steam billowed from its stack. The platform was alive with students, parents, owls, cats, and the kind of cheerful pandemonium that Harry had never experienced and wasn't sure he liked. He loaded his trunk onto the train, struggling visibly, because he was small and the trunk was heavy, and because visible struggles earned sympathy and lowered people's guards, and found an empty compartment near the back of the train. He sat by the window, Hedwig's cage beside him, and began his real work. Observation. Through the window, he watched families say goodbye. Catalogued faces, noted dynamics, filed away details. The red-haired family was clearly close-knit and not wealthy, the children's robes were second-hand, the mother's wand was held together with tape. The tall boy with the badge was a prefect. The twins were trouble. The younger boy, Ron, stood slightly apart, fidgeting, trying to look brave. Other families drew Harry's eye. A man with long, white blonde hair and a silver-handled cane stood with the pointed boy from Madame Malkin's, his son, clearly, and something about the man's posture, the way he surveyed the platform as if he owned it, set Harry's instincts humming. A black girl with her hair in tight braids hugged a tall woman who might have been her grandmother. A round-faced boy clung to an older woman's arm while she tried to straighten his collar. A girl with enormous bushy hair and buck teeth was talking at high speed to two bewildered-looking adults who were clearly, unmistakably Muggle. Harry committed all of it to memory. Then the compartment door slid open and the red-haired boy, Ron, stood in the gap, awkward and hopeful. "Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." It wasn't. Harry had seen at least 3 other compartments with open seats on his way down the corridor. But Ron had sought him out, or been pushed in this direction by his mother, or simply gravitated toward the only other kid sitting alone, and Harry recognized an opportunity. "Go ahead," he said, gesturing to the seat opposite. Ron sat. Stared. His ears went red. Are you really Harry Potter?" he blurted. Harry let a beat pass. Then he lifted his fringe and showed the scar, the lightning bolt, still faintly pink against his pale skin. He'd practiced this moment in the mirror. Reluctance, not pride. A boy who didn't know what his scar meant to the world. "Wicked," Ron breathed. And just like that, Harry had his first visible ally. Ron Weasley was an open book. Not stupid, Harry picked that up quickly, but utterly without guile. He said what he thought, felt what he felt, and hid nothing. For someone trained in deception, it was simultaneously refreshing and alarming. Ron was the anti-spy, loud, emotional, transparent. And Harry liked him immediately, which was inconvenient because liking people made you vulnerable and Harry didn't have room for vulnerability. But there was something about Ron's easy warmth that slipped past Harry's defenses. The way he offered to share his corned beef sandwiches, which he clearly didn't want, because Harry hadn't brought food. The way he talked about his brothers, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred and George, with a mixture of pride and frustration that Harry recognized as the specific pain of feeling invisible in your own family. Harry almost laughed at the irony. He was literally invisible. Ron only felt that way. They ate their way through a mountain of sweets from the trolley which, Harry bought the lot, partly because he'd never had spending money and partly because sharing food was the fastest way to build trust with an 11-year-old boy. Ron's eyes went wide at the pile of chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and any residual awkwardness between them evaporated under the influence of sugar. Ron showed Harry his pet rat, Scabbers, a fat, gray, deeply unimpressive rodent who slept through everything. Harry looked at the rat and felt nothing remarkable, which he noted only because his instincts were prickling faintly and he couldn't figure out why. Some animals set off alarm bells. Mrs. Fig's cats had always watched him too closely. This rat seemed deliberately, aggressively ordinary, which was itself a kind of flag. He filed it away. Probably nothing. But probably nothing was still worth remembering. Then the compartment door opened again and the bushy-haired girl from the platform appeared, already in her Hogwarts robes, with the round-faced boy hovering behind her. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one," she said, in the bossy, slightly breathless tone of someone who'd been searching for 20 minutes and was losing patience. "No," Ron said. The girl's eyes swept the compartment, cataloguing the sweet wrappers, the rat, Harry's glasses, and Ron's smudged nose with the speed and precision of a database query. Then she sat down uninvited, looked directly at Harry, and said, "You're Harry Potter. I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "That's thorough," Harry said. "I'm Hermione Granger." "And you are?" She turned to Ron. "Ron Weasley," Ron said, with a mouth full of chocolate frog. Hermione wrinkled her nose slightly but continued without comment. She talked about herself with the unstoppable momentum of a freight train, Muggleborn, first witch in her family, had already memorized all the textbooks, was hoping for Gryffindor but Ravenclaw wouldn't be bad. She demonstrated a spell she'd learned, Oculus Reparo, which she used on Harry's glasses without asking, mending a crack he'd been ignoring, and then launched into a comparison of the 4 Hogwarts houses that was impressively detailed for someone who'd had the same amount of preparation time as Harry. Ron looked bored. Neville looked overwhelmed. Harry looked at Hermione Granger and recognized something that made his pulse quicken. She was like him. Not the invisibility, not the secrets or the spying, but the hunger. The desperate, voracious need to know everything, understand everything, control her environment through sheer force of knowledge. She was a Muggleborn entering an alien world, and her response had been the same as his: read everything. Learn everything. Leave nothing to chance. She was also, Harry realized with a mixture of admiration and wariness, observant. Her eyes kept flicking back to him between sentences, studying him the way he studied other people. When she finally left, dragging Neville off to continue the toad hunt, she paused in the doorway. "You know, you hold yourself very still for someone who's supposed to be new to all this," she said. It wasn't quite a question. Harry blinked. "Sorry. Most Muggle-raised kids are jumpy around magic. You haven't flinched once." She looked at him for a moment longer, then shrugged. "See you at the sorting." She left. The door slid shut. Ron leaned over. "Mental, that one." Harry nodded absently. But his mind was racing, because in 3 minutes of conversation, Hermione Granger had noticed something about him that Hagrid, Mrs. Fig, and the entire Leaky Cauldron had missed. He was going to have to watch her. Either as a threat or as an asset, Hermione Granger was someone who paid attention, and people who paid attention were dangerous. The train wound north through countryside that grew wilder and more dramatic as the hours passed. Harry and Ron talked, or rather, Ron talked and Harry listened, which was his preferred configuration for any conversation. Ron explained Quidditch in exhaustive detail. He explained the Hogwarts houses, Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious. He explained that his whole family had been in Gryffindor and that he'd probably die if he ended up in Slytherin. Every dark wizard who ever lived was in Slytherin, Ron said, with the absolute conviction of someone repeating a family truth. You know who was in Slytherin? Every single one? Harry asked. Well, mostly. Yeah. Basically. Harry didn't argue. But he made a mental note that Ron's worldview was painted in broad, comfortable strokes, good guys here, bad guys there, no gray in between. It was a child's perspective, and a purebloods, shaped by a loving family and clear allegiances. It was also, Harry suspected, dangerously simplistic. The compartment door opened a third time. The pale, pointed boy from Madame Malkin's stood in the corridor flanked by 2 hulking boys who looked like they'd been assembled from spare troll parts. Is it true? The pointed boy said. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, Harry said. The boy looked at Ron and his lip curled. Red hair and hand-me-down robes. You must be a Weasley. He turned back to Harry. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron made a noise that might have been a cough or a stifled laugh. Draco's eyes narrowed. Think my name's funny, do you? I don't need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. Ron went scarlet. His fists clenched. Harry watched the exchange with the clinical detachment of someone observing a chess game, Draco opening with aggression, targeting Ron's insecurities, trying to isolate Harry from the wrong sort. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter, Draco said, extending his hand. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. Harry looked at the hand. This was a critical moment, and he needed to play it perfectly. In the original draft of his mental plan, the one he'd constructed over the summer, Harry had intended to stay neutral. Don't make allies or enemies too quickly. Keep all doors open. The pointed boy was clearly Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy, whose name had appeared in Daily Prophet articles about Death Eater trials. The Malfoys were rich, connected, and politically powerful. Making an enemy of Draco on day one closed off an entire intelligence network. But Ron was sitting right there, watching, and Ron had already become something that complicated Harry's calculus. Not just an ally, something warmer. Something closer to a friend. And the contempt in Draco's voice when he'd said, Weasley, was the same contempt Vernon used for the word, freak, and something deep in Harry's chest, something older than strategy, older than planning, recoiled from it. Harry looked at Draco's hand and made a decision that was half strategic, half instinctive, and entirely human. Thanks, he said, his voice polite but cool. But I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself. Draco's face went pink. His hand dropped. Something shifted behind his eyes, not just anger, but hurt, quickly buried, and Harry noted it with a pang of something that might have been regret. He'd just made an enemy. A useful one, potentially, but an enemy nonetheless. Draco's jaw tightened. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. The compartment temperature dropped by several degrees. Not literally, Harry didn't think, but Ron's fists clenched and the two hulking boys in the corridor shifted their weight. Harry looked at Draco and let just a flicker of something cold cross his face. Not anger. Something quieter and more dangerous. "Thanks for the advice," Harry said. "Nothing else." Just that, flat and calm. Draco held his gaze for a moment, then sneered and turned on his heel. His bodyguards lumbered after him. The door slid shut. Ron let out a long breath. Bloody hell. "Do you know who his father is?" "Lucius Malfoy," Harry said, then caught himself. "I mean, I've heard the name." Ron didn't notice the slip. "Yeah, massive git. Was a you-know-who supporter, everyone knows it, but he said he'd been cursed into doing it." "As if." Harry nodded and redirected the conversation to Quidditch, which was Ron's inexhaustible default topic. But internally he was reviewing the exchange, testing his decisions. He'd shown his hand. Draco would report back to his father that Harry Potter had rejected the Malfoy overture and allied himself with a Weasley. That information would ripple outward through pure-blood networks. Harry was on a side now, whether he wanted to be or not. The question was how to operate from that position without being defined by it. Night fell. The train slowed. Students changed into robes in a flurry of excitement, and Harry put on his own, second-hand but well-fitted, anonymous among the crowd, and stepped onto a dark platform at Hogsmeade Station. Hagrid's voice boomed over the crowd, "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." The giant man stood at the end of the platform holding a lantern that looked toy-sized in his massive hand. He spotted Harry and his whole face lit up. "All right, Harry." "All right, Hagrid." They followed a narrow, steep path down to the edge of a vast black lake, where a fleet of small boats waited. 4 students per boat. Harry climbed into one with Ron, Neville, who'd found his toad, and Hermione, who hadn't stopped talking since they'd left the train. The boats moved of their own accord, gliding across the glass-dark water, and then the path curved and Hogwarts appeared. Even Harry, who'd seen photographs in Hogwarts, a history and built a detailed mental model of the castle's layout, felt his breath catch. It was enormous. Towers and turrets, windows glowing gold, reflected in the lake like a second castle hanging upside down in the darkness. It looked ancient and alive, a thing that had grown from the rock rather than been built on it. The sheer scale of magic required to build and maintain it, to enchant the staircases, ward the boundaries, keep the whole impossible structure standing for 1,000 years, was staggering. Ron whispered something odd. Neville nearly fell out of the boat. Hermione was silent for the first time all evening, her eyes wide, and Harry allowed himself a moment of genuine, unguarded wonder. Then he started mapping. The boats docked at an underground harbor. Stone steps led up to a massive oak door. Hagrid knocked 3 times. The door opened, and a woman stood in the entrance, tall, severe, wearing emerald green robes and an expression that suggested she did not tolerate nonsense. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." "Professor Minerva McGonagall." Harry recognized her voice from the conversation at Mrs. Figg's house 2 years ago. She led them across a vast entrance hall, flagstone floor, flaming torches on the walls, the sound of hundreds of voices behind a set of double doors to the right, and into a small chamber off the hall. She gave the speech about the houses. Harry already knew it by heart but listened attentively, watching her face. She was nervous, not visibly, not to anyone who wasn't trained to read micro-expressions, but the tightness around her eyes and the way her fingers gripped the scroll she was holding told Harry she cared about this moment more than she let on. She looked at him once, briefly, and something softened in her expression before she caught herself. She left them to wait. The room erupted in whispered speculation. Ron was muttering about having to wrestle a troll. The Patil twins were comparing notes on the sorting process. Draco was holding court with his 2 goons, loudly proclaiming that Slytherin was obviously the best house. Harry stood slightly apart, breathing slowly, preparing. This was the moment. The Sorting Hat, he'd read about it, would look into his mind. It would see his thoughts, his memories, his abilities. It would see the invisibility. It would see everything. Unless his occlumency held. He closed his eyes. Found the cupboard door in his mind. Reinforced it, thickened the wood, tightened the hinges, made the lock heavier. Then he layered something over it, a surface. A set of thoughts that he wanted the hat to see. His nervousness, real. His desire to be brave like his parents, mostly real. His fear of Slytherin, partially manufactured. His hope for Gryffindor, complicated but defensible. He pushed the deeper things, the invisibility, the spying, the years of preparation, the overheard conversations, down below the cupboard door and held them there. Open your eyes. Breathe normally. Look like every other scared 11-year-old in this room. McGonagall returned. They filed into the Great Hall. Harry had thought he was prepared for the Great Hall. He wasn't. The enchanted ceiling, a vast, star-scattered night sky, seamless and infinite, stole the breath he'd been carefully controlling. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students. A fifth table crossed the top, where the teachers sat. And at the center of it all, seated in a golden chair, was Albus Dumbledore. Harry looked at him for the first time. He was old. Enormously, unmistakably old, with a silver beard that reached his waist and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. He wore robes of deep purple covered in silver stars, and he was smiling, a warm, grandfatherly smile that reached his twinkling blue eyes. Harry felt the smile hit his occlumency like a wave against a seawall. Because it was genuine warmth. Genuine care. And that made it more dangerous than hostility, because hostility you could brace against. Kindness made you want to open up. He held the cupboard door steady. Smiled back. Looked away. McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall and set a battered, patched wizard's hat on top of it. The hat twitched, a rip near the brim opened wide, and it began to sing. Harry listened to the song, a clever bit of verse about the 4 houses and their virtues, and studied the teacher's table behind the cover of apparent rapture. Dumbledore at the center. McGonagall, now standing beside the stool. A tiny wizard who must be Professor Flitwick. A severe woman with her hair pulled back, Professor Sprout, maybe. A ghost-pale man with a hooked nose and lank black hair who stared at the first years with an expression of such concentrated loathing that Harry felt it from 30 feet away. Snape. That was Snape. Harry's scar didn't react, it had reacted to Quirrel, not Snape, but the intensity of the man's gaze was unsettling. And it was aimed, Harry realized, directly at him. Then there was Quirrel, at the end of the table, in his ridiculous turban, picking at his food and not meeting anyone's eyes. Harry's scar gave a dull, distant throb, like a bruise being pressed. 2 potential legilimens. 1 known threat. 1 unknown package hidden somewhere in the castle. Harry's pulse elevated slightly, and he controlled it. McGonagall began calling names. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl stumbled to the stool. The hat dropped over her eyes. A moment's pause, and then, Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in cheers. Hannah Abbott stumbled toward it, beaming. The sorting continued. Harry watched each student, noted where they went, filed names and faces, watched the hat's behavior. Some sortings were instant. Others took longer. The hat seemed to be having a conversation with each student, though only the student could hear it. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool. The hat dropped over her bushy hair and there was a long pause, nearly a full minute, during which Harry could see her lips moving, arguing. Then the hat shouted, Gryffindor, and Hermione's face split into a grin of such relief that Harry felt an unwilling sympathetic pulse of warmth. Ron groaned. Great. We'll never hear the end of it. More names. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor after a sorting so long Harry suspected the hat had fallen asleep. Draco Malfoy barely had the hat touch his head before it screamed, "Slytherin," and Draco strutted to the far table with his chin raised. "Potter, Harry." The great hall went silent. Then the whispers started, a rushing, hissing tide of sound that swept through the room like wind through grass. "Potter? The Harry Potter? Where? Which one is he?" Harry walked to the stool. Every eye in the room was on him. He felt exposed in a way that his invisibility had protected him from for 3 years, and it took every ounce of his training to keep his expression calm and his step steady. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat over his eyes, and the great hall vanished. Darkness. Warmth. And a voice, small, papery, ancient, whispering directly into his thoughts. "Well, well, well. What do we have here?" Harry held his mental surface steady. Nervousness. Bravery. Hope. The cupboard door, firmly shut. "Oh, that's interesting. You have defenses. Rudimentary, but present. Someone's been reading about occlumency." Harry said nothing. Thought nothing. Held the door. "You can relax, Mr. Potter. I've sorted 1,000 years of students. I've seen secrets that would make your hair curl, more than it already does. I'm bound by ancient magic to keep what I see confidential. Not even Dumbledore can compel me to reveal a student's sorting conversation." True or not, Harry wasn't going to test it. He kept the door shut but let the surface thoughts flow more naturally. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, real courage, not the bluster some children mistake for it. A sharp mind. Resourcefulness in abundance. And talent, oh my, yes. That invisibility of yours is remarkable. Not a learned skill, is it? It's part of your magical core. Exceptionally rare. Harry's breath hitched. The hat had gotten through. Or around. Or under. Don't panic. As I said, confidential. But I must say, this makes the sorting rather interesting. Because the mind I'm seeing, the discipline, the strategic thinking, the survival instincts, this is a Slytherin mind, Mr. Potter. Through and through. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. Not surprise, he'd expected this. But hearing it said plainly was different from suspecting it. "Slytherin would make you great," the hat continued. "You have the cunning, the ambition, the self-preservation. Salazar himself would have fought to claim you. And with your particular gifts, you could do extraordinary things in that house." Harry thought, very carefully, what would Dumbledore think if I were sorted into Slytherin? The hat was quiet for a moment. "Ah. Now that's a very Slytherin question, isn't it? You want to know how the sorting affects your operational position." Harry didn't deny it. "Let me tell you what I see. You are a boy who has survived through cunning and stealth. You are also a boy who ran into a dark cupboard and made himself invisible rather than fight back. You didn't hurt anyone. You didn't seek revenge. You hid. That tells me something about your character that all the strategic thinking in the world can't obscure. And there's something else. You chose the Weasley boy over the Malfoy boy. Not entirely for strategic reasons, don't pretend it was. You chose him because Malfoy was cruel and Weasley was kind, and something in you reaches toward kindness even when your training tells you not to." Harry held very still inside his own mind. "That's not Slytherin, Mr. Potter. That's Gryffindor. The bravery to be kind when you've been given every reason not to be. The courage to trust someone when trust is the most dangerous thing you can do. But I'll let you choose. I always do, when it matters." Harry thought about it. Really thought about it, for what felt like minutes but was probably seconds. Slytherin made strategic sense. He'd be close to the pureblood networks, close to information about Voldemort's old followers, insulated from the expectations that came with being a Gryffindor Potter. He could operate in the shadows the way he'd always operated. But he'd be isolated. Ron wouldn't follow him there. Hermione wouldn't either. And Dumbledore would watch a Slytherin Harry Potter with a very different kind of attention, not the benign, distant oversight he'd planned, but active suspicion. A Slytherin Harry Potter was a threat. A Gryffindor Harry Potter was a reassurance. And, the hat was right, damn it, he wanted to be in Gryffindor. Not just for strategy. Because his parents had been there. Because Ron would be there. Because the idea of belonging somewhere, of being chosen for bravery rather than cunning, made something inside him ache with wanting. Gryffindor, Harry thought. Please. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. Yes. The hat's voice held something that sounded almost like approval. Better be, Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall. McGonagall lifted the hat, and Harry was hit by a wall of sound. The Gryffindor table exploded. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Percy the prefect was reaching over to shake Harry's hand. Hermione was clapping so hard her palms must have stung. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table on legs that were slightly unsteady and sat down next to Hermione, who beamed at him. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy stared at him with an expression that was difficult to read. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore was smiling. Snape was not. And Quirrell, Harry glanced at the turban-wrapped professor and felt his scar burn, sharper this time, a needle of pain behind the lightning bolt. Quirrell wasn't looking at him. Quirrell was looking at his plate. But the pain was there, steady and insistent, and Harry added it to his growing file of evidence that something was very, very wrong with the defense against the dark arts teacher. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor, the hat barely touched his head, and he dropped into the seat beside Harry with a grin of such uncomplicated relief that Harry felt his own manufactured calm slip slightly. "Thank God," Ron said. "Mum would have killed me if I'd gone to Slytherin." Harry smiled. And for a moment, a brief, unguarded moment, it was real. The feast was extraordinary. Food appeared on the golden plates as if conjured from nothing: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops. Harry's stomach clenched at the smell, a Pavlovian response to Privet Drive Tuesdays, Yorkshire puddings, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some bizarre reason, peppermint humbugs. Harry ate steadily and well, years of near starvation having taught him to take food when it was available, and watched the room. The Gryffindor table was warm, chaotic, and inclusive. The older students welcomed the first years with genuine enthusiasm. The house ghost, nearly headless Nick, provided entertainment by partially detaching his head, which made the first years scream and the older students laugh. The atmosphere was family-like, specifically, the kind of family Harry had seen from the outside but never experienced from within. It was seductive. That was the word. The warmth, the belonging, the easy laughter, all of it pulled at him, invited him to relax, to stop analyzing, to just be a kid at a magical school. And part of him wanted to. God, part of him wanted to so badly it hurt. But then he looked up at the teacher's table and saw Snape watching him with those black, fathomless eyes, and the warmth receded. Snape hated him. That was obvious, the loathing on the man's face was barely concealed. And yet Snape worked for Dumbledore, was trusted by Dumbledore, had been, according to Mrs. Figg's overheard gossip, a Death Eater who'd turned spy. A spy. Like Harry. The thought was uncomfortable. Harry pushed it away and focused on the feast. Dumbledore stood to make announcements after the desserts vanished. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden. Magic was not allowed in the corridors between classes. Quidditch trials would be held in the second week of term. And, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry didn't react visibly. But inside, the words slotted into place with an almost audible click. Third floor corridor. The package from Vault 713. Snape and Dumbledore's overheard conversation about the package on the third floor. Whatever was in that grubby brown parcel was now inside Hogwarts, behind protection serious enough to warrant a death threat from the headmaster. The Philosopher's Stone. It had to be. Harry had read about Nicholas Flamel in Notable Magical Names of Our Time, the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, which produced the elixir of life and could turn any metal into pure gold. Flamel was over 600 years old. His entry in the book had mentioned a long association with Albus Dumbledore. Someone had tried to steal the stone from Gringotts. Vault 713. Hagrid had retrieved it just in time. Now it was at Hogwarts, guarded, and Dumbledore was warning students away with the casualness of a man who'd already decided exactly how the situation would unfold. Harry filed everything, maintained his smile, and sang the school song along with everyone else when Dumbledore conducted it with his wand. He followed Percy the prefect up 7 flights of stairs, through a portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress, password, Caput Draconis, and into the Gryffindor common room. It was round, cozy, and stuffed with squashy armchairs. A fire crackled in the grate. The walls were hung with scarlet and gold tapestries. It felt like a home, the kind of home Harry had read about in books and never believed existed. Percy directed them to the dormitories. Harry climbed the spiral staircase to the first-year boys' room, where 5 four-poster beds with deep red curtains waited. His trunk was already at the foot of one. Hedwig's cage stood on the nightstand, and the owl hooted softly as he approached. Ron took the bed next to Harry's. Neville was across the room, already unpacking with the slow care of someone who'd break something if he rushed. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, 2 boys Harry had noted during the sorting, took the remaining beds. "Brilliant, isn't it?" Ron said, bouncing on his mattress. "Can you believe this is where we live now?" Harry sat on his bed and felt the mattress give beneath him. It was the softest thing he'd ever sat on. He had his own bed. His own nightstand. A window that looked out over the grounds. A door that didn't lock from the outside. "Yeah," he said. "It's brilliant." Ron grinned, pulled his curtains shut, and within minutes was snoring. The other boys followed suit. The dormitory settled into the deep, rhythmic breathing of sleeping children. Harry waited 30 minutes. Then he slipped out of bed, pulled on his shoes, and went invisible. The castle at night was a different creature than the castle by day. The torches in the corridors burned low, casting long shadows. The portraits slept in their frames, snoring and muttering. The staircases creaked and shifted. Harry felt one move beneath his feet as he descended, swinging from one landing to another with a grinding sound that set his teeth on edge. He moved slowly, silently, mapping as he went. His mental palace expanded in real time, left turn at the second-floor landing, right through the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, down a narrow spiral staircase that wasn't on any map he'd seen, through a door disguised as a section of wall. The castle was enormous and labyrinthine, designed by people who either had a perverse sense of humor or a genuine desire to lose visitors. Harry loved it. Every hidden passage, every trick step, every door that wasn't a door was a tactical asset. In a castle this complex, knowledge of the layout was worth more than any spell. He could move through Hogwarts invisibly, silently, knowing routes that others didn't, and that gave him an advantage that couldn't be taught in any classroom. He found the third-floor corridor within an hour. The right-hand side of the third floor was blocked by a locked door, heavy oak, iron-banded, secured with a lock that Harry could have picked in his sleep if it had been mechanical. But this lock was magical, and he didn't have the knowledge to bypass it yet. He pressed his ear to the door. From the other side came a sound, deep, rhythmic, wet. Breathing. Something very large was breathing behind that door. Harry stepped back. Whatever was guarding the stone, it was alive. And from the sound of it, it was big. He memorized the door's location, the corridor's layout, the nearest exits, and moved on. His next target was the teacher's floor. He'd identified the general area from Hogwarts, a history, and confirmed it during the walk to Gryffindor Tower. The teacher's offices and quarters were on the 4th and 5th floors, clustered around the central staircase. Harry navigated there carefully, testing each floorboard for creaks, and found himself in a long corridor lined with doors. Most were dark and silent. But at the far end, a thin line of light showed under one door, and Harry heard voices. He moved closer, pressing himself against the wall, invisible and barely breathing. "Don't see why it needs to be in the school at all." Snape's voice, sharp and cold. The Gringotts vault was perfectly adequate. The Gringotts vault was nearly breached, Severus. "You know that as well as I do." Dumbledore's voice, calm and measured. "And you think a castle full of children is a better alternative? If the Dark Lord is truly, not the Dark Lord. Not yet. A servant, perhaps. Someone doing his bidding. You have suspicions. I always have suspicions. It's an occupational hazard of being me." A pause. Then Snape, quieter, "And the boy?" Harry arrived safely. "He's in Gryffindor. He seems well adjusted." Well adjusted. Snape's voice could have etched glass. "He's the spitting image of his father. Strutting into the great hall like he owned the place. He did nothing of the sort, Severus, and you know it." The boy was quiet and polite. If anything, he seemed remarkably composed for a child who's just learned he's a wizard. "Remarkably composed," Snape repeated, and there was something in his voice, not just bitterness, but attention. Sharpness. "Yes. I noticed that too. Most Muggle-raised children are overwhelmed." Potter looked like he was taking notes. Another pause. Longer this time. Harry's heart was beating so hard he was terrified they'd hear it. "You think there's something unusual about the boy," Dumbledore said. "Not a question. I think there's something unusual about a child who grows up in a cupboard under the stairs and arrives at Hogwarts looking calm and collected. Most abused children are either timid or aggressive. Potter is neither. He's watchful. Many abused children develop heightened awareness of their surroundings. It's a survival mechanism. Is that what you're calling it? For now. Keep an eye on him, Severus. But discreetly. The boy doesn't need to feel persecuted on top of everything else." "Discreetly," Snape said, with enough sarcasm to fill a cauldron. "Of course. Because subtlety is famously my weakness." Footsteps. Harry pressed himself flat against the wall as Dumbledore's door opened and Snape swept into the corridor, robes billowing. The potions master passed within 3 feet of Harry without a glance. His eyes were fixed ahead, his expression thunderous, and disappeared down the staircase. Harry waited until the footsteps faded, then allowed himself to breathe. Snape was watching him. Not with the blind hatred Harry had assumed, though the hatred was there, clearly tied to Harry's father, but with genuine analytical interest. Snape had noticed Harry's composure. Had called it unusual. Had flagged it to Dumbledore. Harry had been at Hogwarts for less than 4 hours and he'd already drawn attention. He needed to be less composed. More visibly nervous. More visibly 11. He needed to make mistakes, controlled mistakes, the kind that made him look like a normal kid rather than a child operative. He needed to trip on stairs and fumble with his wand and ask stupid questions in class. Not too much, overplaying it would be worse than not playing it at all, but enough to sand down the edges that Snape had spotted. The irony was bitter. He'd spent 3 years learning to be invisible, and now his biggest challenge was learning to be visible in the right way. He continued his exploration for another 2 hours. Found 2 secret passages, one behind a mirror on the 4th floor, one behind a statue of a humpbacked witch on the 3rd. Found the kitchens, behind a painting of a fruit bowl, you tickled the pear. Found the library, which was locked but had a door that he memorized for future investigation. Found the entrance to the dungeons, where the air turned cold and damp and the Slytherin common room waited behind a stretch of bare stone wall. He also found Quirrel. The defense against the dark arts teacher was standing in a 7th-floor corridor at 2 in the morning, alone, facing a stretch of blank wall. He was pacing. 3 times past, 3 times back. And he was muttering, not to himself, Harry realized with a chill that had nothing to do with the castle's drafts, but to something under his turban. "I can't, not yet, the protections," Quirrell's voice was a thin, reedy whisper. And then another voice. So quiet Harry had to strain to hear it, even from 10 feet away. A voice like dry leaves scraping across stone. "Patience. We must be patient. The stone is within reach." But Dumbledore suspects nothing. He sees an old colleague. A nervous man. He does not see us. Harry's scar erupted. Not a dull throb this time but a lance of white-hot pain that drove through his forehead like a nail. He clamped his hand over the scar, bit down on a gasp, and staggered backward. A floorboard creaked. Quirrell spun. His eyes, wide, panicked, darting, swept the corridor. Harry was invisible, silent, pressed against the wall with his hand over his burning scar, not breathing. Quirrell's gaze passed over him, through him, and found nothing. "What was that?" Quirrell whispered. The voice from under the turban was silent. Then, nothing. A rat, perhaps. Or a ghost. This castle is infested with both. Quirrell stared down the corridor for a long moment. Then he turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing, his turban casting a long, strange shadow in the torchlight. Harry waited until the footsteps faded completely. Then he waited another 5 minutes, because patience was the difference between a good spy and a dead one. Then he moved, quickly and silently, back toward Gryffindor Tower. His scar throbbed with every heartbeat. His mind was racing. There was something under Quirrell's turban. Something alive. Something that spoke with its own voice and wanted the stone. Not just a master giving orders through a servant, a presence. A parasite. Something that was literally riding on Quirrell's body, hidden in plain sight. Harry thought about what he knew. Voldemort had been destroyed, or not destroyed, but stripped of his body. He'd vanished the night he tried to kill Harry. But Mrs. Figg's conversations had implied he wasn't truly gone, just diminished. Reduced. Looking for a way back. And now there was a disembodied voice under a teacher's turban, whispering about the Philosopher's Stone, an object that could produce the elixir of life. Harry climbed through the portrait hole, crossed the common room, and slipped back into his dormitory. Ron was still snoring. Neville was mumbling about his toad. The room was warm and safe and normal. Harry lay in bed, staring at the canopy overhead, and for the first time since discovering his invisibility, considered the possibility that he was in over his head. Then he took a breath, organized his thoughts, and began planning. He was in over his head. Fine. He'd been in over his head since age 8. The question wasn't whether the situation was dangerous, it was how to navigate the danger while maintaining his cover, building his skills, and keeping the people around him safe. The people around him. When had that become part of the equation? He thought about Ron's easy grin. Hermione's sharp eyes. Neville's nervous courage. He'd known them for less than a day, and already they were complicating his calculations. Harry closed his eyes. Sleep came slowly, interrupted by the fading pulse of his scar and the echo of a voice whispering about patience, about stones, about reaching. The first week of classes was an exercise in calibrated mediocrity. Harry attended every class with wide-eyed enthusiasm that was 50% genuine and 50% performance. He let himself be visibly amazed by magic, the floating feather in charms, the matchstick-to-needle transformation in transfiguration, while carefully controlling how quickly he learned. He answered enough questions to seem bright but not brilliant. He made enough mistakes to seem normal. He fumbled his wand grip in ways that looked natural and earned patient corrections from McGonagall. It was exhausting. Harder, in many ways, than simply excelling would have been. Every answer he held back, every deliberate mistake, every moment of feigned confusion was a calculation, and the constant performance drained him in ways that invisibility never had. The irony did not escape him. He'd spent 3 years learning to disappear. Now he had to learn to appear, but only in the right proportions, only in the right way. He was visible, but the visibility was as carefully constructed as his invisibility. Some classes were harder to sandbag than others. Potions, for instance. Snape swept into the dungeon classroom on their first Friday with a dramatic billow of robes that Harry suspected was rehearsed. He took the register, paused at Harry's name with a sneer, and then launched into a speech about bottling fame, brewing glory, and putting a stopper in death that was clearly his opening day performance piece. Then he turned on Harry. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry knew the answer. He'd read the textbook 3 times over the summer. Powdered asphodel and wormwood made the draught of living death, a powerful sleeping potion. But the correct play here was not to know. Not yet. Not in front of Snape, who was already suspicious. "I don't know, sir." "Tut, tut. Fame clearly isn't everything." Snape's lips curled. "Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Again, Harry knew. A bezoar was a stone from the stomach of a goat that could counteract most poisons. He'd found that particularly interesting. "I don't know, sir." He kept his voice meek, slightly embarrassed. Beside him, Hermione's hand was stretching toward the ceiling so hard she was nearly levitating. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "I don't know, sir." "I think Hermione does, though." A few people laughed. Snape did not. His black eyes bored into Harry's with an intensity that made the occlumency door tremble. Harry held it. Kept his surface thoughts simple: embarrassment, confusion, the ordinary anxiety of a student being publicly humiliated. But Snape's gaze lingered a beat too long, and when he finally turned away to berate the class for not opening their books, Harry saw something flicker across his face. Not satisfaction. Not triumph. Doubt. Snape wasn't sure what he was seeing. And that uncertainty, for now, was Harry's best protection. The rest of the potions lesson was unpleasant. Snape stalked between the cauldrons, criticizing everyone except Draco Malfoy, and singled Harry out for particular abuse when his potion turned the wrong shade of green. Harry took it calmly. He'd endured worse from Vernon, far worse, and filed away every word, every micro-expression, every shift in Snape's demeanor. The man was performing too. That was the thing. The cruelty was real. Snape genuinely didn't like Harry, but the extent of it was theatrical, a role being played for the Slytherin students who watched and reported back to their parents. Snape was maintaining a cover. Former Death Eater, Slytherin loyalist, petty tyrant who despised the boy who lived. It was brilliant, in a terrible way. And Harry recognized it because he was doing the same thing. 2 spies in a dungeon, performing for different audiences, watching each other watch each other. Hermione caught up to Harry after class, furious on his behalf. That was completely unfair. He had no right to single you out like that. Those were advanced questions, way beyond first-year material. "It's fine," Harry said. "It's not fine. He was testing you. Trying to humiliate you." "I know." She looked at him sharply. "You know. You say that a lot." "I know. As if nothing ever surprises you." Harry adjusted his expression. Shrugged. "I'm just not surprised that a teacher doesn't like me. I'm used to it." Something in Hermione's face softened. The analytical sharpness that had flagged him on the train gave way to sympathy, and Harry felt a twinge of guilt for using his childhood as a deflection. But it worked. She changed the subject, started talking about the homework Snape had assigned, and the moment passed. Ron, who'd been listening, slung an arm over Harry's shoulder with the casual physicality of someone who'd grown up in a family that touched. "Snape's a git," Ron declared. "Everyone knows it. Don't let him get to you." "I won't," Harry said, and leaned into the contact slightly, and was surprised to find that he meant it. The second week brought two developments that disrupted Harry's carefully managed routine. The first was flying lessons. They were scheduled for Thursday afternoon with the Slytherins, which seemed designed to maximize conflict, and Harry approached the lesson with cautious interest. He'd never flown, never been on a broom, never been more than 10 feet off the ground, but he'd read about the theory and was curious to see how his body responded to magic that wasn't invisibility. The lesson started badly. Neville's broom bucked him off within seconds, and he rocketed into the sky, screaming, before falling 30 feet and landing with a crack that turned out to be his wrist. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, a hawk-eyed woman with short gray hair, rushed him to the hospital wing and made the critical error of leaving 20 unsupervised 11-year-olds alone on a field full of broomsticks. Draco picked up Neville's Remembrall, a small glass sphere that had been a gift from his grandmother, and grinned. Maybe if the fat lump had given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on his fat arse. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry said. He'd spoken before he'd thought. The words came out flat and cold, not the calculated performance of a boy playing a role but the genuine anger of someone who'd watched bullies operate for years and had finally, irrevocably, had enough. Draco's grin widened. He mounted his broom and kicked off, rising 20 feet in the air with the easy grace of someone who'd been flying since childhood. He held the Remembrall up, glinting in the sun. "Come and get it, Potter." Harry looked at the broom on the ground. He'd never flown. He had no idea what he was doing. Every strategic instinct screamed at him to stand down, to stay invisible in the metaphorical sense, to not draw attention. He grabbed the broom and kicked off. The sensation was, there was no word for it. His body knew what to do before his mind caught up, as if flying was a language he'd been born speaking. The broom responded to his thoughts, his shifts of weight, the barest pressure of his fingers. He rose fast, faster than Draco had, and the wind hit his face and his stomach dropped and he laughed, a real laugh, spontaneous and wild, the kind he'd never heard himself make. Draco threw the Remembrall. Harry saw it arc through the air, a glinting point of light against the grey sky, already falling. He leaned forward and the broom shot toward it like a bullet. The ground rushed up. The wall of the castle rushed sideways. And Harry reached out and caught the Remembrall in one hand, pulling up barely a foot from the stone wall, his heart hammering, his blood singing, alive in a way he'd never, Harry Potter. McGonagall's voice cracked across the field like a whip. Harry's stomach plummeted faster than the dive. He landed, dismounted, and found the deputy headmistress bearing down on him with an expression that could have curdled milk at 50 paces. "Never, in all my years, come with me, Potter. Now." Harry followed her into the castle, the Remembrall still clutched in his hand, already calculating damage control. Expelled on the second week. That was the end of everything. The cover, the mission, Hogwarts, all of it, because he'd lost his temper over a glass ball. McGonagall didn't take him to Dumbledore's office. She took him to a fifth-floor classroom where a seventh-year boy was practicing charm work. "Wood, I've found you a seeker." Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, stared at Harry as McGonagall described the dive, 50-foot drop, one-handed catch, didn't even scratch the paintwork. Wood's eyes went wide, then wider, then practically spherical. "Have you ever played Quidditch?" Wood asked. "I've never even flown before today," Harry said honestly. Wood looked at McGonagall. McGonagall looked at Wood. Something passed between them that Harry recognized as the shared delirium of people who just found exactly what they'd been looking for. "We'll start training next week," Wood said. Harry walked out of the classroom in a daze. He'd come in expecting expulsion and walked out as the youngest Quidditch seeker in a century. The whiplash was so extreme he nearly laughed again. But underneath the shock and the unexpected joy, a colder thought was forming. He'd lost control. He'd acted on impulse, genuine, unfiltered impulse, and it had worked out, but it could just as easily have ended in disaster. If McGonagall had been less of a Quidditch fanatic, if the dive had gone wrong, if he'd crashed, he needed to be more careful. Or, and this was the thought that troubled him most, he needed to accept that some part of him didn't want to be careful. Some part of him wanted to fly, to laugh, to defend Neville's stupid glass ball because it was the right thing to do. Some part of him wanted to be 11 years old. That part was dangerous. But Harry was beginning to suspect it was also necessary. The second development came on Saturday night, when Harry made his next invisible excursion. He'd been mapping the castle systematically, a new section each night, 1 to 2 hours of silent exploration before returning to the dormitory. He'd charted most of the first 4 floors and begun working on the 5th. But tonight he had a specific destination, the library. The Hogwarts library was vast, and Madame Pants, the librarian, guarded it with a ferocity that suggested she valued the books more than the students who read them. During the day, Harry visited openly, checking out approved texts and behaving like any other first year. But the restricted section, a roped-off area at the back, filled with books on advanced and potentially dangerous magic, was off-limits without a teacher's signed permission. Harry didn't need permission. He needed invisibility and patience. He slipped through the library door at 1 in the morning and made his way to the restricted section. The rope barrier was enchanted, he could feel it hum as he stepped over it, a low vibration that might have been an alarm. He paused, waiting. No response. Either the alarm was keyed to visible intruders or it was simply a deterrent, like a "keep out" sign. He moved through the shelves, reading spines. Most Patenti potions. Secrets of the darkest art. Magic most evil. He pulled volumes carefully, read what he could in the dim wandlight. He'd mastered the Lumos spell in his 3rd night at Hogwarts, unable to resist any longer, and replaced them exactly as he'd found them. Most of it was too advanced. Dark magic, blood rituals, curses that made his skin crawl. But some of it was useful in the way that Mrs. Figg's newspapers had been useful. It painted a picture of the wizarding world's shadows. The things polite society didn't discuss. The magic that existed whether you approved of it or not. He found a reference to Horcruxes in Secrets of the Darkest Art and nearly dropped the book. The entry was brief, most of the information had been removed, pages literally torn out, but what remained was enough to understand the concept. A Horcrux was an object in which a wizard had concealed a fragment of their soul. Creating one required murder. Destroying one required extraordinary means. And a wizard with a Horcrux could not be killed, because their soul was anchored to the physical world even if their body was destroyed. Harry stared at the torn pages and thought about Voldemort. A wizard who'd survived the most powerful destructive curse in existence. A wizard who'd been destroyed, but wasn't dead. A wizard who was, right now, parasitically attached to a teacher's head, whispering about patience and stones. A wizard with a Horcrux could not be killed. He put the book back. His hands were steady, but his mind was not. If Voldemort had made a Horcrux, or multiple Horcruxes, then the entire wizarding world's assumption that the Dark Lord had been defeated was wrong. He hadn't been defeated. He'd been inconvenienced. And the Philosopher's Stone wasn't just a theft target, it was a resurrection tool. Elixir of life, brewed from the stone, could sustain a body. And a body was what Voldemort needed. Harry left the restricted section, replaced the rope, and sat in one of the library's reading chairs, invisible, staring at nothing. He was 11 years old. He was sitting in a school library past midnight with knowledge that most adult wizards didn't have. He knew where the threat was, what it wanted, and roughly what it was. He knew that Dumbledore suspected but underestimated the danger. He knew that Snape was a spy watching Harry who was a spy watching everyone. And he knew, with the cold clarity that came from years of survival, that he couldn't handle this alone. The realization was bitter. Harry had operated alone his entire life. Solo was safe. Solo was controllable. Other people were variables, unpredictable, unreliable, but other people had skills he didn't. Hermione could research faster than he could make connections across disciplines, could think in ways his intelligence-trained mind sometimes couldn't. Ron understood the wizarding world from the inside, the social networks, the family allegiances, the unwritten rules. And there were protections that came with allies that no amount of invisibility could provide. Witnesses. Alibis. People who would notice if you disappeared. Harry sat in the dark library and made a decision he'd been avoiding since the sorting. He would build a team. Not a full reveal, not yet, maybe not ever, but a careful, incremental trust-building exercise. He'd bring Hermione and Ron into the investigation. Carefully. On his terms. He left the library, returned to the dormitory, and slept. 3 weeks into term, Harry put his plan into motion. He started with breadcrumbs. Small observations, dropped casually into conversation, that pointed Hermione's considerable intellect in the right direction. "Have you noticed anything odd about Professor Quirrel?" he asked one morning over breakfast, buttering toast with the careful nonchalance of someone who hadn't been spying on the man for weeks. Hermione frowned. "He stutters a lot. And his classroom smells like garlic." "Yeah, but it's not just that. Watch his hands next time. When he thinks no one's looking, they stop shaking." Hermione's eyes narrowed. She had that look, the one Harry was learning to recognize, that meant she'd filed the observation away and would worry at it like a dog with a bone until she'd extracted every possible conclusion. Ron was harder to direct subtly because Ron didn't do subtle. But he responded to direct questions with surprising depth. "What do you know about Nicholas Flamel?" Harry asked during a study session in the common room. "Flamel? Dunno. Name sounds familiar. I think I've seen it on a chocolate frog card." "Why?" "Just something I read. He's connected to Dumbledore somehow." Ron shrugged and returned to his charms essay, but the name was planted. It would germinate. Harry also began cultivating relationships outside his immediate circle. He was polite to everyone, Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, and made a point of learning names, remembering details, asking follow-up questions. Not manipulatively, or at least not only manipulatively. He found, to his own surprise, that he genuinely enjoyed talking to people when he wasn't performing. Neville's passion for herbology was infectious. Dean Thomas's Muggle football analogies were hilarious. Seamus Finnegan's tendency to blow things up was alarming but entertaining. He even maintained a cautious neutrality with the Slytherins, or at least with the ones who weren't actively hostile. Blaise Zabini, a tall black boy with an air of amused detachment, nodded to Harry in the corridors. Daphne Greengrass, a quiet girl who sat alone in the library, exchanged books recommendations. These weren't friendships. Harry wasn't naive enough to think Slytherin first-years would befriend the boy who lived without ulterior motives, but they were channels. Lines of communication that might prove useful. Draco remained hostile. The Remembrall incident had hardened his resentment into something personal, and he took every opportunity to sneer at Harry in the corridors, mock Ron's family, and make Hermione's Muggle-born status a punchline. Harry endured it with visible calm and invisible anger, and reminded himself that Draco was a 12-year-old boy echoing his father's prejudices, not a genuine threat. Not yet, anyway. October arrived, and with it, two things: Harry's first Quidditch practice and the incident that changed everything. Quidditch was a revelation. Not strategically, the sport was tactically interesting but ultimately irrelevant to Harry's larger objectives, but personally. Flying was the one thing Harry did without calculation. When he was on a broom, 100 feet in the air with the wind in his face and the snitch glinting somewhere in the periphery of his vision, the spy switched off. The performance stopped. He was just a boy, fast and free and gloriously, unself-consciously visible. Oliver Wood was a fanatical but effective coach. He ran Harry through drills until Harry's arms ached and his reflexes hummed, and the improvement was dramatic. Harry had natural talent, Wood said it was the best he'd ever seen, but talent without training was just potential, and Wood intended to convert every ounce of potential into match-winning performance. The first match was in November, against Slytherin. Harry filed that away and focused on the training, because the physical benefits, stamina, reflexes, spatial awareness, translated directly to his nighttime operations. Then, on Halloween, the troll came. Harry was at the feast when Quirrel burst through the great hall doors, turban askew, face grey, screaming about a troll in the dungeons. The hall erupted in panic. Dumbledore restored order with a cannon blast from his wand and directed the prefects to lead students back to their dormitories. Harry was on his feet and moving before the instructions finished. Not toward Gryffindor Tower. Toward the third-floor corridor. Because this was wrong. A troll, on Halloween, in the dungeons, where the Slytherin common room was. The timing was too convenient. The chaos was too useful. If someone wanted to get past the protections around the stone, a troll was a perfect distraction. He was 3 steps from the marble staircase when he stopped. Hermione. She wasn't at the feast. She'd been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon, crying, because Ron had said something cruel about her during charms. It's no wonder she hasn't got any friends, and she didn't know about the troll. The bathroom was on the first floor. The dungeons were below. If the troll wasn't actually in the dungeons, if it had moved, or if its location had been misreported, Harry changed course. The spy in him screamed to go to the 3rd floor, to watch, to gather intelligence on whoever was making a move on the stone. The boy in him turned toward the bathroom. Ron caught up with him on the 1st floor corridor. The redhead's face was white, his eyes wide. Hermione doesn't know about the troll, Ron panted. I was a prat to her earlier, we have to, I know. Come on. They smelled it before they saw it. A reek like an open sewer mixed with old socks, so thick it was almost visible. Then the sound, a low, dragging thud of massive feet, a grunt, a crash. They rounded the corner and saw the troll. 12 feet tall. Gray, lumpy skin. Tiny, stupid head. It was dragging a massive wooden club behind it, and it was heading directly toward the girls' bathroom door. Oh no, Ron whispered. The troll reached the door and smashed through it like paper. From inside, a scream, high, terrified, unmistakably Hermione. Harry's invisibility surged. He felt it rising, the silk-water feeling, his body's instinctive response to danger, and he shoved it down. Not now. Not in front of Ron. We have to do something, he said instead, and ran through the shattered door. The bathroom was destroyed. Stalls were splintered. Sinks were cracked. Water sprayed from broken pipes. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, frozen, her face a mask of terror. The troll raised its club. Harry grabbed a piece of broken pipe from the floor and threw it. It bounced off the troll's head with a metallic clang. The troll turned, confused. Its small eyes found Harry and narrowed. Oi! Ron shouted from the doorway, throwing a piece of wood. Over here, you ugly, the troll swung. Harry dove. The club cratered the tile floor where he'd been standing, and the shockwave knocked him sideways. He rolled, came up running, grabbed another piece of debris and threw it. Keep it distracted, keep it turning, don't let it focus. The troll swung again. Harry dodged, but the club caught the edge of a broken stall and sent shrapnel flying. A piece hit Harry in the shoulder, the same shoulder he'd cracked in the cupboard 3 years ago, and pain exploded white and hot. His invisibility flared. For a split second, he vanished, completely, involuntarily, and then came back, gasping, visible. Ron didn't notice. Hermione, pressed against the wall, did. Her eyes went wide. Not with fear of the troll, with something else entirely. Harry didn't have time to process it. The troll was turning back toward Hermione, club rising, and Harry did the only thing he could think of. He ran forward, jumped, and landed on the troll's back. His arms wrapped around its thick neck. The troll bellowed and thrashed, trying to shake him off, and Harry's wand, he hadn't even realized he was holding it, jammed straight up the troll's nose. "Ron!" Harry shouted. "Your wand. The levitation spell. Hit the club." Ron's wand was already out. His face was a rictus of concentration. Wingardium Leviosa. The club rose from the troll's grip, floated up, and hung in the air above its head. Ron's wand trembled. The club wobbled. "Drop it!" Harry yelled. Ron released the spell. 20 pounds of solid oak fell 5 feet straight down onto the troll's skull. The troll's eyes crossed. It swayed. Harry threw himself sideways as the creature toppled like a felled tree, hitting the floor with a crash that shook the building. Silence. Broken only by dripping water and heavy breathing. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at the unconscious troll. Then at each other. Then at the troll again. "Is it dead?" Hermione whispered. Harry pulled his wand from the troll's nose. It was covered in gray, lumpy troll bogies. "No. Just knocked out." "Brilliant," Ron said faintly. Footsteps. Raised voices. McGonagall burst through the shattered door with Snape and Quirrell behind her, and the next 10 minutes were a blur of recrimination and explanation. Hermione, astonishingly, lied for them, said she'd gone looking for the troll because she'd read about them and thought she could handle it, and Harry and Ron had come to save her. McGonagall's lips thinned to invisibility, but she awarded Gryffindor 5 points and sent them to the tower. Harry noticed 2 things during the chaos. First, Snape was limping. His right leg was bleeding through his robes, as if something had bitten him. Something with multiple heads, perhaps, guarding a trapdoor on the 3rd floor. Second, Quirrell, standing in the destroyed bathroom, wasn't looking at the troll. He was looking at Harry. And the expression on his face wasn't fear or relief or the general fluster he usually performed. It was calculation. That night, after the common room celebrations had died down and the adrenaline had faded to a dull hum, Hermione cornered Harry in the empty corridor outside the portrait hole. "You disappeared," she said. "What?" "During the fight. When the debris hit your shoulder. You vanished. Just for a second, like a light going out. And then you came back." Harry's heart rate spiked. He controlled it. Arranged his face into puzzled blankness. "I think the troll might have rattled you more than, don't." Hermione's voice was quiet but fierce. "Don't insult my intelligence, Harry. I know what I saw. You became invisible. Not hidden. Not behind something. Invisible. And you weren't surprised by it. You weren't even scared. You just pushed it down and kept fighting." They stared at each other in the flickering torchlight. The fat lady snored in her frame behind them. The castle was silent. Harry weighed his options. Deny everything, the safe play, the spy's default. Hermione was smart, but she had no proof, and he could gaslight her into doubting her own eyes if he needed to. But she'd saved them tonight. She'd lied to a teacher, risked punishment, protected them without being asked. And she was standing in front of him now not with accusation but with curiosity, the burning, desperate curiosity of someone who'd found a puzzle and wouldn't rest until she'd solved it. And Harry was tired. Not physically, he could run on no sleep for days. But emotionally. The constant performance, the unending calculation, the loneliness of being the only person in every room who knew what was really happening. "Not here," he said. Hermione blinked. "What?" "I'll tell you. But not here. Tomorrow. I need to think about how much to say." She studied him. Her brown eyes were steady, intelligent, and something else, warm. Not pitying. Not calculating. Just warm. Okay, she said. Tomorrow. She went through the portrait hole. Harry stood alone in the corridor, breathing, processing. He just committed to revealing part of himself. Not all of it, never all of it, but a part. It was the biggest operational risk he'd taken since discovering his invisibility. It was also, possibly, the best decision he'd made since coming to Hogwarts. He went to bed. Ron was snoring. Neville was mumbling. The castle settled around him like a living thing, and Harry lay in the dark, the familiar, velvet dark of enclosed spaces, and for the first time in 3 years, he didn't feel entirely alone. The feeling was terrifying. It was also, he was beginning to understand, the point. Chapter 3, the listener. Harry told Hermione the next morning, in the library, at a table in the furthest corner from Madame Pance's desk, behind a shelf of books on goblin metallurgy that nobody had touched since approximately 1974. He didn't tell her everything. He told her about the invisibility, demonstrated it, actually, vanishing his hand under the table while she watched with an expression that cycled through shock, fascination, and something that looked uncomfortably like hunger for more information. He told her he'd had the ability since age 8. He told her he'd used it to survive the Dursleys, which was true, and to explore the castle at night, which was true, and that he was still learning its limits, which was a carefully constructed understatement. He did not tell her about Mrs. Fig. He did not tell her about the years of intelligence gathering, the mental palace, the overheard conversations, the Fleur network surveillance. He did not tell her about Quirrell's second voice or the Horcrux entry in the restricted section or the fact that he'd known he was a wizard for 2 years before Hagrid showed up. Partial disclosure. Enough truth to build trust, enough concealment to maintain operational security. The spy novels called it a limited hangout, reveal some secrets to protect bigger ones. Hermione absorbed it all with the focused intensity of someone downloading a software update. She asked precise questions. How long could he hold it? Did it affect his magic? Could other people feel him when he was invisible? Did he cast a shadow? Harry answered each one honestly, because these were the safe truths, the demonstrable facts that didn't lead anywhere dangerous. When he finished, Hermione was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "You've been using it to explore the castle at night." "Yes. And you found things." It wasn't a question. Harry looked at her and saw not an 11-year-old girl but a mind, sharp, relentless, already 3 steps ahead. "The 3rd floor corridor," he said. "There's something behind that door. Something alive. I could hear it breathing." Hermione leaned forward. "Dumbledore said it was out of bounds. He said people could die. He also said it in front of the entire school, including the Slytherins. If he really wanted to keep it secret, he wouldn't have announced it at the feast. He'd have put up silent wards and confounded anyone who wandered close. So you think, he wants people to know it's there?" "I think he wants certain people to know. Or he wants to see who goes looking." Hermione's eyes widened. "It's a trap. Maybe. Or a test. Or both." She sat back in her chair. Her fingers drummed the table, a habit Harry had catalogued on day 3, and her lips moved silently, processing. "Nicholas Flamel," she said suddenly. Harry went still. "You asked Ron about him weeks ago." "I overheard. I've been looking, but I can't find anything in the standard reference texts. He's been removed from most of the indices, which is itself suspicious. If someone deliberately scrubbed a name from the library's catalog, he's an alchemist," Harry said, deciding in the moment to accelerate her timeline. Hermione working the problem independently was useful but slow. Hermione working the problem with a head start was a force of nature. The only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. He's over 600 years old. He's a close associate of Dumbledore's. Hermione stared at him. "How do you know that?" I read it in a book called Notable Magical Names of Our Time. I bought it in Diagon Alley. I didn't see that book on the supply list. It wasn't on the supply list. A pause. Then Hermione smiled, a real smile, not the anxious, approval-seeking smile she wore in class, but something sharper. Conspiratorial. You've been doing your own research since before term started. I like to be prepared. Harry, most first years don't research the headmaster's known associates before coming to school. Most first years didn't grow up in a cupboard. That landed harder than he'd intended. Hermione's smile faltered, and something raw crossed her face, not pity, she was too smart for pity, but recognition. Understanding. She'd been bullied too, Harry realized. Maybe not physically, maybe not by family, but the desperate overachievement, the compulsive need to know everything, the inability to relax, those were survival mechanisms. Different from his, but born from the same soil. So the Philosopher's Stone is in the castle, Hermione said, pulling back to the intellectual terrain where she was most comfortable. Behind the door on the 3rd floor. Guarded by something large. And someone tried to steal it from Gringotts before Hagrid moved it. Yes. And you think someone at Hogwarts is trying to steal it now? Harry held her gaze. I think Professor Quirrel is trying to steal it. And I think there's something attached to him, something under his turban, that's telling him how. Hermione went pale. Attached to him? What do you mean, attached? I heard him talking to someone. In the middle of the night, in an empty corridor. He was alone, but there were 2 voices. The second one came from under the turban. That's, Harry, I know how it sounds. It sounds insane. I know. She looked at him for a long moment, weighing, calculating. Then she nodded. Okay. We need to tell someone. Dumbledore, or McGonagall, or, no. No. Think about it. What do we tell them? I was wandering the castle invisible at 2 in the morning and I heard a teacher talking to his turban. They'd think I was lying, or mad, or both. And even if they believed me, they'd want to know how I was there, how I heard it, how I've been moving around the castle undetected. I'd lose the only advantage I have. Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. There's another reason, Harry said. Dumbledore already knows something is wrong. He put the stone here. He set up protections. He's watching Quirrel, I'd bet my vault on it. Whatever's happening, Dumbledore is managing it, or thinks he is. Going to him doesn't add information. It just reveals me. So what do? We gather more intelligence. We figure out what the protections around the stone are, how many there are, and how Quirrel plans to get through them. We watch, we listen, we stay invisible. Hermione frowned. You mean you stay invisible? That's the other thing I wanted to talk to you about. Harry leaned forward. I can move around the castle. I can watch people, overhear conversations. But I can't be everywhere, and I can't research everything. I need someone who can tear through books faster than anyone alive and make connections I'd miss. I need an analyst. Hermione's eyes brightened in a way that made Harry feel both guilty and grateful. He was recruiting her. Using her intelligence, her isolation, her desperate desire to be valued. The spy in him catalogued the manipulation even as the boy in him genuinely wanted her help. What about Ron? Hermione asked. Ron's different. Ron knows the wizarding world from the inside. He knows the families, the politics, the social rules. He's our context. You want to tell him about your invisibility? Harry hesitated. This was the harder calculation. Ron was loyal, instinctively brave, and constitutionally incapable of deception. All of which made him a terrible intelligence asset and a wonderful friend. But telling Ron meant trusting Ron with a secret that Ron might not be able to keep, not out of malice, but because secrecy was antithetical to Ron's nature. "Not yet," Harry said. "Not the invisibility. But we bring him into the investigation. The stone, Quirrel, Flammel. He doesn't need to know how I'm getting the information. He just needs to help us figure out what it means." Hermione didn't look happy about this. "That feels dishonest." "It is dishonest. But it keeps him safe. If Ron doesn't know about the invisibility, he can't accidentally reveal it. And right now, keeping that secret is the single most important thing I can do. More important than friendship." The question hit like a physical blow. Harry sat back, blinking. He stopped. Started again. "I don't know how to answer that. I've never really had friends before." Hermione's expression softened. She reached across the table and touched his hand, briefly, lightly, the kind of contact that people who'd grown up with affection did without thinking and people who hadn't flinched from instinctively. Harry didn't flinch. He held very still, and after a moment, Hermione withdrew. "We'll figure it out," she said. "All of it. The stone, Quirrel, the friendship thing. We'll figure it out." Harry nodded. And despite every instinct telling him that this was a vulnerability, a liability, a crack in his carefully constructed armor, he believed her. November arrived cold and sharp, and with it came Harry's first Quidditch match. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The whole school buzzed with anticipation, and Harry found himself caught in a tide of attention that made his skin crawl. People stopped him in corridors to wish him luck. The Weasley twins taught him their pre-match war chant. Oliver Wood cornered him at every meal to discuss tactics, formations, and something called the Wronski feint that sounded like it involved deliberately crashing into the ground. Ron was thrilled. He'd appointed himself Harry's unofficial Quidditch coach and spent every free moment explaining the finer points of the game with the evangelical fervor of a true believer. Harry listened, asked questions, and genuinely enjoyed the discussions. Quidditch strategy was surprisingly complex, more chess than sport, and it engaged the tactical part of his mind in a way that classes didn't. Hermione was less enthused but supportive. She'd spent the week researching the history of Quidditch injuries, which she shared at unhelpful moments. "Did you know that the Montrose Magpies lost their seeker in 1402 when he was knocked off his broom by a well-aimed bludger and fell 300 feet? He survived, but both his legs." Hermione. "Right. Sorry. You'll be fine." The morning of the match dawned gray and bitter. Harry ate breakfast without tasting it. His stomach was a knot of nerves that he controlled through sheer force of will, and changed into his scarlet Quidditch robes in the team changing room while Oliver Wood delivered a pep talk that was more war speech than sports motivation. "This is it, team. The big one. We haven't won the cup in 7 years. 7 years of Slytherin domination. That ends today. Potter, catch the snitch or die trying." "I'd prefer to catch the snitch and not die," Harry said. Fred Weasley snorted. George slapped Harry on the back hard enough to stagger him. And then they were walking onto the pitch and the roar of the crowd hit Harry like a physical wall. Thousands of faces. Scarlet and green banners. The commentary, Lee Jordan, a Gryffindor third year, was at the microphone, cheerfully biased. Madam Hooch stood at center pitch with the balls, looking fierce. Harry mounted his broom. A Nimbus 2000, sent by McGonagall, the finest racing broom money could buy. It vibrated under him like something alive, eager. Hooch's whistle shrieked. 14 brooms launched skyward. And Harry's world contracted to 3 things, the sky, the snitch, and movement. He climbed high, above the scramble of chasers and beaters, and scanned the pitch. The snitch was tiny, the size of a walnut, gold, wickedly fast. It could be anywhere. Harry quartered the pitch methodically, using the grid search pattern he'd adapted from a book on search and rescue operations, and let his eyes relax into the soft focus that caught peripheral movement best. Below, the game raged. Gryffindor scored. Slytherin scored twice. A bludger nearly took off Angelina Johnson's head. Lee Jordan swore into the microphone and McGonagall swatted the back of his skull. Then Harry's broom jerked. It was subtle at first, a vibration that didn't match the wind, a tiny sideways lurch. Harry gripped tighter and it steadied. Then it jerked again, harder, and his stomach lurched with it. The broom bucked. Rose. Dropped. Swung sideways like a horse trying to throw its rider. Harry's hand slipped on the polished wood and he grabbed on with his knees, his thighs, every part of his body that could grip. The broom was out of control. Something was fighting him for it, wrestling the magic, overriding his commands. He looked down. The ground was 150 feet below. The crowd was screaming. Ron's face was a white dot of terror in the stands. The broom rolled. Harry hung upside down, one hand on the handle, his legs dangling. The world inverted, sky below, ground above, and his grip was slipping, finger by finger, and the cold wind tore at his robes and his scar was burning, he could go invisible. The thought came automatically, survival instinct kicking in. If he fell, he could vanish, and nobody would see where he landed, and he could, no. He was 150 feet up. Invisibility wouldn't stop gravity. He swung his other hand up and grabbed the broom with both fists. Pulled himself upright through sheer force of will and desperation. The broom was still bucking, still fighting, and Harry looked across the pitch toward the teacher's stand and saw Snape. Snape was staring at him. His lips were moving. He wasn't blinking. For a wild, disorienting moment, Harry thought Snape was the one jinxing his broom. The eye contact, the muttering, the fixed stare, it looked exactly like a hex. But then he looked past Snape and saw Quirrel, 2 seats over, also staring. Also muttering. His fingers were gripping the railing so hard his knuckles were white, and his turban had shifted slightly, as if something underneath was straining forward. 2 people muttering. One jinxing, one counter-cursing. But which was which? Harry's hands were slipping again. He had seconds. And in the stands, invisible to the naked eye but visible to Harry's trained observation, he saw Hermione moving. She'd left her seat. She was climbing through the stands toward the teacher's section, and there was something in her hand, her wand. He needed to hold on. Just hold on. A flash of blue light. Smoke. Commotion in the teacher's stand, someone's robes had caught fire. Snape leaped up, broke eye contact, stumbled into Quirrel. The jinx shattered like glass, and Harry's broom went still and obedient under his hands. He didn't waste the moment. He swung upright, leaned forward, and the nimbus rocketed across the pitch. Below him, the Slytherin seeker, Terence Higgs, was diving toward a flash of gold near the Gryffindor goal posts. The snitch. Harry was 50 yards away and Higgs had a head start and it didn't matter. The nimbus was faster, Harry was lighter, and the rage and terror still pumping through his veins translated into a burst of speed that bent the broom's handle. He pulled alongside Higgs, past him, and reached out, his fingers closed around the snitch. Small, cold, wings fluttering against his palm. Madame Hooch's whistle screamed. The crowd erupted. Harry landed on shaking legs and was immediately engulfed by his team. Fred and George lifted him onto their shoulders. Oliver Wood was actually crying. The snitch buzzed in Harry's fist, trapped, and he held it up and the Gryffindor section roared so loud it shook the stands. Through the chaos, Harry found Hermione in the crowd. She was pale, breathing hard, and there was a scorch mark on her sleeve. He raised an eyebrow. She gave a tiny nod. Later, in the corridor outside the changing rooms, she told him what she'd done. I set Snape's robes on fire. I used bluebell flames, it's a controlled spell, barely dangerous, I just needed to break his concentration because he was jinxing your broom, it wasn't Snape. Hermione stopped. What? Snape was counter-cursing. I saw both of them, Snape and Quirrel. They were both muttering. When you broke their concentration, the jinx stopped. But Snape was the one who bumped into Quirrel when he jumped up. That's what actually ended it. Hermione's face went through several colors. You're saying Quirrel was the one trying to kill you. I'm saying two people were casting and only one of them wanted me to fall. And it wasn't the one you set on fire. She sat down heavily on a bench. Oh God. I set the wrong teacher on fire. Technically, you set the right teacher on fire to break the wrong person's concentration, which bumped the right person into the wrong person and stopped everything. It was accidentally brilliant. That is not comforting. Harry sat beside her. His hands were still trembling, aftershock, adrenaline, the body's delayed response to nearly dying. He pressed them between his knees to stop the shaking and forced his breathing to steady. We need to tell Ron, Hermione said. About Quirrel. Not about the invisibility, I understand why you want to keep that private, but about the investigation. If someone is actively trying to kill you, Harry, we need more than two people watching. She was right. Harry knew she was right. The broom jinx had changed the calculus. This wasn't theoretical anymore, wasn't a slow-burn intelligence operation. Someone had tried to murder him in front of the entire school. The timeline was accelerating. Okay, he said. We tell Ron. But we control what he knows. The stone, Flammel, Quirrel as the suspect. We leave Snape's loyalties ambiguous. Ron already hates him, and if we tell Ron that Snape was counter-cursing, he'll never believe it. That's manipulative. I know. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. You do that a lot, you know. Calculate what to reveal to different people. Keep everyone on a different version of the truth. I know that too. It's going to bite you eventually. Probably. She sighed. Then she stood up and straightened her robes with the brisk efficiency that Harry was learning meant she'd made a decision and was moving forward regardless of her reservations. Come on. Let's go find Ron. He's probably having a heart attack in the common room. They found Ron in the common room, white-faced and surrounded by Gryffindors who were reliving every second of the match at maximum volume. When he saw Harry, he launched himself off the sofa and grabbed Harry's shoulders. You almost died. You were hanging upside down. I literally thought, I'm fine, Ron. You are not fine, you nearly fell 100 feet, but I didn't. And I caught the snitch. Ron stared at him. Then he burst out laughing, the hysterical, pressure-release laugh of someone who'd been holding their breath for too long, and pulled Harry into a hug so fierce it cracked something in Harry's chest that had nothing to do with bones. Harry let himself be hugged. It was awkward and warm and smelled like corned beef and chocolate frogs, and he had to fight down a sudden, absurd tightness in his throat. He couldn't remember the last time someone had hugged him. He wasn't sure anyone ever had. Ron released him, red-faced and grinning. All right. You're fine. You're fine. But if you ever do that again, I'll kill you myself. They waited until the common room emptied, celebration migrating to the Great Hall for a late lunch, and then Harry and Hermione sat Ron down by the fire and told him about the stone. Not everything. Not the invisibility, not Quirrell's second voice, not Harry's years of preparation. But the essential story, Nicholas Flamel, the Philosopher's Stone, the thing behind the third-floor door, Quirrell as the prime suspect. Ron listened with his mouth slightly open and his freckles standing out against skin that was growing progressively paler. Quirrell. Ron said when they finished. That stuttering bloke. He can barely get through a sentence without falling over his own tongue. That's the point, Harry said. It's a cover. He acts nervous and incompetent so nobody takes him seriously. Ron's brow furrowed. But, if someone's after the stone, shouldn't we tell Dumbledore? Harry had his answer prepared. We don't have proof. Just suspicions and observations. If we go to Dumbledore and say, we think Quirrel is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, he'll ask how we know, and we'll have to explain that we've been poking around the forbidden corridor and eavesdropping on teachers. Best case, he pats us on the head and tells us not to worry. Worst case, we get expelled. Also, Hermione added, Dumbledore clearly already knows the stone is at risk. He moved it from Gringotts. He set up protections. He warned the entire school. He's managing the situation. Then what are we doing? Ron asked. Backing him up, Harry said. Watching what he might miss. Dumbledore can't be everywhere at once. He doesn't know what we know about Quirrel specifically. And after today, he paused. After today, we know that whoever's behind this is willing to kill me in public. That changes things. Ron went quiet. His hands balled into fists on his knees and his jaw worked, the way it did when he was processing something that scared him and was converting the fear into anger because anger was easier. Right, Ron said. Right. So what do we do? We need to figure out what the protections around the stone are. How many, what kind, who set them up? If Quirrel is planning to get through them, he needs to know the same things, which means he's doing his own intelligence gathering. If we figure out the protections first, we can predict his moves. Intelligence gathering, Ron repeated. You sound like a spy novel. Harry managed a smile. I've read a few. Ron snorted. Then he leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling, thinking. Harry watched him, waiting. Ron's thinking process was different from Hermione's, slower, more lateral, driven by intuition rather than analysis, but it arrived at places that surprised Harry more often than he'd expected. Hagrid, Ron said. What about him? You said Dumbledore sent Hagrid to pick up the stone from Gringotts. Hagrid knows it's here. And Hagrid, well, Hagrid's brilliant, but he's not exactly a vault when it comes to secrets. If anyone could accidentally let slip what's guarding the stone. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. Hermione's eyes were bright. That's actually really clever, she said. Ron went pink. Don't sound so surprised. They visited Hagrid the following Thursday. The gamekeeper's hut sat at the edge of the forbidden forest, smoke curling from its chimney, pumpkins the size of armchairs lining the path. Hagrid welcomed them with bone-crushing enthusiasm, a pot of tea so strong it could have stripped paint, and rock cakes that lived up to their name with geological accuracy. Ron handled the interrogation with a natural ease that made Harry's appreciation for the boy deepen considerably. Harry had planned to steer the conversation carefully, using leading questions and strategic pauses, standard elicitation technique. But Ron didn't need technique. Ron had warmth. Hagrid, that thing in the third-floor corridor, is that yours? Hagrid choked on his tea. How'd you know about Fluffy? Fluffy? All three of them said it simultaneously. Yeah, Fluffy. He's mine. Bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the. Hagrid stopped. His face reddened. I shouldn't have said that. Guard the stone. Harry offered gently. How'd you know? Nope. I am not having this conversation. That is between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid went purple. I should not have said that. It's okay, Hagrid. We already know about Flamel. We know the stones in the castle. Hagrid's mouth opened and closed several times, giving him the appearance of a very large, very distressed goldfish. Then he slumped in his chair and the wood groaned ominously. You three are too clever for your own good. Look, yes, the stone's here. Yes, Fluffy's garden it. But that's not all, Dumbledore's got other protections. Proper ones. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Quirrel, they've all done something. And Dumbledore himself, of course. Harry catalogued the names. 6 teachers, 6 protections, plus Fluffy. 7 layers between any thief and the stone. Each protection presumably played to the teacher's specialty. Sprout would have used plants, Flitwick would have used charms, McGonagall transfiguration, Snape potions, Quirrell probably something related to defense against the dark arts. And Dumbledore's would be the final barrier, the most powerful. But Quirrell had set one of the protections himself. Which meant he already knew how to bypass at least one layer. And as a Hogwarts professor, he'd have been present when the others were discussed, might know the general principles even if not the specific solutions. Hagrid, Harry said carefully, how do you get past Fluffy? Hagrid's face closed like a shutter. I am absolutely not telling you that. Don't even ask. That dog is the first line of defense and, why'd you want to know, anyway? You three aren't thinking of, no, Hermione said quickly. No, we just want to understand the protections. To feel safe. Hagrid's expression softened. Ah. Well. Look, you don't need to worry. No one's getting past Fluffy, and even if they did, they'd never get through all the other protections. Dumbledore's not a fool. He wouldn't say more about Fluffy's weakness. But he'd confirmed the structure, 7 protections, 7 contributors, 1 stone. Harry had his map. On the walk back to the castle, Ron kicked a pumpkin off the path with unnecessary force. So Quirrell knows his own protection, and he's been working here long enough to have some idea about the others. What are the odds he's been pumping the other teachers for information the same way we just pumped Hagrid? Hi, Harry said. So why hasn't he made a move already? Dumbledore, Hermione said. As long as Dumbledore's in the castle, Quirrell can't risk it. Whatever's controlling him isn't strong enough to face Dumbledore directly. It needs Dumbledore gone. Hang on, Ron said, stopping on the path. Something controlling him? What you mean? Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance. This was the edge of what they'd decided to share. Harry took a breath. I think Quirrell isn't acting alone. I think there's someone, or something, directing him. Giving him orders. Like a Death Eater. Like something worse. Ron's face went still. The afternoon light cut shadows under his eyes and made him look, briefly, older than 11. You're talking about you-know-who. I'm talking about the possibility, Harry said. I don't have proof. You-know-who is dead. Everyone says that. But no one found a body. No one can explain exactly what happened the night my parents died. He just disappeared. The wind picked up. Leaves skittered across the path. The forbidden forest creaked and whispered at their backs. Bloody hell, Ron said softly. Bloody, bloody hell. They walked back to the castle in silence, 3 children carrying a weight that no child should have had to lift. December brought cold, exams, and a problem Harry hadn't anticipated. Christmas was approaching, and the castle was transforming. 12 massive Christmas trees lined the great hall, hung with enchanted icicles and live fairies. The suits of armor sang carols, badly. Hagrid was dragging entire fir trees across the ground single-handedly, leaving furrows in the snow like a benevolent, festive plow. The problem was that most students were going home for the holidays. Hermione was spending Christmas with her parents. The Weasleys were going to Romania to visit their second eldest, Charlie, and Ron had agonized for a week before his mother's letter made the decision. He was going to Romania, and that was final. Harry was staying. Not by choice, exactly. The Dursleys had made it clear through a terse note delivered by Hedwig that they did not want him back for the holidays, which Harry had expected and which stung approximately as much as a mosquito bite on scar tissue. But staying at Hogwarts alone, without Hermione's analysis or Ron's instincts, felt like a tactical regression. It was also, he admitted to himself in the privacy of his dormitory as he watched the last carriages leave, lonely. He pressed the loneliness down. Filed it under acceptable losses. Focused on the opportunity. An empty castle meant unimpeded movement. Reduced staff. Fewer eyes. Harry had 2 weeks to explore areas he'd been unable to reach during term, and he intended to use every minute. The first 3 days, he mapped the dungeons. Snape's office, the potions classroom, the Slytherin common room. He eavesdropped from outside the stone wall, learning the latest password, pure blood, how predictable, and filing away fragments of conversation from the few Slytherins who'd stayed behind. He found 2 more secret passages, one of which led from the dungeons to the 4th floor, bypassing 3 flights of stairs. He found a locked door behind a tapestry on the dungeon's lowest level that resisted every physical technique he tried and hummed with an enchantment that made his teeth ache. The 4th day, he followed Snape. Not because he suspected Snape of trying to steal the stone, he was increasingly confident that Snape was working against Quirrel, not with him. But Snape's behavior during the holiday was unusual. He prowled the corridors at night, which wasn't remarkable for a man who seemed allergically opposed to sleep. But his route was specific. He patrolled past the 3rd floor corridor every 2 hours, like clockwork, checking the door, pressing his ear to it the way Harry had done weeks ago. Snape was guarding the stone. Not as part of the official protections, but personally. Nightly. As if he expected an imminent attempt. On the 5th night of the holidays, Harry followed Snape to the 3rd floor corridor and watched him check the door, then continue along the corridor to a window that overlooked the grounds. Snape stood there for several minutes, staring out at the snow-covered lawns, his face unreadable. Then Dumbledore appeared. Not dramatically, no flash of light, no crack of apparition. He simply rounded the corner as if he'd been there all along, which he probably had. Dumbledore had a way of existing in spaces that suggested he'd been waiting rather than arriving. Severus. I thought I might find you here. Snape didn't turn from the window. You always know where to find everyone, Albus. It's one of your more unsettling qualities. Dumbledore smiled. He was wearing a nightcap with a bauble on it, which should have been ridiculous but wasn't, because nothing about Dumbledore was ever quite what it appeared. The stone is safe, Dumbledore said. You needn't patrol so diligently. Forgive me if I don't share your confidence. The jinx on the boy's broom was handled. Was handled by a first-year girl setting my robes on fire. Which, while effective, does not inspire confidence in the security arrangement. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Harry, pressed invisible against the wall 12 feet away, had the uncomfortable sensation that the twinkle was directed at him, even though that was impossible. You're worried about Harry, Dumbledore said. I am worried about the stone. The boy is incidental. The boy is never incidental, Severus. You know that. A silence. Heavy, loaded, full of things Harry could sense but not decipher. Snape's jaw was tight. His hands, at his sides, were fists. He has her eyes, Snape said. Very quiet. Very controlled. Yes. He does. Another silence. Then Snape turned from the window, and his face was the mask again, cold, sharp, impenetrable. Quirrel is getting bolder. The stutter is slipping. Last week, in the staff room, he argued with Minerva about defensive spell theory and didn't stammer once. Then he caught himself and overcorrected so badly it was almost comical. I've noticed. Then do something about it. I am doing something about it, Severus. I'm waiting. Waiting. Snape's voice could have frozen the lake. Your favorite strategy. Wait and see. Wait and watch. Wait while a parasite rides one of your teachers and a child, her child, flies around on a broomstick 100 feet in the air with a death curse aimed at his spine. It was a jinx, not a curse. And you counter-cursed admirably. I shouldn't have needed to. If you'd simply what? Confront Quirrel. Remove his turban by force. And what would I find, Severus? What would I do with what I found? Snape said nothing. But his face said everything, rage, frustration, fear, and beneath it all, a grief so deep and old it had calcified into something structural. "He's not ready to be confronted," Dumbledore said gently. "Not yet. He's weak, fragmented, barely conscious. If I force the issue now, he'll flee, abandon Quirrel, find another host, disappear. And we'll have lost our only chance to understand what he's become and what he's planning. You're using Quirrel as bait. I'm using the situation as information. And the boy? Is he bait too?" Dumbledore didn't answer. Which was, Harry thought from his invisible vantage point, an answer in itself. He stayed pressed against the wall for 5 more minutes after both men left, processing. Then he returned to Gryffindor Tower and sat by the dying fire in the empty common room. Dumbledore knew. About Quirrel, about the parasite, about Voldemort, because that's what it was, that's what both men were circling without saying the name. Dumbledore knew, and he was doing nothing. Deliberately. Strategically. Waiting for Voldemort to make a move so he could study the threat. It was brilliant. It was also monstrous. Because the bait wasn't just Quirrel and the stone. The bait was Harry. The boy who lived, the target, the lure that Voldemort couldn't resist. Dumbledore had placed the stone at Hogwarts, the same school where Harry Potter was a student, and he'd done it on purpose. Harry thought about this for a long time, and when he was finished, he didn't feel angry. He felt something colder and more useful, clarity. Dumbledore was not his enemy. But Dumbledore was not his ally either. Dumbledore was a player, the most powerful player on the board, and he had his own objectives, his own calculus. Harry was a piece in that calculus. An important piece, maybe even the most important one, but a piece nonetheless. Fine. Harry could work with that. He'd been a piece in the Dursleys' calculus too, the unwanted burden, the unpaid servant. The difference was that now he had his own game, his own objectives, and the ability to move across the board unseen. He went to bed. The dormitory was empty, all his roommates had gone home, and the silence was both familiar and strange. He lay in the dark and stared at the canopy and thought about Snape saying he has her eyes and what that meant, and then he stopped thinking about it because some things were too big to process at 11 years old, even for a spy. He found the mirror 2 days before Christmas. He'd been exploring the upper floors, the 7th floor, specifically, which was labyrinthine even by Hogwarts standards, when he ducked into an unused classroom to avoid Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. The cat had an uncanny ability to detect him even when invisible, and Harry had learned to give her a wide berth. The classroom was empty except for desks pushed against the walls, a layer of dust, and a mirror. It was enormous, as tall as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame inscribed with words that Harry, leaning close, read backward, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. He rearranged the letters in his head, I show not your face but your heart's desire. He looked into the mirror and his breath stopped. His parents were standing behind him. His mother, Lily, was beautiful. Red hair, green eyes, his eyes, smiling with a warmth that made Harry's chest physically ache. His father, James, was tall, thin, messy-haired, wearing glasses just like Harry's. They stood together, one on each side of him, and their hands were on his shoulders, and they were looking at him with such love that Harry couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything except stare. Other people stood behind them. Family. Grandparents, cousins, aunts, uncles, a whole constellation of Potters, waving, smiling, alive. Harry pressed his hand against the glass and felt cold mirror under his fingers and nothing else. He stood there for an hour. He couldn't help it. Every technique he had, the compartmentalization, the emotional control, the years of burying feelings in dark cupboards, all of it collapsed in front of that mirror like paper in rain. He was 11 years old and his parents were dead and he'd never known what they looked like, and now here they were, smiling at him, and it was fake, it was a mirror, it was desire not reality, but it was the closest he'd ever come to seeing them and he couldn't look away. When he finally tore himself free, his face was wet and his hands were shaking, and he hated the mirror with a ferocity that frightened him. He came back the next night. And the night after that. 3 nights in a row, sitting in front of the mirror, watching his parents watch him, and each night it was harder to leave. The mirror was a trap, he could see that intellectually, could feel the addictive pull, the way it hollowed him out and filled the hollow with an aching that was worse than hunger. It was the most dangerous thing he'd encountered at Hogwarts. More dangerous than the troll, more dangerous than the jinxed broom, because it attacked the one vulnerability his invisibility couldn't protect, his loneliness. On the 3rd night, Dumbledore found him. Harry was sitting on the floor in front of the mirror, visible. He always dropped the invisibility here. It felt wrong to hide from his parents, when the door opened and the headmaster entered, quiet as a cat. "I see you found the mirror of Erist," Dumbledore said. Harry didn't startle. He'd half expected this. Dumbledore knew everything that happened in the castle, or close enough. "It shows you what you want most," Harry said. "The deepest, most desperate desire of your heart." "Yes." Dumbledore settled onto a desk, sitting on its edge with a casualness that belied his age. "What do you see?" "My family." Dumbledore nodded. His eyes, behind the half-moon spectacles, were very blue and very kind, and Harry understood with sudden, painful clarity why people trusted this man. Not because he was powerful, though he was, enormously, but because his kindness was genuine. It was also, Harry reminded himself, strategic. Genuine and strategic were not mutually exclusive. "The mirror gives us neither knowledge nor truth," Dumbledore said. "Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they've seen, or been driven mad not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live." "Is that why you put it here? To test people?" Something flickered in Dumbledore's expression. "Surprise, maybe. Or recognition." "The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow," Dumbledore said, not quite answering. "I would ask you not to go looking for it again." "I won't." They looked at each other. The fire crackled. The mirror shimmered. "Professor," Harry said, "what do you see when you look in the mirror?" Dumbledore smiled. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. One can never have enough socks." It was a lie. Harry knew it was a lie, and Dumbledore knew Harry knew it was a lie, and the shared awareness of the lie sat between them like a chess piece neither was willing to move. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Professor." Dumbledore left. Harry sat alone with the mirror for one more minute, looking at his parents, memorizing their faces with the same meticulous attention he'd given to castle maps and teacher schedules and the sound of a voice under a turban. Then he stood up, turned his back on the mirror, went invisible, and walked away. He didn't cry again. But he didn't sleep either, and when dawn came, gray and cold through the dormitory window, he felt something new settling into the architecture of his personality. Not sadness, he'd processed that years ago. Something harder. The understanding that some things couldn't be fixed, couldn't be retrieved, couldn't be obtained through any amount of cleverness or stealth. His parents were gone. No mirror, no stone, no elixir would bring them back. And the loneliness that had been his companion since the cupboard was not a temporary condition to be solved but a part of him, woven into his invisible bones. He could carry it, though. He'd carried worse. Harry got dressed, went to breakfast. The near-empty great hall was hung with holly and the ghosts were singing "God Rest Ye Merry Hippogriffs," and ate his eggs and toast and began planning his next move. Christmas morning brought a surprise that derailed his planning entirely. Presents. At the foot of his bed. A small pile, wrapped in bright paper, waiting. Harry stared at them for a full minute before his brain accepted what he was seeing. He'd never received a Christmas present in his life. The Dursleys gave him nothing. 1 year, a single coat hanger; another year, a pair of Vernon's old socks, and he'd long since stopped expecting anything. A hand-knitted jumper from Mrs. Weasley, emerald green, with a box of homemade fudge. Harry held the jumper to his face and breathed in the smell of wool and warmth and someone else's home. A box of chocolate frogs from Ron. A note, "Happy Christmas, mate. Don't let Scabbers near these, he ate my last lot." A book from Hermione, Practical Defensive Magic and Its Use Against the Dark Arts, Volume 1, with a note in her precise handwriting. "I thought this might be more useful than the standard textbook. Happy Christmas, Harry. Be careful. 50 pence from the Dursleys, taped to an index card." Harry looked at the coin, snorted, and flicked it into his trunk. And one more package. No card, no sender's name. Just brown paper and string and something that flowed like liquid when Harry unwrapped it. A cloak. Silvery gray, shimmering, lighter than air. Harry held it up and the fabric caught the morning light and seemed to dissolve into it, and when he draped it over his hand disappeared. Not like his invisibility, not the internal, full-body dissolution he'd mastered. This was external, a garment, and it worked differently. His hand was invisible under the cloak but he could feel the boundary, where the fabric ended, visibility resumed. It was a tool, not an ability. A note fell from the folds. Harry picked it up. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. But the handwriting was familiar. Harry had seen it on the Hogwarts acceptance letter, had seen it on ministry correspondence in old issues of the Daily Prophet. It was Dumbledore's. Harry sat on his bed with the cloak in his hands and thought very carefully. Dumbledore had given him an invisibility cloak. His father's invisibility cloak, a family heirloom, apparently, which raised questions about the Potter line that Harry filed for future investigation. Dumbledore had given it anonymously, on Christmas, to an 11-year-old boy, with the instruction to use it well. Why? Dumbledore didn't do anything without reasons. Giving Harry a tool of concealment, the ability to move unseen, served some purpose in the headmaster's grand design. Did Dumbledore want Harry to investigate? To explore the castle? To find the Mirror of Erist, mission accomplished, apparently? Or was it simpler, a gesture of goodwill, returning a dead man's possession to his son, building trust? Both. It was Dumbledore. It was always both. The cloak also solved a problem Harry hadn't known he had. His natural invisibility was his deepest secret, the foundation of everything he'd built. The fewer people who knew about it, the safer he was. But if he needed to be invisible in front of Ron, or anyone else, the cloak provided a cover story. He wasn't naturally invisible. He had a magical cloak. Simple. Believable. Redirecting. Harry folded the cloak carefully and placed it at the bottom of his trunk, beneath his textbooks and his robes and a copy of A Beginner's Guide to Occlumency that he'd hidden inside the dust jacket of Quidditch through the ages. Then he put on Mrs. Weasley's jumper and went to Christmas lunch, where Dumbledore was wearing a flowered bonnet from a cracker and conducting the crackers in a round of "We wish you a Merry Christmas" that no one had requested. Harry pulled his own cracker, it exploded with a bang and produced a Rear Admiral's hat and several live white mice, and sat beside Professor Flitwick and ate turkey and roast potatoes and Christmas pudding and felt, for the first time in his life, like he was part of something. Not a family. Not exactly. But a community. A place where people gave each other presents and wore stupid hats and sang badly and it was enough. It was more than enough. It was almost too much. Ron and Hermione returned in January, and Harry debriefed them separately, Hermione in the library, Ron in the common room, because they needed different versions of what had happened over the holidays. To Hermione, he told almost everything. The mirror, the conversation with Dumbledore, the overheard exchange between Snape and Dumbledore, edited to remove the detail about Harry eavesdropping while invisible, he said he'd overheard it around a corner. He told her about Snape's nightly patrols, about Quirrell's slipping mask, about Dumbledore's deliberate inaction. Hermione listened to all of it with her hands pressed flat on the table and her eyes focused somewhere in the middle distance, processing at a speed that Harry found both impressive and slightly frightening. "Dumbledore is using Quirrel to study Voldemort," she said when he finished. "It wasn't a question. That's my assessment. And he's using you as the draw. The thing Voldemort can't resist. The boy who lived, right there, within reach. Yes. That's," she searched for the word. "Unconscionable. It's strategic. Those aren't mutually exclusive. I know. I think that's Dumbledore's whole worldview in a nutshell." Hermione sat back. Rubbed her forehead. Looked at Harry with an expression that was half admiration and half something approaching fear. "Harry, how long have you been thinking like this? Assessing adults, analyzing their strategies, figuring out who's manipulating whom?" "Because normal 11-year-olds don't, I've never been a normal anything, Hermione." She held his gaze. "That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got." A pause. Then, "The invisibility cloak. You said Dumbledore sent it. Anonymously. But it was his handwriting. He wanted you to use it. To explore. To find the mirror. Probably. The question is what else he wants me to find." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "You think he's guiding you? Leaving breadcrumbs? Dumbledore doesn't do anything by accident. The cloak, the mirror, the announcement about the third-floor corridor. He's constructing a path. I just don't know where it leads. And you're going to follow it anyway. I'm going to follow it while pretending to stumble along it accidentally. There's a difference." To Ron, he told the simpler version. The invisibility cloak. Ron was ecstatic, demanded to see it, and spent 10 minutes draping it over various body parts and dissolving into giggles. Harry showed it with the calculated enthusiasm of a boy sharing a cool new toy, and Ron's delight was so infectious that it didn't even feel like manipulation. He told Ron about Snape's suspicious behavior, the limping, the corridor patrols, and let Ron's existing bias fill in the blanks. Ron was convinced Snape was trying to steal the stone, which was wrong, but the conclusion kept Ron focused on the right problem through the wrong lens. Close enough. "So what's the plan?" Ron asked, huddled in a corner of the common room with Harry and Hermione while their housemates played Exploding Snap. "We keep watching," Harry said. "Quirrell hasn't made his move yet because Dumbledore's been in the castle. But something will change. Something will draw Dumbledore away, or Quirrell will find a way past the protections, and when that happens, we need to be ready." "Ready to do what?" "Whatever we have to." Ron looked at him. Then at Hermione. Then back at Harry. "You know," he said slowly, "when I imagined being friends with Harry Potter, I figured we'd play Quidditch and maybe get into a few scrapes. I didn't figure on facing down you-know-who by Easter." "Sorry," Harry said. Ron grinned, the wide, reckless Weasley grin that was equal parts bravery and insanity. "Don't be. This is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me." Hermione made a noise that suggested she did not consider proximity to dark wizards exciting. But she didn't leave. She didn't pull away. She sat beside Harry with her stack of books and her fierce, loyal, terrified determination, and Harry looked at his two friends, his first friends, his only friends, and felt the armor around his chest shift to accommodate something new. He was still a spy. Still invisible when he needed to be, still watching, still calculating. But he was also part of something now, something that made the calculations harder and the watching lonelier and the whole careful architecture of his life feel both stronger and more fragile. He didn't know what to call it. He suspected the word was love, but he'd had so little experience with the concept that he couldn't be sure. He filed it away for further analysis. February and March passed in a rhythm of classes, Quidditch practices, and covert observation. Harry's nighttime excursions continued, though less frequently. Hermione had insisted on a schedule, arguing that sleep deprivation would compromise his judgment, and Harry had agreed because she was right and because the compromise made her feel included. He tracked Quirrel's movements twice a week. The professor's behavior was escalating, more midnight wanderings, more muttered conversations with his turban, more moments where the stutter vanished and the man beneath the performance surfaced, sharp-eyed and hard. Quirrel was probing the defenses. Harry overheard him talking to the suit of armor near the third-floor corridor, testing its enchantments. He found scratch marks on the door to Fluffy's chamber. Someone had tried the lock. Hermione, meanwhile, had constructed a comprehensive dossier on the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel, and the known properties of each teacher's magical specialty. She presented it to Harry and Ron in a disused classroom they'd claimed as their meeting room, complete with cross-referenced notes and a timeline of suspicious incidents. "You've color-coded it," Ron said, staring at the charts. "Of course I've color-coded it. How else would you distinguish between confirmed intelligence and reasonable inference?" Ron looked at Harry. Harry shrugged. "She's thorough. She's mental. Brilliant, but mental." Hermione flushed slightly but didn't argue, and Harry caught the tiny, pleased smile she tried to hide. For all her confidence, Hermione was still the girl who'd been crying in a bathroom on Halloween because she didn't have friends. Being valued, even in the context of an amateur intelligence operation against a dark wizard, meant something to her. It meant something to Harry too, though he'd have sooner faced Fluffy again than admit it. The breakthrough came in April, from an unexpected source. Harry was invisible in the corridor outside the staff room when he heard Hagrid's voice booming through the door. "And I told didn't I, Minerva, I said it was no place fair a dragon egg, not in a pub, but the feller was so keen to get rid of it, a dragon egg?" McGonagall's voice was sharp. "Hagrid, you cannot possibly, well, I might-a won it. In a card game. At the Hog's Head." The silence that followed was the specific silence of a woman calculating how many school rules were being violated simultaneously. Harry's mind was already racing. A dragon egg. Won in a card game at a pub. From a stranger. The coincidence was too neat. Too convenient. Hagrid was the keeper of Fluffy's secret, how to get past the three-headed dog, and he'd just happened to meet someone in a pub who had a dragon egg, Hagrid's deepest desire, and who'd engaged him in a card game, which involved talking, which involved drinking, which involved lowered inhibitions. Someone had played Hagrid. The same way Harry had planned to play him, through his weaknesses, his enthusiasms, his inability to keep secrets under the influence of flattery and alcohol. And the most likely candidate was the person who needed to know Fluffy's weakness. Harry didn't wait for the staff room conversation to end. He went straight to Hagrid's hut, still invisible, and found the gamekeeper's fire roaring at furnace intensity and a large, black, leathery egg sitting in the center of the flames. He went back to the castle and found Hermione in the library. "We have a problem." The dragon hatched 3 days later. They visited Hagrid to see it, Ron insisted, because Ron's brother Charlie worked with dragons in Romania and Ron had a second-hand fascination with the creatures that overrode his common sense. The baby dragon was small, black, and fundamentally terrifying. It sneezed sparks that set Hagrid's beard smoldering, and it bit Ron's hand hard enough to draw blood. "Isn't he beautiful?" Hagrid cooed, cradling the creature with the tenderness of a mother. "I've called him Norbert." "Hagrid," Harry said, "who gave you the egg?" "Dunno. Feller in the Hog's Head. Kept his hood up. Seemed glad to be rid of it, to be honest." "And you talked?" "During the game?" "Course we talked. He was interested in the sort of creatures I look after. I told him about Fluffy, he seemed right impressed. You told him about Fluffy." Harry's voice was carefully level. "Did you tell him how to get past Fluffy?" Hagrid's face went through a complex series of expressions. The dominant one was dawning horror. I might have mentioned that Fluffy's a sucker fair music. Play him a bit music and he dropped straight off ter sleep. But I shouldn't have told, he wouldn't have, Hagrid, that person wanted to know how to get past Fluffy. The dragon egg was payment. Hagrid's face crumbled. The big man looked down at the dragon in his arms, then back at Harry, and his eyes were wet. What have I done? Harry felt a surge of something complicated, anger at Hagrid's naivety, pity for his distress, admiration for his openness. Hagrid wore his heart where Harry wore armor. It made him vulnerable, but it also made him good, genuinely good, in a way that Harry wasn't sure he could ever be. "It's okay, Hagrid," Harry said, and mostly meant it. "We'll figure it out." But the clock was ticking now. Quirrell knew how to get past Fluffy. Music. A simple, absurd vulnerability, a lullaby for a monster. And once past Fluffy, the remaining protections were all he needed to crack. They dealt with the dragon first. Hermione orchestrated a plan involving Charlie Weasley's friends, a midnight handoff on the astronomy tower, and Harry's invisibility cloak. It went wrong, naturally. Everything went wrong at Hogwarts, as if the castle itself had a perverse sense of dramatic timing. Malfoy saw them on the tower, had been spying, the little rat, and reported them to McGonagall. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who'd been caught out of bed trying to warn them about Malfoy, all lost 50 points each and received detention. 200 points from Gryffindor, wiped out overnight. The house went from first place to last. The other Gryffindors' reaction was immediate and savage. Harry went from hero to pariah in the time it took the hourglasses to update. People who'd been shaking his hand and cheering his name turned their backs in corridors. Whispers followed him everywhere. Even the fat lady sighed when she let him through the portrait hole. It stung. Harry hadn't realized how much he'd come to value the casual warmth of belonging until it was withdrawn. The rejection was different from the Dursleys, not personal, not permanent, but social, communal, the tribe expelling a member who'd cost them status. It triggered old reflexes. The urge to go invisible, to disappear, to stop existing in the visible world and retreat to the shadows where no one could reject him because no one knew he was there. He fought the urge. Went to classes. Ate meals in the Great Hall. Kept his head up. And when Ron, who'd lost 50 points himself and was suffering the same ostracism, sat down next to him at breakfast and said, "They'll get over it," Harry believed him, because Ron had grown up with 5 brothers and knew something about weathering storms. Hermione handled it worse. She went quiet, retreating into her books, the social rejection confirming every fear she'd ever had about being unlikable. Harry watched her withdraw and ached with recognition, and one evening he sat beside her in the library and said, "We did the right thing. The dragon would have burned the hut down." "I know," Hermione said. "It still hurts." "Yeah. It does." They sat together in comfortable silence, two people who'd learned to survive alone discovering that surviving together was different, not easier, exactly, but warmer. The detention came in May, and it changed everything in a way Harry hadn't predicted. Filch escorted them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, to Hagrid's hut at 11 at night. Their punishment, helping Hagrid patrol the Forbidden Forest. Something was killing unicorns, drinking their blood, and Hagrid needed help tracking it. The forest was ancient and dark in a way that had nothing to do with the absence of light. The trees were sentient, or seemed to be, they leaned in, creaked, whispered in a language of wind and wood. The path was a suggestion rather than a certainty. And the deeper they went, the more Harry felt something pressing against his awareness, a wrongness, a sickness, like a wound in the fabric of the world. They split up. Harry and Draco, of all people, were paired together with Hagrid's dog, Fawn. The arrangement was clearly a punishment for Draco's role in the situation, and the Malfoy boy was white-lipped and furious but too scared to protest. They walked in silence through the trees, wands lit, Fawn whimpering between them. Harry's senses were on high alert, the forest was operationally hostile, full of unknown threats and zero visibility, and he moved with the silent, careful tread of 1,000 midnight excursions. "You're very quiet," Draco muttered. "Most people make noise when they walk." "Most people make noise when they do everything," Harry said. Draco looked at him sidelong. In the wand light, his face was younger than his usual sneer allowed, a frightened boy in a dark forest, stripped of his status and his bodyguards. Harry felt a flicker of something that wasn't quite sympathy but was adjacent to it. Malfoy, why did you follow us to the astronomy tower? I wanted to get you in trouble. Mission accomplished. But why? What did I actually do to you? Draco's jaw clenched. You rejected me. On the train. In front of the Weasley boy. Nobody rejects a Malfoy. Your fathers taught you that. My fathers taught me a lot of things. There was something in Draco's voice, a hairline fracture, barely audible, that told Harry more than any amount of surveillance could have. Draco wasn't just parroting his father. He was performing his father. The arrogance, the cruelty, the pure-blood supremacy, it was a role, a costume, worn by a boy who was terrified of disappointing the man who designed it. Harry recognized the dynamic. Different costume, same fear. Dudley performed Vernon's brutality because the alternative was becoming the target. Draco performed Lucius's prejudice for the same reason. For what it's worth, Harry said, I didn't reject you because of your name. I rejected you because you were cruel to someone who hadn't done anything to you. Draco said nothing. But something in his posture shifted, a tiny relaxation, a fraction of a degree. Then Fong bolted. The dog crashed through the underbrush, howling, and Harry spun to see what had spooked him and the world stopped. A cloaked figure was crouched over the body of a unicorn. The unicorn was white, beautiful even in death, and its blood, silver, luminous, otherworldly, was pooling on the forest floor. The cloaked figure was drinking it. Its face was buried in the unicorn's neck, and silver blood dripped from its chin, and Harry's scar exploded. Not a throb. Not a burn. An explosion. Pain so intense it whited out his vision and buckled his knees. He hit the ground, hand clamped over his forehead, and the cloaked figure raised its head and looked at him. He couldn't see its face. The hood was too deep, the darkness too thick. But he felt it, a presence, ancient and malevolent and hungry, reaching for him through the pain like a hand through a crack in a door. Draco screamed. Actually screamed, a raw, terrified sound, and ran. Harry heard him crashing through the underbrush, calling for Hagrid, and then the sound was gone and Harry was alone with the thing. It moved toward him. Gliding, not walking. The silver blood on its mouth caught the dim light and gleamed. Harry's invisibility surged. He fought it down. If the thing could sense him through his scar, invisibility wouldn't help, and if it couldn't, he needed to see what it did next. He forced himself to his feet. Drew his wand. His hand was shaking so badly the wand tip traced circles in the air. The figure stopped. Tilted its head. And Harry felt, through the agony in his scar, something that was almost recognition. As if the thing knew him. As if it had been looking for him. Hoofbeats. Loud, fast, coming from deep in the forest. The cloaked figure turned, and a shape burst from the trees, a centaur, golden-haired and fierce, rearing up on its hind legs. The figure fled. Dissolved into the darkness between the trees like smoke dissipating. The pain in Harry's scar ebbed. The centaur landed on all four hooves and looked down at Harry with eyes that were very old and very blue. Harry Potter. You should not be in this forest. I'm serving detention. The centaur, Firenze, he said his name was, carried Harry on his back to the edge of the trees. On the way, he spoke in the elliptical, frustrating manner of a species that saw the future in the stars and declined to share it plainly. Do you know what unicorn blood is used for, Harry Potter? No. Unicorn blood will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death. But at a terrible price. You have slain something so pure, so defenseless, that from the moment the blood touches your lips, you will have a half-life, a cursed life. Who would choose that? Someone who needs to stay alive long enough to drink something else. Something that will restore them to full strength and power. Something that is guarded in this very school. The pieces fell together with a clarity that was almost painful. Voldemort, the thing under Quirrell's turban, the parasite, the disembodied remnant, was in the forest drinking unicorn blood to sustain himself. Keeping himself alive, buying time, while Quirrell worked to steal the stone. It was coming. Soon. The endgame was approaching, and Harry could feel it the way you feel a storm before the rain starts, a pressure drop, a stillness, a gathering. Firenze left him at the forest's edge. Hagrid found them all. Draco was incoherent, Neville was terrified, Ron and Hermione were furious at having been separated from Harry. They walked back to the castle in a group, and Harry said nothing about the cloaked figure except that it had been drinking unicorn blood and a centaur had chased it off. He didn't mention the recognition. He didn't mention the scar. He didn't mention the terrible, bone-deep certainty that the thing in the forest had looked at him and seen not just a boy but a target, a goal, a piece of itself. That night, in bed, Harry made his final assessment. Voldemort was in the forest, sustained by unicorn blood. Quirrell was his agent in the castle, probing the stone's defenses. The only thing preventing the theft was Dumbledore's presence. When Dumbledore left, and he would leave, eventually, even Dumbledore couldn't be everywhere forever, Quirrell would make his move. Harry needed to be ready. Not just to watch. Not just to gather intelligence. But to act. He lay in the dark, listening to Ron's snoring and Neville's mumbling and the castle's ancient, settling groans, and he thought about what Firenze had said. A half-life. A cursed life. The desperation of a creature willing to drink silver blood to survive. Harry understood desperation. He'd eaten scraps from bins behind the Dursleys' kitchen. He'd stolen food in the dark. He'd learned to turn invisible because the alternative was being seen by people who wished he didn't exist. The difference, the crucial, non-negotiable difference, was that Harry's desperation had never required him to destroy something innocent. He'd stolen food, not lives. He'd hidden, not hunted. Whatever Voldemort was, however they were connected by scars and wand cores and prophecy, Harry was not him. He held that thought like a shield. Then he closed his eyes and slept, and dreamed of silver blood on dark leaves and a face that was almost, terrifyingly, familiar. Chapter 4, The Network. The last week of May brought exams, and Harry resented every minute of them. Not because they were difficult, they were, but Harry had been studying in ways his classmates couldn't match, sneaking into the restricted section twice a week, cross-referencing textbooks with advanced material, building a practical understanding of magic that went far beyond first-year curriculum. The problem was timing. Exams demanded attention, demanded visible effort, demanded that he sit in a classroom for hours demonstrating competence at a carefully calibrated level while Quirrell probed the stone's defenses and Voldemort drank unicorn blood in the forest and the clock ticked toward something Harry could feel approaching like weather. He'd begun dreaming about the third-floor corridor. Not nightmares. Harry didn't have nightmares, or rather, he trained himself to process them as data rather than fear. But vivid, detailed dreams in which he walked through the trapdoor and descended into darkness, and the darkness was warm and familiar and wanted something from him. He'd wake up with his scar tingling and his sheets damp with sweat and the certainty that time was running out. Hermione noticed. She noticed everything. "You look terrible," she said on a Monday morning, sliding into the seat next to him in the great hall with the brisk efficiency of a field medic. "Your eyes are bloodshot and you didn't eat breakfast yesterday. When did you last sleep properly?" "I sleep fine. Harry. 4 hours. Maybe 3. I've been," he stopped. Glanced around. The nearest students were 6 seats away, deep in their own exam panic. "I've been monitoring Quirrell. He's accelerating. Last night he was on the 3rd floor for 40 minutes. He had parchment, he was sketching something. The layout of the corridor, maybe, or the sequence of protections." Hermione's lips thinned. "You can't keep this up. If you collapse from exhaustion, you won't be any good to anyone. I'm fine. You said that about the troll. And the broom jinx. And the forest. You always say you're fine, and you're never actually fine, and I'm getting tired of pretending I believe you. The words hit harder than she probably intended. Harry looked at her, really looked, past the bushy hair and the ink-stained fingers and the perpetual expression of worried intelligence, and saw someone who cared about him. Not about the boy who lived, not about the spy, not about the asset. About him. The tired, stubborn, scared boy underneath all the layers. I'm worried, he admitted. The word felt foreign in his mouth, like a spell in a language he was still learning. I can feel it coming. Whatever Quirrel is planning, it's soon. And I don't know if we're ready. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she said, we'll be ready. Because we have to be. And because between the three of us, we're the most prepared first years in the history of Hogwarts, and possibly the most insane. Harry almost smiled. That's not as comforting as you think it is. It wasn't meant to be comforting. It was meant to be accurate. She pushed a plate of toast toward him. Eat. You have charms in an hour and Flitwick will notice if you're shaking. He ate. The toast tasted like cardboard but his stomach accepted it, and the simple act of being fed by someone who cared steadied something inside him that he hadn't realized was shaking. Ron arrived 10 minutes later, disheveled and frantic, his charms textbook open and propped against the milk jug. Quiz me, he said to Hermione. Anything. Everything. I'm going to fail. You're not going to fail. Swish and flick, Ron. We've been over this. Swish and flick, swish and flick, what if I flick and swish? What happens then? You set something on fire, probably. Brilliant. That's on the Transfiguration exam, right? Harry watched them bicker and felt something loosen in his chest. This was what normal looked like. Two friends arguing about schoolwork, one catastrophizing, the other exasperated. Normal, mundane, wonderfully unimportant in the grand scheme of Dark Lords and Philosopher's Stones. He wanted this. The wanting surprised him with its intensity. Not just the friendship, though that too, but the normalcy. The right to worry about exams instead of existential threats. The right to be 11. He didn't have that right. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But he could protect the people who did. He finished his toast, opened his own textbook, and began reviewing charms. Exams unfolded across the first week of June in a gauntlet of theoretical and practical assessments that left the castle in a state of collective nervous breakdown. Harry performed exactly as planned, solidly above average, strong in defense against the dark arts and charms, weaker in history of magic, genuinely. Professor Binns was a ghost who taught like one, droning through centuries of goblin rebellions with the enthusiasm of a tax form. He allowed himself to excel in potions, which was a calculated risk. Snape would notice, but Snape already noticed everything about Harry, and demonstrating genuine competence might actually reduce suspicion by appearing to be a normal student trying to succeed rather than a spy coasting in deliberate mediocrity. Snape noticed. During the practical exam, Harry brewed a forgetfulness potion of near-perfect quality, clear, properly colored, exactly the right consistency. Snape stood over his cauldron for a long moment, stirring it with a glass rod, and said nothing. His face was unreadable. Then he moved on to Neville's cauldron, which was emitting a sound like a cat being slowly stepped on, and the moment passed. Hermione, unsurprisingly, destroyed every exam. Her practical demonstrations were flawless, her essays were small novels, and she emerged from each testing room vibrating with the specific energy of someone who'd answered every question and was now terrified she'd missed one. Ron scraped through with the desperate competence of a last-minute crammer, and celebrated each passing grade as if he'd won the Quidditch Cup. Through it all, Harry maintained his nighttime surveillance. Quirrell's behavior had shifted. The nervous stuttering professor of September was gone, replaced by something harder and more focused. The mask slipped more frequently now, in the corridors, in the staff room, in his classroom. Harry watched him teach a review session for first years and saw the stutter vanish entirely for a 10-minute stretch while Quirrell explained counter-curses with a fluency and authority that bore no resemblance to his usual performance. Then a student asked a question and Quirrell caught himself. The stutter snapped back into place like a rubber band, but his eyes went cold for a fraction of a second, and Harry saw the real man underneath, intelligent, desperate, and rapidly losing control. The turban conversations had changed too. The second voice, Voldemort's voice, was louder now, more commanding. Less whispering and more directing. Harry caught fragments during his surveillance, words about timing, about opportunity, about a message that needed to be sent. A message. To draw Dumbledore away. That was the key, and Harry knew it, and he ran through the possibilities in his head obsessively. What would pull Dumbledore out of the castle? A crisis at the Ministry? A threat to someone he cared about? A professional obligation he couldn't refuse? The answer came on a Thursday afternoon, 3 days after the last exam, when Harry was invisible in the corridor outside the staff room and heard Dumbledore's voice floating through the cracked door. An urgent owl from the Ministry. Cornelius requires my presence in London regarding a matter of some delicacy. I'll depart this evening and return tomorrow. Tonight? McGonagall's voice was sharp. Albus, is this wise? With the stone is perfectly safe, Minerva. The protections hold. And Cornelius was quite insistent. Cornelius is always insistent. That doesn't make it genuine. No. But it does make it my responsibility to respond. The Minister of Magic cannot be ignored, however inconvenient the timing. A pause. Then McGonagall, quieter, and if it's a trap? A ruse to draw you away? Then whoever said it will find that Hogwarts is more than adequately defended in my absence. The protections are designed to function without me. And I trust my staff. A rustling, Dumbledore standing, probably. I'll leave after dinner. If anything concerns you, send Fawkes. Fawkes. His phoenix. Harry filed the name and the implication, a phoenix could apparently carry messages, and pressed closer to the door. McGonagall's silence was the loudest thing in the room. Then, be careful, Albus. I'm always careful, Minerva. No, you're not. You're always calculated. It's not the same thing. A soft laugh. Footsteps. Harry flattened himself against the wall as the staff room door opened and Dumbledore emerged, wearing traveling robes and a serene expression that Harry didn't trust for a second. Dumbledore paused in the corridor. His blue eyes swept the space, left, right, up, down, with a thoroughness that made Harry's skin prickle. For a terrible, elongated moment, those eyes seemed to focus on exactly where Harry was standing. The half-moon spectacles glinted. The twinkle appeared and faded. Then Dumbledore walked away, humming softly, and Harry didn't breathe for 30 seconds. Had he seen him? Could Dumbledore see through invisibility? The Occlumency book hadn't mentioned anything about it, but Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard alive. The rules that applied to other people might not apply to him. Harry couldn't know. And that uncertainty was, in its way, more dangerous than certainty would have been. He went straight to the common room and found Ron playing chess against himself, a habit that Harry found endlessly revealing about Ron's character, the boy literally competing with his own brain for entertainment, and Hermione reading a book so thick it could have been used as a weapon. Tonight, Harry said. They both looked up. Ron's chess piece, a knight, fell off the board. Dumbledore's leaving the castle. He got a message from the Ministry, but I think it's fake. I think Quirrell, or Voldemort, sent it to draw him away. Hermione closed her book with a snap. You're sure? McGonagall thinks the same thing. She practically said it to his face. He's leaving after dinner. Ron picked up his fallen knight and set it back on the board with deliberate care. His face had gone still, the way it did during chess, when he was seeing 5 moves ahead and didn't like what he saw. So tonight's the night. Quirrell goes for the stone. Yes. And we, what? We go after him. We go after the stone. We get there first, or we get there at the same time, or we get there just after. But we don't let him take it. Hermione's hands were flat on the table, pressing hard enough that her fingertips went white. Harry, this is insane. We're first years. Quirrell is a fully trained wizard with Voldemort literally attached to his body. We should tell McGonagall. We should. And I will. But McGonagall might not believe us, or she might not act fast enough, or she might tell us to go to bed and handle it herself, and if Quirrell has been planning this for months, a single teacher might not be enough. So 3 first years will be 3 first years with an invisibility cloak, advanced knowledge of the protections, and the element of surprise? Maybe. Maybe not. But we're the ones who know. We're the ones who've been watching. And if we do nothing and Quirrell gets the stone, Voldemort comes back. Full strength. Body and power and an army of Death Eaters who've been waiting for exactly this. The common room was noisy around them, end of exams, the giddy release of students with nothing to do, but their corner was a pocket of silence. Ron and Hermione looked at each other, then at Harry, and the air between them was charged with something that was bigger than fear. Ron spoke first. What's the plan? Harry spent the next 3 hours preparing. First, he went to McGonagall. He'd meant what he said, they should tell a teacher, even if the teacher might not help. He found her in her office, marking papers, and told her a carefully edited version. The stone was in danger, Dumbledore had been lured away, Quirrell was going to make an attempt tonight. McGonagall stared at him over her spectacles. How do you know about the stone, Potter? Everyone knows about it, Professor. Dumbledore told the whole school the 3rd floor corridor was forbidden. It's not hard to figure out why. And your accusation against Professor Quirrell? He's been acting strangely all year. The stutter comes and goes. He's been lurking around the 3rd floor corridor at night. And during my Quidditch match, someone jinxed my broom, and it wasn't Professor Snape. McGonagall's eyebrows climbed her forehead. Are you suggesting that Professor Quirrell, a respected member of this staff, is attempting to steal a highly protected artifact on behalf of a dark wizard who has been dead for 10 years? Put like that, it sounded insane. Harry held her gaze. I'm suggesting that something is wrong and that tonight, with Dumbledore away, something might happen. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But if I'm right and nobody does anything, McGonagall studied him for a long moment. The severity in her face shifted, softened by something that might have been concern. I'll increase the patrols tonight. I'll speak to Professor Snape. And I strongly suggest, Mr. Potter, that you go to your dormitory, stay there, and let the adults handle this. Yes, Professor. He left her office knowing she'd do exactly what she said and hoping it would be enough and knowing, in his gut, that it wouldn't. Dinner was a strange affair. Harry ate mechanically, watching the staff table. Dumbledore's chair was empty, he'd already left. Snape was there, eating nothing, his black eyes scanning the hall with the intensity of a searchlight. McGonagall was present, her jaw tight, her gaze returning to Quirrell's seat every few seconds. Quirrell was absent. Harry's stomach dropped. He leaned toward Ron. Quirrell's not at dinner. Ron looked at the staff table. His freckles stood out against suddenly pale skin. He could be in his office. Or he's already started. Hermione gripped Harry's arm under the table. Her fingers were cold. Harry, after dinner. We go to the common room, wait for it to clear, and move. Ron, did you pack what I asked? Ron nodded. He'd assembled a kit based on Harry's specifications, a wizard chess set, Ron's, battle-tested and fiercely loyal, a bag of dung bombs, for distraction, 2 vials of pepper-up potion, nicked from Madame Pomfrey's unlocked supply cupboard by Harry on a previous invisible excursion, energy, alertness, exactly what they'd need for a long night and a length of rope. Hermione. I've reviewed every protection we know about. Fluffy responds to music. I've learned to play a basic melody on a conjured flute. Sprout's contribution is likely Devil's Snare, based on her specialty, fire kills it. Flitwick probably used enchanted keys or similar charm-based obstacles. McGonagall would use transfiguration, likely animated chess. Snape would use logic and potions. Quirrell's contribution is the one I can't predict, but given that he's the one breaking through, he'll have neutralized his own already. And Dumbledore's? I don't know. Nobody knows. That's the final barrier, and it could be anything. Harry nodded. All right. After dinner. Be ready. They finished eating in silence. Around them, the great hall hummed with the careless joy of students who'd finished exams and had nothing to worry about except summer. Harry envied them with a fierceness that surprised him, then put the envy away and focused. The common room took forever to empty. Harry sat by the fire with Ron and Hermione, pretending to play Exploding Snap while the other Gryffindors gradually drifted off to bed. By 10 o'clock, the room was nearly deserted. By 10:30, they were alone except for Percy, who was writing a letter with the laborious concentration of someone composing for posterity. Percy, Ron said, aren't you tired? Percy looked up. Writing to Penelope. She's worried about her transfiguration mark. It's late. Love doesn't keep office hours, Ronald. Ron gagged. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. 20 minutes later, Percy finally sealed his letter and went upstairs, and the common room was theirs. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from under his robes. The fabric shimmered in the firelight, silvery gray, almost liquid. Ron's eyes went wide, even though he'd seen it before, the cloak had a presence that didn't diminish with familiarity. It won't cover all three of us completely, Harry said. We'll have to stay close and move carefully. Feet are the biggest risk, they stick out at the bottom. Crouch walking for 3 floors, Ron muttered. Brilliant. My legs will love that. Would you prefer to walk uncovered past Filch, Mrs. Norris, Snape, and whoever else is patrolling tonight? Crouching it is. They draped the cloak over themselves, tight, uncomfortable, Ron's elbow in Harry's ribs and Hermione's hair in Ron's face, and climbed through the portrait hole. The castle was dark and quiet. Too quiet. Harry's internal alarm was trilling softly, the way it did when something was off. The usual nighttime sounds, creaking staircases, murmuring portraits, the distant clank of a suit of armor adjusting its pose, were muted, as if the castle itself was holding its breath. They moved through the corridors in a shuffling, 3-person huddle, following the route Harry had mapped over months of invisible exploration. Left at the second floor, through the tapestry shortcut, down the hidden staircase that bypassed the main landing. Harry navigated by memory, he didn't need light, didn't need signs, the castle's layout was engraved in his mental palace with the precision of an architect's blueprint. They passed Peeves on the 4th floor. The poltergeist was bouncing off the walls, literally, cackling to himself, and Harry held his breath as they edged past. Peeves paused. Sniffed the air. His eyes, bright, malicious, unsettlingly perceptive, swept the corridor. Who's there? Peeves said, in a sing-song that was half playful, half threatening. I know you're lurking. Peeves can smell you. Sneaky students, out of Betty by, Harry's mind raced. If Peeves raised the alarm, every staff member in the castle would converge. He leaned close to the poltergeist and, in the deepest, most authoritative voice he could manage, growled, "The Bloody Baron has business on this floor. Do not interfere." Peeves went white. Literally, his usually colorful form bleached to the pallor of old paper. The Bloody Baron was the Slytherin ghost, and the only entity in Hogwarts that Peeves genuinely feared. "So sorry, your bloodiness," Peeves squeaked, and shot through the ceiling like a cork from a bottle. Ron let out a breath so long it could have filled a balloon. How did you know that would work? Research. They reached the third-floor corridor at 11:15. The door to Fluffy's chamber was ajar. Harry stopped. Ron bumped into him. Hermione bumped into Ron. "It's open," Hermione whispered. "Someone's already been through." Harry looked at the door, heavy oak, iron-banded, slightly ajar, the lock hanging loose, and felt something cold settle in his stomach. They weren't ahead of Quirrel. They were behind him. "Do we still go?" Ron asked. His voice was steady but his hands, visible under the cloak's edge, were trembling. Harry looked at his friends. Ron, freckled and frightened and absolutely not going anywhere without Harry. Hermione, pale and determined and gripping her wand like a lifeline. They were 11 years old and they were about to walk into a corridor that the headmaster had said could kill them, to chase a man possessed by the most dangerous dark wizard in history. He should tell them to go back. Should go alone, he could do this invisible, silent, unseen, the way he'd done everything for 3 years. It was safer. More efficient. The logical choice. But logic had taken a back seat to something else, something he still didn't have a name for, and when he opened his mouth, what came out was, "Together. We go together." Ron nodded. Hermione nodded. Harry pulled off the cloak, they'd need mobility now more than concealment, stuffed it inside his robes, and pushed open the door. Fluffy was asleep. The three-headed dog filled the room, enormous, grotesque, each head the size of a dustbin. It was sprawled across the floor in a tangle of massive limbs, snoring from 3 mouths simultaneously. A harp stood in the corner, enchanted, playing itself, a soft, lullaby melody that kept the beast unconscious. "Quirrel's work," Harry murmured. He got past Fluffy. They moved quickly. The trapdoor was visible beneath one of Fluffy's massive paws. Harry and Ron heaved the paw aside, which was like moving a furry boulder, and Harry pulled the door open. Below was blackness. Complete, impenetrable, the kind of dark that Harry knew intimately. "I'll go first," he said. Harry, he dropped through the trapdoor before Hermione could finish. The fall was shorter than expected, 10, maybe 15 feet, and he landed on something soft and springy. For a moment, he thought it was a mattress. Then the something moved. Tendrils. Thick, muscular, plant-like tendrils, coiling around his ankles, his wrists, snaking up his legs. Devil's snare. Hermione had predicted it, Professor Sprout's contribution, and Harry knew the theory: relax, stop struggling, and the plant released you. Fight it, and it crushed you. He went limp. Forced his muscles to slacken, his breathing to slow, his body to become dead weight. The tendrils paused, confused by the lack of resistance, and loosened. Harry slipped through them like water through fingers and landed on a hard stone floor below. "It's Devil's snare," he called up. "Don't struggle. Just relax and let yourself fall through." Ron dropped through next. To his credit, he didn't struggle much, but the tendrils found his panicked heartbeat and tightened, and Ron's face went purple before Harry grabbed his arm and pulled. "Relax, Ron. I know it's hard but stop fighting, easy, for you, to say." Hermione dropped through last. She landed in the snare, felt the tendrils, and went rigid for exactly 1 second before her training kicked in. "Incendio!" she shouted, and a jet of bright orange flame erupted from her wand. The devil's snare recoiled, tendrils snapping back like burned fingers, and all 3 of them dropped to the stone floor in a heap. Ron gasped for air. "Next time, you go, through the murderous plant, and I'll watch." It wasn't murderous, it was botanical self-defense, it was trying to strangle me. "It's a plant, Ron, it doesn't have intentions, tell that to my neck." Harry pulled them both to their feet. "Save the argument. We need to move." They were in a stone passageway, narrow and low-ceilinged, lit by a faint phosphorescence that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The air was cool and dry. Ahead, the passage sloped downward. They followed it. Harry took point, wand out, senses stretched to their limit. Behind him, Ron and Hermione fell into a natural formation, Ron watching the rear, Hermione scanning the sides, without discussion, as if they'd been doing this for years rather than making it up as they went. The passage opened into a high-ceilinged chamber filled with a strange, glittering, rustling sound. Harry looked up and saw hundreds of tiny, jewel-bright shapes fluttering near the ceiling like a cloud of mechanical butterflies. Birds. Ron said. Keys, Hermione corrected. They're keys with wings. Flitwick's protection. On the far side of the chamber was a heavy wooden door with an ornate iron lock. Beside it, 3 broomsticks hovered at waist height, waiting. Harry scanned the cloud of keys. Hundreds of them, different shapes and sizes, all fluttering and darting. The lock was old, heavy, iron. He studied it from a distance, estimating the size and shape of the key that would fit. We need to find the right key, Hermione said. It'll match the lock. Probably old-fashioned, big, silver or iron, there. Harry pointed. One key, larger than the others, bright silver, with a bent wing that suggested it had already been caught once and roughly handled. It was flying erratically, slower than the others, listing to one side. Quirrel already got it, Ron said. He caught it and used it and threw it back. That's why the wing's damaged. Harry grabbed a broom. The Nimbus 2000. It was not, heavy, sluggish, reluctant, but it flew, and Harry was the youngest seeker in a century, and this was, in the end, just a very small snitch in a very large room. He kicked off. The keys scattered at his approach, a whirlwind of flashing metal and tiny wings, and the damaged key tried to lose itself in the swarm. Harry tracked it the way he tracked the snitch, peripheral vision, soft focus, reading the movement patterns, anticipating the break. There. The key jinked left, Harry followed, and his hand closed around it. The wings fluttered frantically against his palm, delicate and sharp. He landed. Threw the key to Hermione, who caught it and had the door open before Harry's feet touched the ground. Beyond the door, the next chamber was dark. They stepped through and the torches along the walls ignited simultaneously, revealing a room that made Harry's breath catch and Ron go absolutely still. A chess board. Full-sized, life-sized, the pieces were as tall as they were, carved from black and white stone, and they stood in perfect formation on a checkered floor that stretched 30 feet in each direction. The white pieces faced them, impassive, waiting. The black pieces stood with their backs to the door on the far side. McGonagall, Hermione whispered. Ron walked forward. His eyes moved across the board with a focus Harry had never seen in him before, not in class, not in conversation, not even during their strategy sessions. This was Ron in his element. This was what Ron was born for. We have to play our way across, Ron said. We take the place of 3 black pieces and we play the game. Win, and we pass. And if we lose? Hermione asked. Ron looked at the White Queen. She was 8 feet tall, carved from solid stone, holding a scepter that could crush a skull. Let's not find out. Harry watched Ron assess the board. This was the moment he'd been building toward without knowing it, the reason he'd kept Ron close, trusted Ron's instincts, valued Ron's mind even when it expressed itself through chess and Quidditch rather than textbooks. Harry was a spy. Hermione was an analyst. Ron was a tactician. And this was his battlefield. Harry, take the bishop square, there, the one on the left. Hermione, you're the rook, right side, back rank. I'll be the knight. They took their positions. The stone pieces shifted to make room, grinding against the marble floor, and Harry felt the game come alive around him, the board humming with ancient magic, the pieces alert and waiting. Ron called the first move. A pawn forward 2 squares. The white side responded. And the game began. It was brutal. The stone pieces played to destroy, when a white piece took a black one, it struck with merciless force, shattering the captured piece into rubble. The violence was shocking in its casualness. These weren't chess pieces falling over. They were statues being demolished. Ron navigated the carnage with cold precision. His voice was steady, his commands clear, and Harry watched him orchestrate the game with a mixture of awe and growing dread, because the board was narrowing, the options thinning, and Ron's face was telling a story that his voice wasn't. 20 minutes in, Ron stopped. His eyes were fixed on the board, his lips moving silently, and Harry saw him reach a conclusion and flinch from it and reach it again. "Ron," Hermione said. "I have to sacrifice myself." "What?" "It's the only way. I move to G5, the queen takes me, and that opens the diagonal for Harry to checkmate the king." "No," Harry said immediately. "Find another way." "There isn't one. I've been looking. The board's locked, the only path to checkmate goes through that square, and the only piece that can reach it in time is me. Ron, Harry, listen to me." Ron turned, and his face was white but his eyes were steady, the steadiest Harry had ever seen them. "I'm not being noble. I'm being strategic. You need to get to the stone. You're the one who knows what's down there, you're the one Voldemort's afraid of, and you're the only one who can stop this. Hermione needs to go with you because she's smarter than both of us, and whatever's past this room, you'll need her brain. That leaves me. And I'm okay with it. The Queen will, I know what the Queen will do. I've been playing chess since I was 4. I know what sacrifice means." Harry looked at Ron and felt something crack open inside him. Not his composure, he'd held that through worse. Something deeper. The cold, calculating part of him that assessed risks and managed assets and treated people as variables in an equation. Ron wasn't a variable. Ron was his friend. His first friend. The boy who'd sat down on the Hogwarts Express and offered corned beef sandwiches and never once asked for anything in return. And now he was offering to let an 8-foot stone queen knock him unconscious, or worse, because a chessboard demanded sacrifice and Ron was willing to be the piece that fell. "I'll be fine," Ron said. "It's just chess." It wasn't just chess. They both knew it. But Ron grinned, that reckless, impossible Weasley grin, and stepped forward. Knight to G5. Ron's stone horse moved. Carried him across the board with the mechanical precision of a piece obeying its player's command. The White Queen turned. Raised her stone arm. And struck. The impact was sickening. Stone on flesh, a sound Harry would hear in his sleep for months. Ron flew from the horse's back and hit the ground and didn't move. Hermione screamed. Harry caught her arm. "Don't move. We're still playing. If you step off your square," Hermione was shaking. Tears streamed down her face. But she stayed on her square, because she understood, because she was Hermione, and even in the grip of horror she could distinguish between emotion and action. Harry stepped forward. Bishop to C4. Checkmate. The White King's sword clattered to the ground. It bowed. The pieces stood down, returning to their starting positions with the grinding indifference of machines completing a task. The path to the far door was clear. Harry ran to Ron. He was unconscious, breathing, thank God, breathing, with a gash across his temple and a bruise blooming on his jaw. Harry checked his pulse, his pupils, his breathing pattern, using first-aid knowledge he'd absorbed from a library book 2 years ago in another life. "He'll be okay," Harry said. "Concussion, probably, and that cut needs cleaning. But he's alive. We can't leave him here. We have to. We can't carry him and get past whatever's next. When we're through, when this is done, we come back for him. Or we send someone." Hermione knelt beside Ron. She touched his forehead gently, brushed hair from his face, and Harry saw her jaw set with a determination that was fiercer than any spell. Let's end this, she said. Fast. They went through the door. The next chamber was already dealt with. A massive troll, bigger than the one at Halloween, unconscious on the floor with a lump on its head the size of a football. Quirrel's work. They stepped over it and through the next door. Fire. The room erupted in purple and black flames the instant they crossed the threshold, behind them, blocking retreat, and ahead, blocking advance. Between the two walls of fire stood a table with 7 bottles of different shapes and sizes, and a scroll of parchment. Hermione snatched the scroll and read it, her eyes darting, her lips moving. It's a logic puzzle. Snape's protection, not magic, logic. 3 of these bottles are poison, 2 are wine, 1 will take you through the black flames ahead, and 1 will take you back through the purple flames behind. Can you solve it? Give me a minute. It took her 40 seconds. Harry watched her work, muttering, pointing at bottles, rearranging them mentally, and felt a surge of gratitude so intense it was almost physical. This was why he'd brought her. This was why teams existed. Because no one person, however skilled, could do everything alone. This one takes you forward. She pointed at the smallest bottle, barely a mouthful. And this one takes you back. The largest bottle, round-bellied and sloshing. Harry picked up the small bottle. There was barely enough for one person. Hermione. She looked at him and understood immediately. Her face crumbled for a fraction of a second, then rebuilt itself into something resolute. You go forward. I go back for Ron. I'll find a way to contact Dumbledore, maybe through McGonagall, or Hedwig, or something. There are brooms in the key room. Fly to the Ollery, send Hedwig to Dumbledore with a message. Write it simple, the stone is in danger. Come back. Harry Potter. You think he'll come? I think he never really left. Dumbledore doesn't walk into traps without a backup plan. He's probably already on his way back. Hermione looked at him. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her hair wilder than ever, her robes singed and dusty. She looked nothing like the put-together girl who'd walked into their train compartment 5 months ago, and everything like the friend who'd set a teacher on fire and solved a logic puzzle in 40 seconds and was about to fly through an underground obstacle course to save a boy she'd once hated. Be careful, she said. Please. Whatever's down there, whatever he is, don't try to be clever. Don't try to spy on him. Just get the stone and get out. I'll try. She hugged him. Fast, fierce, her arms around his neck and her face pressed against his shoulder. Harry hugged her back, not stiffly this time, not awkwardly, but with the desperate, unguarded need of someone who'd spent a lifetime without touch and was discovering, at the worst possible moment, how much it mattered. She pulled away. Took the large bottle. Drank. Stepped through the purple flames and was gone. Harry stood alone in the firelit chamber, the small bottle in his hand, and felt the last layer of his armor peel away. No cloak. No team. No performance. Just him, Harry Potter, 11 years old, invisible boy, spy, orphan, friend, standing on the edge of something he couldn't calculate or control. He drank the potion. It was ice-cold, spreading through his body like a winter river, and the black flames ahead felt like a cool breeze as he stepped through them. The final chamber waited. Chapter 5, Visible. The chamber was circular, carved from dark stone, lit by torches that burned with a cold blue flame that cast no warmth. At its center stood the mirror of Eriste. Harry stopped at the threshold and took it in. The mirror dominated the room, its golden frame gleaming dully in the blue light, its surface rippling like water. The inscription curved across the top, I show not your face but your heart's desire. And standing before it, back turned to Harry, robes dusty and turban slightly askew, was Professor Quirrel. No stutter. No trembling. No performance. The man who stood before the mirror was rigid with concentration, his hands pressed flat against the glass, his reflection staring back at him with an expression of frantic desperation. I see the stone, Quirrell muttered. I see myself holding it. But how do I get it? The mirror, it won't give it to me. Harry didn't move. Didn't breathe. He was standing just inside the doorway, visible, wand in hand, and every instinct he possessed was screaming at him to go invisible. To vanish, observe, gather information. The spy's protocol: watch first, act later. Never reveal yourself until you understand the situation completely. But Hermione's voice was in his head: don't try to be clever. Don't try to spy on him. And something else, something deeper, the voice of the Sorting Hat: 8 months ago, the bravery to be kind when you've been given every reason not to be. The courage to trust someone when trust is the most dangerous thing you can do. Harry went invisible anyway. The silk water feeling washed over him, familiar as breathing, and he dissolved into the cold air of the chamber. Not the cloak, his own ability, his deepest secret, the foundation of everything he'd built since age 8. He needed every advantage he could get. He moved silently along the wall, circling the room, putting the mirror between himself and Quirrell. From this angle, he could see Quirrell's reflection. The man's face was gaunt, hollow-eyed, slick with sweat. He looked like someone who hadn't slept in weeks. His turban had shifted, and beneath its folds, Harry could see something pressed against the back of Quirrell's skull. Something that moved. "Use the boy," said a voice. Harry's scar ignited. Not the dull throb of the great hall, not the sharp lance of the forest. This was fire, raw, white, all-consuming fire that radiated from the lightning bolt and drilled into his brain. He clenched his jaw, bit down on the inside of his cheek hard enough to taste blood, and held his invisibility through an act of will that cost him more than anything he'd ever done. Quirrell spun from the mirror. His eyes swept the room, wide, panicked, hunting. "The boy is here," the voice said. Dry. Papery. Ancient. Coming from the back of Quirrell's head. "I can feel him. He is close. I don't see anyone, Master, he is here. The scar connects us. I can feel his pain as he feels mine. Find him." Quirrell drew his wand. Ropes shot from its tip and snaked through the air, whipping across the chamber, seeking a target. Harry pressed himself flat against the wall and the ropes passed inches from his face, close enough to feel the displaced air. "Hominum revelio," Quirrell said, and a pulse of blue light swept the room. Harry felt it hit him. Felt it wash over his invisible body like a wave, probing, sensing. For a horrible moment, the spell caught, his outline flickered, a shimmer in the air, visible for a fraction of a second. Quirrell's eyes locked on the shimmer. There. Ropes exploded from Quirrell's wand. Harry Dove, rolled, came up running. The ropes caught the wall where he'd been standing and gouged chunks from the stone. Quirrell fired again, a jet of red light this time, a stunner, and Harry threw himself sideways and felt the spell sizzle past his ear. He was invisible but not undetectable. The Revelio spell had partially worked, and Quirrell knew his general location. The scar was a beacon, broadcasting his position through the connection Voldemort had described. The two advantages Harry had relied on his entire life, invisibility and silence, were compromised. He needed to change the game. Harry dropped his invisibility. Let it fall away like a shed skin, let himself become visible, standing in the blue torchlight 12 feet from Quirrell with his wand raised and his scar blazing. Quirrell blinked. For a fraction of a second, genuine surprise crossed his face, not at Harry's appearance, but at the fact that Harry had been invisible at all. Without a cloak. Without a spell. Just, invisible. Interesting, the voice said from behind Quirrell's head. Very interesting. The boy has talents. Give it up, Professor, Harry said. His voice was steady. He was distantly proud of that. Dumbledore's on his way back. You won't get the stone. Quirrell's lip curled. Without the stutter, without the performance, his face was entirely different, sharp, intelligent, cruel. Not evil in the theatrical sense that Harry had imagined dark wizards to be. Just a man who'd made a choice and was committed to seeing it through. Dumbledore is in London, Mr. Potter. By the time he returns, this will be over. He'll come. He's smarter than you think. He's smarter than almost anyone thinks. That doesn't make him omniscient. Or omnipresent. Quirrell turned back to the mirror. Now. The stone. The mirror is the last protection, Dumbledore's own work. It shows the heart's desire. I desire the stone. I see myself with the stone. But it won't give it to me. Perhaps the boy can succeed where you have failed, the voice said. He has a different relationship with desire. Quirrell hesitated. Then he snapped his fingers, and ropes erupted from the floor, wrapping around Harry's ankles and wrists, binding him in place. Harry struggled, but the ropes were enchanted, they tightened with every movement, cutting into his skin through his robes. Come here, Potter, Quirrell said. He flicked his wand and the ropes dragged Harry forward, across the stone floor, until he stood directly in front of the mirror of Erist. Look in the mirror, Quirrell commanded. Tell me what you see. Harry looked. His parents were there. Of course they were, his deepest desire, his most desperate heart's wish. Lily and James Potter, standing behind him, their hands on his shoulders, their faces full of love. The same image he'd seen at Christmas, the same ache, the same impossible longing. But something was different. His mother's reflection smiled at him, that warm, heartbreaking smile, and then she winked. Her hand moved to her pocket, and she pulled out something small, blood-red, and luminous. The Philosopher's Stone. She held it up, looked at Harry's reflection, and slipped it into his pocket. Harry felt a weight appear in his real pocket. Small, hard, warm. Impossible. The stone. The mirror had given it to him. Not to Quirrell, who wanted to use it. To Harry, who wanted to find it, wanted to protect it, wanted to keep it from Voldemort. The mirror gave the stone to the person who wanted it but didn't want to use it. Dumbledore's final protection. Brilliant. Insane. Absolutely Dumbledore. Well? Quirrell snapped. What do you see? Harry needed to lie. Needed to buy time. Needed Quirrell to not know the stone was in his pocket. I see myself winning the Quidditch Cup, Harry said. I'm shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've won the House Cup for Gryffindor. Quirrell snarled. Useless. Get out of the way, he lies, the voice said. Silence. Harry's blood went cold. Let me speak to him, the voice continued. Face to face. Master, you are not strong enough, I have strength enough for this. Quirrell reached up and began unwinding his turban. The purple fabric fell away in coils, revealing the back of his head, and Harry watched with a horror that went beyond fear into something primal and absolute. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was not fully formed. It was pressed into the skull like a death mask in flesh, chalk-white, with slits for nostrils, and eyes that were red. Not bloodshot, not inflamed. Red. The color of fresh wounds, of warning signs, of things that should not exist. Voldemort. Harry Potter, the face said. The voice was different now, not filtered through Quirrell's skull, but direct, intimate, spoken from a mouth that moved against the grain of another man's skin. We meet at last. Harry said nothing. His scar was a constant scream of pain, a white-hot wire driven through his forehead, and it took everything he had to stay upright and conscious. I see you clearly, Voldemort said. The boy who survived. The boy who vanishes. Yes, I felt your invisibility. Remarkable. A gift born of desperation and blood magic, I suspect. Your mother's sacrifice, perhaps, expressing itself in ways Dumbledore never anticipated. Harry's mind, even through the pain, was cataloguing. Voldemort could sense his invisibility. Voldemort connected it to his mother's sacrifice. Voldemort was analyzing him the way Harry analyzed everyone else, assessing strengths, identifying vulnerabilities, building a profile. "Give me the stone, Harry." The voice was almost gentle. "You have it. I can see the lie in your eyes, you were always a poor liar, even when invisible. Give me the stone, and I will answer every question you've ever had. About your parents. About the night they died. About the connection between us. There's no connection between us. No. Then why does your scar burn when I am near? Why did our wands choose twin cores? Why can I feel you through the dark, Harry, the way a compass feels north? We are connected. We have been since the night I came to Godric's Hollow. And I can tell you why." Harry's resolve wavered. Not because he believed Voldemort, he didn't, not really, but because the questions were real. He'd been asking them for 2 years, ever since Mrs. Fig's fireplace. Why me? Why did I survive? What happened that night? The answers were there, hanging in the air between him and a face on the back of a man's head, and the part of him that had spent his entire life gathering information, hunting for truth, filling gaps in his knowledge, that part wanted to listen. "You're stalling," Harry said. "You want the stone. That's all this is." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved. "Clever boy. Your mother was clever too. Cleverness is a Potter trait, though your father preferred to express it through arrogance rather than caution. You are more like Lily. That pleases me, in a way. Don't talk about my mother. She died for you, Harry. Threw herself between you and my wand and died. An unnecessary sacrifice, I would have spared her. I told her to stand aside. She chose death instead, and her choice created something I did not anticipate. The blood protection." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "You know about that. Dumbledore told you, or you discovered it yourself. Which was it?" Harry said nothing. "Yourself, then. You are a remarkable child, Harry. Resourceful. Patient. Willing to operate in shadows. We are not so different, you and I." The words landed like a slap. Harry had thought the same thing, in the forest, after Firenze, lying in bed with his scar throbbing. The uncomfortable recognition. The way Voldemort's survival strategies mirrored his own, hiding, adapting, parasitizing, refusing to die. They were both creatures of desperation. Both shaped by violence. Both invisible, in their different ways. "We are nothing alike," Harry said, and the conviction in his voice was not performed. "You kill people. You drink unicorn blood. You're attached to the back of a man's head like a tumor. Whatever we have in common ends at the point where you decided other people's lives were worth less than yours." Voldemort's expression didn't change. But something behind his red eyes shifted, a flicker of emotion that was harder to read than anger. Interest, maybe. Or recognition. Or something colder. "The stone, Harry. Last chance. Give it to me, and I will leave this place. Quirrell lives. You live. Your friends live. The stone is a small price for so many lives. And then what? You come back. Full body, full power, Death Eaters at your command. How many people die then? That is the future. I am offering you the present. I've spent my whole life planning for the future. I'm not going to stop now." A silence fell. Cold, absolute, the kind of silence that exists at the bottom of very deep places. Voldemort stared at Harry through Quirrell's skull, and Harry stared back, and the mirror of Eriste watched them both with its silvery, impartial gaze. "Then we do this the hard way," Voldemort said. "Quirrell. Take the stone from him." Quirrell turned. His face, his real face, the front one, was twisted with effort and something that looked horribly like reluctance. His hand reached for Harry's throat. Harry tried to dodge. The ropes held his feet. Quirrell's fingers closed around his neck and, screaming. Quirrell was screaming, a sound so raw and terrible it didn't sound human. He reeled back, clutching his hand, and Harry saw his fingers, blistered, red, the skin peeling and cracking as if burned. "What is this?" Quirrell gasped. "What magic, the boy's skin burns you," Voldemort hissed. "The protection. The mother's blood. Seize him. Use your wand." But Quirrell was staring at his ruined hand in horror, and Harry understood before his conscious mind caught up with his body. The blood protection. Lily's sacrifice. It lived in Harry's skin, his blood, his touch. Voldemort's host, couldn't touch him without being destroyed. Harry lunged. The ropes around his ankles snapped as he threw himself forward, adrenaline, magic, something, and he grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands. The sound Quirrell made was beyond screaming. It was the sound of a body failing, of flesh dissolving, of a man being unmade from the outside in. His face blistered and blackened under Harry's palms. His skin cracked like dry earth. He fell backward, Harry on top of him, and Harry held on with the desperate, mindless grip of someone who knew that letting go meant death. "Kill him!" Voldemort shrieked. "Kill him!" Quirrell thrashed. His hands clawed at Harry's arms, every touch seared his own flesh, accelerating the destruction. His screams went thin, then hoarse, then silent. His body was crumbling. Literally crumbling, turning to ash and dust beneath Harry's hands, disintegrating, falling apart. Harry's scar was incandescent. The pain was beyond anything he'd experienced, beyond Vernon's fists, beyond Dudley's gang, beyond every dark cupboard and empty stomach of his childhood. It was inside his skull, inside his brain, a fire that was burning him from within even as his hands burned Quirrell from without. He couldn't hold on. His vision was going black at the edges. His fingers were loosening. Voldemort's face, still there, still pressed into the crumbling ruin of Quirrell's skull, stared up at him with those red eyes, and Harry saw something in them that he'd seen in his own reflection 1,000 times. Terror. The absolute, primal terror of something that did not want to die. "We will meet again, Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered, and his voice was fading, thinning, becoming smoke. "You cannot hide from me. Not even in the dark." Something tore free from Quirrell's body. Not visible, or barely visible, a shadow, a stain in the air, a wrongness that had shape but no substance. It passed through Harry like a blade of ice and he screamed, the first sound he'd made since the fight began, and then it was gone, rushing upward through the stone ceiling, and Quirrell's body was ash and empty robes on the floor, and Harry was on his knees with the stone in his pocket and blood on his hands that wasn't his. The blue torches flickered. The mirror of Eriste reflected an empty room. Harry tried to stand. His legs wouldn't hold him. He tried again, made it halfway up, and the world tilted sickeningly. The pain in his scar was fading but the exhaustion was rushing in to replace it, a wave of black water closing over his head. Stay awake. Get to Ron. Get to Hermione. Stay, he fell. The stone floor was cold against his cheek. The last thing he saw, before the darkness took him, was his own reflection in the mirror of Eriste, not his parents this time, not his family. Just himself. Small, bloody, alone. But alive. Still alive. The darkness closed in, and Harry let it. He woke in white. White ceiling, white walls, white sheets. The hospital wing. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, and the air smelled of clean linen and something medicinal and faintly floral. For a disorienting moment, Harry thought he was back in the cupboard, the same transition from darkness to consciousness, the same ache in his body, but the cupboard had never been this bright, this warm, this soft. He blinked. Tried to move. His body protested, every muscle stiff, every joint inflamed, but nothing was broken, nothing was bleeding. He was whole. A table beside his bed was piled with sweets. Chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, packets of Drubble's best blowing gum, a box of something called fizzing Whizbees. Cards were propped among the sweets, get well messages, he realized. Dozens of them. People had sent him cards. People cared enough to write messages and leave gifts and, ah. You're awake. Harry turned his head. Dumbledore was sitting in a chair beside the bed, wearing robes of a truly appalling shade of yellow, reading a copy of Transfiguration today. He closed the magazine, removed his half-moon spectacles, and smiled. How long have I been here? Harry asked. His voice was a croak. 3 days. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger will be most relieved. They've been quite frantic. I believe Madame Pomfrey had to physically eject Miss Granger from the ward twice, and Mr. Weasley attempted to bribe his way past her with chocolate frogs. It did not work. Harry's chest tightened. Ron, is he? Mr. Weasley is perfectly recovered. A mild concussion and a spectacular bruise, both of which Madame Pomfrey healed in an afternoon. He is currently in the common room, holding court and telling everyone who will listen about his heroic chess sacrifice. The story grows more dramatic with each retelling. I believe the latest version involves 3 queens and a dragon. A laugh escaped Harry before he could stop it, raw, cracked, almost painful. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. What happened to Quirrel? Harry asked. The twinkle dimmed. Professor Quirrel is dead. The protection your mother left in your blood, the love she poured into her sacrifice, was anathema to Voldemort. When Quirrel, who was sharing his soul with Voldemort, touched you, the contact was fatal. I killed him. No. Voldemort killed him. Voldemort chose to possess him, chose to use his body, chose to reach for you through him. Quirrel was dead from the moment he let Voldemort in. What happened in that chamber was the conclusion of a process that began long before you arrived. Harry stared at the ceiling. The sunlight moved across the white surface in slow, golden waves. Quirrel's face, both faces, hung in his memory like a photograph he couldn't put down. He was afraid, Harry said. At the end. Quirrel. Not Voldemort, Quirrel. He didn't want to die. No. I don't imagine he did. He chose this. Went looking for Voldemort, let him in, agreed to all of it. But at the end, when he was burning, he was just a scared man. Yes. That doesn't make it okay. What he did, what he helped Voldemort try to do, that matters. It does. But the fear matters too. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was gentler than Harry had ever heard it. You are an unusual child, Harry. Most people, when they have just defeated a mortal enemy, do not pause to consider that enemy's humanity. That you do speaks well of who you are, and who you may become. Harry let the words settle. Then he shifted in bed, winced at the protest from his muscles, and looked Dumbledore in the eye. The stone. Where is it? Destroyed. Nicholas and I had a conversation after the events in the chamber. We agreed that the stone was too dangerous to exist. It has been destroyed, and Nicholas and Perenelle will die. Die. But, they're over 600 years old, and they have had, as Nicholas put it, enough. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Harry considered this. The stone, the object at the center of everything, the thing Voldemort had been willing to kill for, the thing that could have granted immortality, gone. Broken. And its creator had agreed because he understood something that Voldemort never would, that there were things worse than death. That living forever by stealing and killing was not living at all. Professor, Harry said, I need to ask you some things. And I need honest answers. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. His expression shifted, the grandfatherly warmth giving way to something more watchful, more assessing. Two players, settling into position. I will answer what I can, Dumbledore said. Though I may not answer everything. Why did you put the stone at Hogwarts? The same school where I was a student. You knew Voldemort would come for it. You knew he'd come through me. I did not place the stone here to draw Voldemort to you. I placed it here because Hogwarts was the safest location available after the Gringotts breach. That you were here was a factor I considered, but not a deterrent. A pause. The sunlight moved across the floor. No, Dumbledore admitted. Not a deterrent. You wanted to see what he'd do. How he'd operate. You told Snape you were using the situation as information. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose a fraction. The only sign, Harry knew, that he'd genuinely surprised the most powerful wizard in the world. You overheard that conversation. I overhear a lot of things. So I am beginning to understand. Dumbledore studied Harry with an intensity that made the occlumency door in Harry's mind tremble. Harry held it. Kept his surface thoughts calm, curiosity, respect, the appropriate emotions of a student questioning a headmaster. You have an extraordinary gift, Harry. The invisibility. I have suspected since Arabella first reported the incident in the park, but I was not certain until tonight. Or rather, 3 nights ago. You saw me in the chamber. I arrived as you lost consciousness. I saw you become visible as you fell. Which means you were invisible before that, naturally, without the cloak, while confronting Voldemort. The secret was out. Harry had known it would be, eventually, secrets that mattered always surfaced. The question was how Dumbledore would use the knowledge. It's not a spell, Harry said. I can't explain it. It's been part of me since I was 8. Since you were 8, Dumbledore repeated softly. Living in a cupboard under the stairs. Desperate, afraid, wishing you could disappear. Yes. Your mother's protection manifested in your blood as a shield against dark magic. I suspect your invisibility is a second manifestation of the same love, not a shield but a cloak, born from a mother's wish that her child could be safe, could be hidden, could escape the dangers of the world. Harry's throat tightened. He hadn't cried in the mirror room. He hadn't cried during the fight, or in the forest, or in 3 years of cupboards and hunger and silent, invisible walks through a world that didn't know he existed. But the idea that his invisibility, his greatest weapon, his deepest secret, the thing that had saved his life and defined his identity, was his mother's love, her last gift, her dying wish made tangible in his bones, he blinked hard. Pressed his lips together. Held. I've been using it to spy on people, he said. On you. On Snape. On Quirrell. On everyone. For years. I know. You know. I suspected. Your knowledge at the beginning of term was too comprehensive for a child raised in the Muggle world. You knew about Flamel, about the stone, about wizarding politics. You held yourself with the awareness of someone who had been observing far longer than a few weeks. And you are a remarkably poor actor, Harry, when you think you're being convincing. Harry felt his face flush. I thought I was good at it. You are good at it for an 11-year-old. Against your classmates, even against most of the staff, your performance is nearly flawless. But I have been watching clever children for over a century, and the ones who pretend to know less than they do have a particular quality, a brightness behind the eyes that doesn't match the confusion on the face. Dumbledore paused. Then, with a gentleness that caught Harry off guard, I did not intervene because you needed it. The skills you developed, the observation, the analysis, the discipline, these are not flaws, Harry. They are strengths. You were a child in an impossible situation, and you found a way to survive that was creative, non-violent, and profoundly resourceful. I would not take that from you. But the skills of a spy are not sufficient for what lies ahead. Voldemort is not gone. He will return. And when he does, he will not be a whisper on the back of a frightened man's head. He will be himself, powerful, cunning, and relentless. I know. The Horcruxes. The word fell between them like a stone into still water. Dumbledore went very still. Where, he said carefully, did you encounter that term? The restricted section. Secrets of the darkest art. Most of the pages were torn out, but enough remained. A wizard who splits his soul and hides the pieces in objects can't be killed. That's why Voldemort survived the killing curse rebounding. He has Horcruxes. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a very long time. The sunlight moved across the bed, across the piled sweets, across the white sheets. The hospital wing was silent except for the distant sounds of the castle, students in corridors, the clank of the clock tower, the murmur of a school going about its business. You are 11 years old, Dumbledore said. I know. You have just survived a confrontation with Voldemort, defeated a dark wizard, and prevented the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. And your first question upon waking is about Horcruxes. It's the most important question. Everything else, the stone, Quirrel, even what happened in the chamber, is tactical. The Horcruxes are strategic. If he has them, nothing else matters until they're destroyed. Dumbledore removed his spectacles. Polished them slowly on the sleeve of his yellow robe. Put them back on. The twinkle was gone, replaced by something Harry had never seen in the old man's eyes. Respect. Not the patronizing, isn't he clever respect of an adult humoring a child. Real respect. The recognition of an equal. You are correct, Dumbledore said. Voldemort created Horcruxes. I believe he created several, though I do not yet know how many or where they are hidden. This is the work of years, Harry. Possibly decades. It is the central challenge that will define the war to come. You've been researching them. For some time, yes. Quietly. The knowledge is dangerous, the fewer people who possess it, the better. And now I possess it. Now you possess it. Which means we have a choice. I can obliviate you, remove the memory, the knowledge, return you to the relative innocence of a child who has done extraordinary things but does not yet understand the full scope of the darkness ahead. Or you can trust me. Dumbledore studied him. Harry held the gaze, no occlumency this time, no barriers, no cupboard door. He let Dumbledore see him. The real him. Not the spy, not the performer, not the boy who lived. Just Harry. Tired, scared, determined, and done pretending. I will not tell you everything, Dumbledore said. Not because I don't trust you, but because the burden of knowledge must be shouldered carefully. There are things that would break you at 11 that you will be ready to carry at 15. And there are things that even I do not yet understand. But you'll tell me what I need to know. I'll tell you what I can, when I judge the time is right. And I ask the same of you, Harry. You have been operating alone for a very long time. You have secrets, perhaps more than I've guessed. I will not demand them. But I hope that, over time, you will choose to share them. Not because I'm your headmaster, but because the weight of secrets is a heavy thing to carry alone, and you have already carried more than your share. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About Mrs. Fig's fireplace. About 3 years of invisible walks and stolen library books and a mental palace built by a child who had no one to talk to. He thought about Ron's hug after the Quidditch match. About Hermione's hand on his in the library. About the sound of Quirrel screaming and the feel of a man's face crumbling under his palms. I'll try, he said. That's the best I can offer. It is more than enough, Dumbledore said. And he smiled, a real smile, not a tactic, not a manipulation, just an old man looking at a young boy and seeing something that gave him hope. Get some rest, Harry. Your friends are waiting, and I suspect they will not be patient much longer. Dumbledore stood, tucked his magazine under his arm, and crossed to the door. He paused with his hand on the handle. One more thing. The invisibility cloak, I returned your father's cloak to you because it was rightfully yours, and because I believed you would use it wisely. I did not know, at the time, that you had no need of it. It's still useful. As a cover story. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Indeed. Very Slytherin of you. The Hat considered it. I know. The Hat and I had a most illuminating conversation about you. He opened the door. Good afternoon, Harry. He left. The door swung shut. And Harry lay in the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, and felt the architecture of his life rearrange itself around a new foundation. He wasn't alone anymore. Not just because of Ron and Hermione, though they were central, load-bearing walls in the structure he was building. But because Dumbledore knew. The biggest secret, the most dangerous truth, was shared. And the world hadn't ended. The old man hadn't recoiled, hadn't condemned, hadn't tried to control or contain or suppress. He'd offered partnership. Unequal, cautious, bounded by judgment and time, but partnership. It was the most frightening thing anyone had ever offered Harry. More frightening than Voldemort's face. More frightening than the troll, the broom jinx, the forest, the fire. Because partnership meant vulnerability. Meant trusting someone who could betray you, disappoint you, die. Harry stared at the ceiling and breathed. Then he sat up, reached for a chocolate frog, and unwrapped it. The frog leaped off the bed and made a break for the window. Harry let it go. He looked at the card, Dumbledore, Albus. The photograph winked at him. He ate the chocolate. It tasted like normal chocolate, sweet, rich, uncomplicated. The simplest pleasure in the world. The hospital wing door burst open 40 minutes later with a force that suggested Hermione had been counting the seconds since Dumbledore left and had decided that 40 minutes constituted a reasonable recovery period. Ron was half a step behind her, his face split by a grin so wide it threatened to reach his ears. The bruise on his jaw had faded to a spectacular yellow-green that clashed with his hair. You're awake. Hermione said, and there were tears on her face and she didn't seem to care. She crossed the room in 4 strides and threw her arms around him, and Harry hugged her back without hesitation this time, without calculation, without the spy's instinct to maintain distance. He just held on. Ron piled on. His arms went around both of them, big and warm and entirely lacking in self-consciousness, and for a moment the three of them were tangled together in a hospital bed surrounded by sweets, and it was awkward and uncomfortable and the best thing Harry had ever felt. You absolute lunatic, Ron said into Harry's shoulder. You fought Voldemort. Alone. Without telling us. I didn't plan to fight him alone. The potions, the logic puzzle, Snape's brilliant plan to have 1 bottle of forward potion. 1 bottle. As if dark wizards always travel solo. Ron pulled back and shook his head. I swear, the security in this school is designed by people who've never actually met a criminal. To be fair, Hermione said, wiping her eyes with her sleeve, the protections were designed to test and delay, not to stop someone permanently. Dumbledore's mirror was the real defense. The mirror. Harry looked at her. How much did Dumbledore tell you? He told us you got the stone from the mirror and that Quirrel died. He didn't give us details. He said that was your story to tell. Harry told them. Not everything, not about the Horcruxes, not yet. Dumbledore was right about the burden of knowledge, and this was a weight he could shield them from a little longer. But the chamber, the mirror, the stone in his pocket. Quirrell's unraveling. The face on the back of his head. The voice. The burning. He told them what Voldemort had said about their similarity, and he watched Ron's face darken and Hermione sharpen, and he told them what he'd said back, that the line between them was drawn at the point where someone chose to destroy others to save themselves. He told them about his conversation with Dumbledore. About the cloak, the invisibility, the mother's love theory. About Dumbledore's offer of partnership. He did not tell them about his natural invisibility. Not yet. That secret remained behind the cupboard door in his mind, shared only with Hermione, and even she didn't know the full extent of it, the years of training, the mental palace, the depth of preparation. But he told them enough. More than he'd told anyone. And when he was finished, the room was quiet and the sunlight was angled low through the windows and Ron was sitting on the edge of the bed with his elbows on his knees, processing in his slow, deep, lateral way. "So he's coming back," Ron said. "You know who. This isn't over." "No. It's not over. And you've known, you've suspected, all year. That's why you were watching Quirrel. That's why you were doing all of this." "Yes." Ron looked at him. The grin was gone, replaced by something more complex, admiration, maybe, and frustration, and a hurt that Harry recognized as the pain of discovering that a friend had been keeping secrets. "You could have told us," Ron said. "From the beginning. You could have trusted us." "I know. Why didn't you?" Harry had rehearsed answers for this question. Strategic justifications, operational reasoning, the cold logic of information compartmentalization. He had a dozen excellent arguments for why keeping secrets from your friends was necessary and right and the only responsible choice. He didn't use any of them. "Because I was scared," he said. "Not of Voldemort. Not of the stone or Quirrel or any of it. I was scared of needing people. Of letting people in and having them leave, or turn on me, or decide I wasn't worth the trouble. I've been alone my whole life, Ron. The invisibility, it's not just a tool. It's who I am. I disappear. That's what I do. And letting you see me, really see me, was the hardest thing I've ever done." The words hung in the air, raw and unprotected, and Harry felt naked in a way that had nothing to do with clothes or cloaks. He'd just told the truth. The real truth, not a strategic disclosure or a limited hangout or a carefully constructed partial admission. The actual, vulnerable, terrifying truth. Ron stared at him. Then he reached out and punched Harry lightly on the shoulder. "You're an idiot," Ron said. His voice was thick. "We're not going anywhere. Either of us." Hermione took Harry's hand. Squeezed it. Said nothing, because sometimes the smartest person in the room understood that no words were adequate. They sat together in the hospital wing as the sun went down and the castle settled into its evening rhythms. Students passed in the corridor, talking and laughing. An owl hooted somewhere outside. The suits of armor clanked through their sunset routine. Harry looked at his friends, his team, his people, the first human beings who had ever chosen to stay, and felt the invisible walls around him shift. Not collapse. Not disappear. He was still a spy. Still watchful, still cautious, still carrying secrets that he wasn't ready to share. The cupboard door in his mind was still closed, still locked, still guarding the deepest parts of him. But there were windows in it now. Small ones. Letting in light. The last week of term passed in a blur of warmth and noise and sunlight. Gryffindor won the House Cup, barely, improbably, thanks to a last-minute point award from Dumbledore that was so transparently dramatic it made Harry suspect the old man had a flair for theater. Neville earned 10 points for standing up to his friends, which was the most Dumbledore thing Harry had ever witnessed, rewarding moral courage over strategic brilliance, sending a message that doing the right thing mattered more than doing the clever thing. Harry watched Neville's face when the points were announced, the shock, the disbelief, the dawning joy, and felt something click into place in his understanding of Hogwarts and Dumbledore and the kind of world the old wizard was trying to build. Not a world of spies and secrets and invisible operatives. A world where a round-faced boy who was afraid of everything could be the hero. The Gryffindor common room erupted into a celebration that lasted until McGonagall appeared at midnight and dispersed them with a severity that was undermined by the slight curve at the corner of her mouth. Harry was carried around on the Weasley twins' shoulders. Ron led the crowd in a chant that was mostly his own name. Hermione sat in a corner and beamed and pretended she wasn't crying. It was the happiest night of Harry's life. He allowed himself to feel it without analysis, without calculation, without the spy's reflexive detachment. Just joy. Pure, uncomplicated, 11-year-old joy. He went to bed at 1:30 and lay in the dark dormitory listening to his roommates breathing, Ron's snoring, Neville's mumbling, Dean's quiet sighs, Seamus's occasional explosive snort, and he thought about the year. He'd come to Hogwarts as a spy. A boy who'd spent 3 years teaching himself to disappear, to watch, to operate unseen. He'd planned to infiltrate the wizarding world, gather intelligence, maintain his cover, trust no one. And he'd done all of those things, more or less. But he'd also done things he hadn't planned. He'd caught a snitch. He'd fought a troll. He'd stood in front of the most evil wizard in history and refused to give an inch. He'd let a bushy-haired girl hug him and a red-haired boy punch his shoulder and an old man with half-moon spectacles see past his defenses. He'd been visible. Not always. Not completely. The invisibility was still there, still part of him, still his greatest weapon, still the gift his mother had left in his blood. He would use it again. He would spy and watch and listen and operate in shadows, because that was who he was and the war ahead would demand it. But he'd learned something this year that no book had taught him. Something that couldn't be filed in a mental palace or catalogued in a dossier or planned for in advance. Being seen was not the same as being vulnerable. Or rather, it was. It was exactly the same. But vulnerability was not weakness. It was the thing that let other people reach you, fight beside you, love you. It was the crack in the armor that let the light in. Harry closed his eyes. The castle hummed around him, ancient and alive, full of secrets he hadn't yet found and people he hadn't yet understood and a darkness on the horizon that would come for him whether he was ready or not. He'd be ready. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of Hogsmeade Station on a brilliant June morning, scarlet against green hills, and Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and watched Scotland unfold behind them in a tapestry of lochs and mountains and open sky. They didn't talk about Voldemort. They didn't talk about Horcruxes or stones or the war to come. Ron talked about the Chudley Cannon summer transfer window with the passionate despair of a lifelong fan. Hermione talked about summer reading lists and whether her parents would let her subscribe to the Daily Prophet. They ate sweets and played Exploding Snap and were, for a few hours, exactly what they were supposed to be, 3 kids on a train, heading home for summer, with nothing to worry about except homework and sunshine and the long, lazy days ahead. Harry played along. Laughed at Ron's jokes. Debated book lists with Hermione. Ate a truly irresponsible number of chocolate frogs and collected the cards and traded them with Ron using a negotiation framework that Ron found hilarious and Hermione found alarmingly sophisticated. But part of him, the quiet part, the watching part, the boy who'd lived in a cupboard and learned to disappear, was already planning. The summer. 2 months at the Dursleys, which would be unpleasant but manageable. The blood protection required him to call Privet Drive home, and Harry understood the necessity even if he resented it. But 2 months was also time to train, to research, to expand his network. Hermione would write. Ron would write. And Harry would do what he'd always done best, operate invisibly. The Horcruxes. He didn't know what they were, where they were, or how many existed. But he knew they were the key. Everything else, Voldemort's inevitable return, the Death Eater's resurgence, the Ministry's corruption, Dumbledore's grand strategy, all of it was secondary to the fundamental problem of a soul split into pieces and hidden across the world. Find the Horcruxes. Destroy them. Then, and only then, could Voldemort be truly killed. Harry was 11. He had years before that confrontation. Years to learn, to grow, to build the skills and alliances and knowledge he'd need. He was patient. He'd been patient since he was 8 years old, lying in a cupboard, practicing invisibility in the dark. He could wait. The train crossed the border into England. The hills flattened into fields. The sky widened. Harry watched the countryside scroll past and felt the familiar, bittersweet transition from one world to another, magic to mundane, castle to cupboard, the extraordinary to the ordinary. Except it wasn't ordinary anymore. Nothing was ordinary anymore. He was Harry Potter, wizard, spy, Gryffindor, seeker, friend. He could turn invisible. He had a wand and an owl and a vault full of gold and 2 people who loved him and an enemy who feared him and a destiny he was only beginning to understand. The train slowed. King's Cross materialized around them, the platforms, the crowds, the noise and smoke and everyday chaos of the Muggle world. Harry saw Uncle Vernon through the window, standing on the platform with a face like a clenched fist, and felt the old familiar dread rise in his stomach and then subside, because Vernon couldn't touch him anymore. Not really. Not in any way that mattered. Harry gathered his things. Hedwig hooted from her cage, imperious and unimpressed by the surroundings. The invisibility cloak was packed at the bottom of his trunk, next to the photo album of his parents that Hagrid had given him at the end of term, another gift, another piece of the family he was slowly, painstakingly assembling. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "Write to me, yeah. And don't let those Muggles get you down. If they try anything, I'll get Fred and George too, Ron." "Right. Sorry. But seriously, right. I will." Hermione hugged him on the platform. Tight, quick, fierce, her signature move, the physical expression of an intellect that had learned, over the course of one remarkable year, that some things couldn't be communicated through words. "Stay safe," she whispered. "And for heaven's sake, get some sleep this summer. I make no promises." She pulled back, smiled, and walked toward her parents, 2 bewildered-looking dentists who were staring at platform 9 3/4 with the dazed expression of people who still weren't entirely sure their daughter's school was real. Harry watched them go. Then he turned to the barrier, pushed his trolley through, and stepped into the Muggle world. Vernon was waiting. Purple-faced, thick-necked, radiating the specific hostility of a man who'd been forced to stand on a train platform for 20 minutes. Aunt Petunia hovered behind him, thin-lipped, clutching Dudley's arm. Dudley himself was whiter than ever and wearing an expression of terrified curiosity, as if Harry might sprout tentacles at any moment. "Get in the car," Vernon growled. "And don't expect any special treatment just because you've been at that freak school." "I wouldn't dream of it, Uncle Vernon." Harry loaded his trunk into the boot. Set Hedwig's cage on the back seat. Climbed in beside her and closed the door. Vernon pulled into traffic. The car filled with the usual sounds, Vernon's muttering, Petunia's sighing, Dudley's crisps crunching. Privet Drive waited at the end of the motorway, identical to how Harry had left it, unchanged and unchanging. Harry leaned his head against the window and let the glass cool his forehead. His scar was quiet. The summer sun was warm. The road unspooled ahead of them, straight and predictable and utterly mundane. He closed his eyes. Behind his eyelids, the mental palace waited, expanded now, renovated, no longer just a cupboard under the stairs but a castle of its own, with rooms for Ron and Hermione and Dumbledore and Snape and Neville and even Draco, with corridors still being mapped and doors still being opened and an entire wing sealed off for things he wasn't ready to explore. The Horcruxes lived behind one of those sealed doors. Voldemort's face lived behind another. And behind the deepest, most carefully locked door of all, the one Harry had built at 8 years old and reinforced every day since, was the image from the mirror of Eriste. His parents. Their hands on his shoulders. Their love, made tangible in his invisible skin. He carried it all. The knowledge and the secrets and the love and the loss and the plans. He carried it the way he'd always carried things, silently, invisibly, alone but no longer lonely. The car turned onto Privet Drive. Number 4 appeared, immaculate and oppressive, its brass knocker gleaming in the afternoon light. Vernon parked, hauled himself out, and stomped toward the front door without looking back. Harry sat in the car for a moment. Hedwig tilted her head and looked at him with amber eyes full of ancient, patient knowing. "We've got work to do," Harry told her. The same words he'd said last summer, standing in Dudley's second bedroom with a wand under his pillow and the whole impossible future stretching out before him. But this time, when he said it, he was smiling. He got out of the car, grabbed his trunk, and walked into the house. The door closed behind him. The street was quiet. A perfectly normal summer afternoon on a perfectly normal street. And somewhere inside, invisible and visible and everything in between, Harry Potter began to plan.